thank you very much, Dr. Dani, for your kind invitation to this inspirational event. So today we have 4 guest speakers here, 4 personalities from Asia Pacific, Vietnam, then that's Tang, then Rania from Switzerland and Germany, Christian from Germany with some travels into 70 countries, and then myself from Germany and the US, currently being in Dublin. Now, our expectation for this meeting today is to inspire your audience, to encourage, impact the lives of your audience for excellence and for developing or awakening the leader within themselves. So I want to briefly introduce my colleagues and familiarize you with some life-changing content before sharing through our guest speakers today some of their best practices and valuable life experience and business experience. Now today we start with the women, because 67% of your audience are women impacting society through their business, industry, and community engagement. And I briefly introduce and like to welcome Tang Nguyen from Hanoi, Vietnam. And she's one of my entrepreneurship graduate students, and she has a big vision, not only changing the banking landscape in Hanoi, but also a dream eventually start her own business. And she will also share then, after I'm done here with the introductory part, some of her leadership skills with you and how she leverages business development. And then I'd like to introduce you Mrs. Rania Kierberg. And Mrs. Rania Kierberg is a clarity and reflection coach who brings years of leadership development, coaching, and reflection experience to the table. And I've experienced Rania firsthand at Henley Business School. So she will demonstrate how you can align with your inner compass, your intuition, and leverage this in favor of your business or community. Rania went to St. Gallen. This is one of the Ivy League schools in Switzerland, and she brings years of coaching and reflection, executive experience to the table. And also she will provide an article as a gift for your audience afterwards, so they can get to know a bit how Rania's approach works. Now then we have Christian, and now I start with the men. We are today sort of in minority, I think 33%. So Christian Kastner is based in Stuttgart, but as far as I know, he has traveled to 70 countries in all regions to do business. He's in sales and also leadership development. I know sometimes he combines trips to Australia. I think recently he was in Serbia or Croatia and then Italy for a few weeks. And he enjoyed, obviously, his flights through different time zones. We call it time travel in coaching. And so he does this also physically. Now, recently I did some book projects with Christians. Some of them are published this year, next year, and recently we got another project on board. So Christian will share some of the insights to complement what Rania and what Tang will talk about. Now let me open quickly up what's on today's agenda. Now, as I said, sometimes when you get very spontaneous invitations like these, it's like a flash. You get an idea and you know exactly what you're talking about without overthinking it. Now, let me say today I'm very honored to invite you on a very fascinating journey to develop the leader within you by connecting you to your inner purpose, your authentic personality, and getting some ideas from making the right social connections. I will also, like Christian and Rania, provide you afterwards with an article as a token of appreciation. But before we get to know our guest speakers, I want to quickly anticipate the upcoming autumn or fall season with a metaphor. Now think of a trip through New England with the leaf colors in all different sorts, such as red, green, sometimes you see white leaves, yellow leaves, golden leaves. And that's sort of a reminder how God created us as very unique persons. So we are very different, perhaps, but it shows how abundant nature and how abundant humanity can be if we collaborate and really stimulate people to give the best of themselves. Now, this resonates actually with Dr. Nani's vision of creating excellent magazines, such as the Sovereign magazine, and enriching her audience to go beyond of what is expected. Sky is perhaps not even the limit, and to really inspire, encourage others to start either a new business or to improve their services. Sometimes it can be a non-profit organization, sometimes it can be mentoring and coaching. Now, in the fall or autumn season, we enjoy taking a deep breath. We know we are now here. We are recharging our batteries. We're preparing for the winter season. Now, I personally like the autumn season because in New England, you have no longer to deal with the mosquitoes. Like in the summer season, you can breathe, you can enjoy all the colors, and you get your life perspective back to where it is important to be. Now, I want to invite to hear from Titan, from Rania, from Christian, some of their experience, what they are facing in business, how they impact their business partners, how they inspire their team and motivate them to give the best they can do. All right, let's get started. Thank you very much. Now, who wants to start? Ladies first. You want to start, Titan? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm the farthest from England, right? So first of all, I really thank you, Dr. Wadab, for inviting me to this amazing event. And I'm really happy to be here with all of you guys. So I really love this topic of the conference because you know that when I'm looking back my journey as a leader, I found that the hardest person to lead is not the team member, is not the staff, but the self, because you have to get the courage, the resilience, and the discipline to move forward through all the ups and downs. And for me, all such obstacles are just challenges to test my resilience. You know that I used to report to a line manager. She's really smart and talented, but her startup management is kind of quite emotional and micromanaged. And she kept scolding and boring at me so frequently that some of my co-workers just came over my desk and said that if I were you, I would quit immediately. I was so stressful, but I had a commitment to myself that I will never quit without any impact, without achievement. And you know that I just make a choice to keep going, working harder, and try to keep up with the learning new things, working smarter. And then, as any fairy stories has a happy ending, at last, my line manager, she saw my result and recognized my contribution. So it's true that what doesn't kill you make you stronger. For me, it's not, it's an uncomfortable experience, but it taught me a lot about how resilience important in the career path and on life. And also, I think that when you lead the self to become better day by day, you will influence the people around you. When I started my 21 days journey for a new running habit 3 years ago, you know that I follow a plan like I will make it 3 days per week running, and I post it on my Facebook as a commitment and a countdown like day 1, day 2, day 3. And I received 3 messages from my friends that they were inspired by my discipline, and they started running as well. And you know, after 3 years, now they are all full marathon runners.
Wow, super.
Yeah. So I think that sometimes you even didn't think that you are making an impact, but just being yourself and like to have some energy, people can feel it, and you can change other people.
Yes, people are drawn to people with positive energy. And let me just summarize this. There are some really nice nuggets here. Also authenticity, discipline, and then also sharing and motivating others to improve themselves. Thank you very much. And again, when you never give up, you do not quit. That's very American. That's what my wife always tells me. You never quit. And if you finish something, leave the place better or leave the organization better than you started, and then people call you back after years and you get job offers or projects. It is just a miracle because it's an energetic principle. Thank you very much. And now Rania, I mean, that goes really very smoothly over to your topic, what you are talking about.
Yeah. Thanks also from my side to be invited, and I already enjoy it very much. Werner and I will work together for many events at the Henley Business School, and sometimes I was a bit frustrated and not quite positive still, and Werner was always the one saying, Ragnar, we will make it, and we always made it, you know, finally at the end. So therefore, what I learned, especially at the Henley Business School, also together with Werner, is how important it is not only to use the brain power. Usually at school and at university, we are trained for that. And of course, it's important. I don't want to question that. But we have another possibility within us. And this is the intuition that we all have. And I realized that basically by articles and research from neuroscientists and from really well-known people in the meanwhile, that to be successful, it is as important to feel the success already, or to feel that you can do it, and not only to think that you can do it. And it's both necessary. So therefore, in the time, I had a colleague of mine, Felix Müller, and we decided to develop a tool, and I would like to introduce that to you, where we use both possibilities inside of us, because the solution usually comes from within. And of course, a coach can help you a lot to focus and to keep the room for yourself to reflect, but you can also do that for yourself. Basically, what you need is a sheet of paper and a pen, and to sit down and first, please take a note what the real topic is. So objective observation. What is it that you think you are, you see a challenge? And you start with that. And then you rethink, because most of the time, the real challenge is behind our first impression. It's not always the case, but quite often. So take a minute or two to rethink, is this challenge the one I would dig deeper into? If your answer is yes, start by thinking on what you can do intellectually to solve the issue. Take 2 or 3 minutes, just write down. Writing is really important. It comes out of your head into your hand and on the paper, and it will relieve stress by around about 50% already. And when you are done, then you continue in going to your intuitive part or your feelings, however you will describe it. And please also write it down. Write down what you feel. Take a few minutes and take a deep breath and feel your body and feel your emotions and feel what you feel and write it down. And by combining both and rethinking again, probably what you could do and what the next possible real steps could be in your daily business to solve the issue, you will be astonished how much wisdom you have already within yourself. And Goethe, Wolfgang Goethe, the famous German writer, had a rule. He was writing every day. Of course, you will say he is a writer. Of course he's writing. No, he's not writing his stories. He took 10 minutes each day, just writing down what came to his mind, and he worked with it many, many times. And later again, if necessary. And if you would like to take something away from today, at least from my part, probably think once in a while, take a sheet of paper and just start writing down what comes to your mind. You might be astonished what the outcome could be. Thanks, Werner, and thanks to all the others. And I'm looking forward back to you, Werner.
No, thank you, Rania. First of all, when allow me to summarize this. Also Rania brought this really nice point to combine mindset with heart set. Because at the end, and this is in business as also in the personal life, we love people from the emotions. We are drawn to people who create a very positive atmosphere. But more important, as Rania said, often the answer lies within us, and because we are so busy and looking into the outside world, we forego then the chances of the gold mines we are having already within us. And I talked last week about that with Christian, and Christian said he's journaling. And I learned this actually from Rania years and years ago. Why don't you take a journal? And I remember that, Rania, you said if we pause 1 minute and journal, then according to Harvard Business School, we win 20% in our productivity. And I followed Rania's advice, and it helped me in my doctorate from 5 hours sometimes to reduce my focal time to 2 hours writing. And it was at the end far better for my soul and life. Now then Rania mentioned also the intuition, and today it's about if you get ideas, whether these are dreams, have a journal on your night table. And if you wake up, do not wait until the morning, just take your pen and just jot some ideas. And I had this often happening that when I have good dreams, good ideas, sometimes we say, no, this is crazy, but please listen to your intuition or the hunches you get or hinges and take some notes. And as Rania said, it can boost your productivity, but you might get a very nice idea and innovation for your business. Thank you so much, Rania. And now to Christian.
Thank you, Werner, for this invitation. And I think it's very beautiful to see how the different speakers line up with the topics and connecting. It's just amazing to see. And what I want to share is some insights about my development over the last, let's say, 25 years or so, just to encourage you, not to brag, but to encourage you, because what I want to speak about is about our mindset and how it can help or hinder us in our development. You know that, or probably you don't know, for my beginnings were quite humble. I coming from a working class family, a blue collar family, and the thing what I was taught in life was basically to accept your place in society and just to go to work every day and to work and do everything according to the book. And the first couple of years in my career, I did this. And it was only at the beginning of my 30s that I realized there must be more somewhere. And I realized that I have to take some little steps and to try things out. And then one thing led to the next one. Did some further education and realized, okay, I can do more. Out of this came, I applied for an MBA. I realized I couldn't do it. It was a long struggle. I changed jobs twice. I relocated twice with my family. So it was a lot of strife during this time. But I finally managed after 6 years to get my MBA. And the MBA led to some career improvement. I learned, you know, how to articulate my views. Before I was very silent about it, and then it was recognized by my boss that I could do probably more, and so I was promoted into a sales leadership position. And during this time, I traveled to many countries, opened up business, and improved a lot. Personally, I learned a lot about sales in this time and about leading people and helping people. And then finally, about 5 years ago, I decided to do a second master's degree in leadership. And this degree was mind-opening, and it helped me so much further, more than all the experiences about 20 years ago, because it helped me to push the borders. And it was because of the positive environment of the people helping me to learn how to think differently. And that was such a game changer, because I realized that from my upbringing, from my education, that I was limiting myself inside, not going further and not to think about things are possible for me to achieve. Others, yes, but not myself. And I really had to rewind a lot of the beliefs what I have in my system. And using a similar approach what Vanya just shared about writing and keeping a journal, that helped me because it stops negative self-talk. And what I'm doing beside of my journal, I have a success journal where I write down things, you know, what I'm able to achieve in business with my family, nice experiences. You know, when I get closing a deal or when I'm meeting a new salesperson or a new customer, I write this down. And then twice a year, normally in the middle of the year at my birthday and also for the end of the year as a kind of a reflection, I sit down and I write down everything positive from the last year. And the interesting thing is, every year it becomes more. Probably because I'm getting better to writing and recording and realizing and reflecting, but also a lot of positive things happening. And you see on this side some books, you know, which I was able to contribute to. That is something because the mindset changed. It's possible for me. And so I got invited to this kind of project, something what was believed unbelievable and unachievable by me about 5 years ago. So that's a real improvement for myself. And so one of what you said in the beginning, it's not the sky, what is your limit? It's your mind, what is your limit?
Yes.
So what you believe about yourself, what you believe about what you can achieve, that will tremendously influence your daily practice. And I realize if I am able to share 2 or 3 things, Mama, which I found helpful beside of journaling and beside of keeping records. I would encourage the audience to read a lot, to read different things and to improve, first of all, your knowledge, but also to read positive literature in order to fill your mind with the good things and reduce the time you're spending watching the news and watching TV, because you cannot change what is outside of you. You can change how you react to things and what you can do in your little world. So it's what Stephen Covey called the inside out approach. I am acting from the position of strength, from what I can influence, from my family, my business, the people I meet, the things I read. These are things what I can influence. And if I keeping this as positive and as productive as possible, I will have an impact in my surrounding, in my world around me. I will not be able as a single person to stop the war in Ukraine or to battle the inflation or to change the world for better, making everyone prosperous. But I can start within myself and living an active life from inside out in influencing the world to the better.
Now, Christian, allow me here to say something. This is actually what we heard also from Titan. It starts within. Rania said this too. The solution is within us. And I said to my wife 7 years ago or 10 years ago when we moved to Munich, let's make our movie ourselves. Let's have no TV and let's just use the time we have to develop this live movie within us. And you mentioned earlier the success journal, and I did this during my doctorate. I really developed a success story, and it became exactly how I prepared for it mentally, but also to bring Ranya's point from the heart. And this is very, very positive. So allow me, if you have an example later, that's fine. But allow me just one thing to say. We have to stop comparing ourselves with others. The grass is always greener on your neighbor's end. And you only see a snapshot of a life from somebody else. So if somebody's doing very well, instead of being intimidated or jealous in a negative way, we should be happy for this person, because this is how God tells us there are no limits. The limitations are in our minds. But when we get rid of these limitations, really there is so much abundance in our planet as well. So all the limitations, that's a bad worldview, Christian, and there's this professor in Sweden who showed that the world actually improved, because there are two camps. There's this, bad camp and the good camp. Okay, I give it back.
Okay, fantastic inspiration, Ronald. Thank you so much for that. I want to share one more thing. What you should do is, beside of reading, it's also the people you are mingling with. There's a saying, the books you read and the friends you keep. These are the two things which are really influencing your life. If you surrounding yourself with positive people, it's very likely that your thoughts and your actions will be positive as well. If you are in a group of nagging people just complaining the whole day, it's very likely that you're becoming negative as well. And it's also important, that you're staying in a group which is a bit further than yourself. So we always orient ourselves to the higher level, to people who are far ahead, a little bit older than us maybe, and maybe already more seasoned in life and in the profession, and are more professional, better in sales, better in leadership, published more books, speaking better. And for me, that's a tremendous inspiration to meeting such a kind of people in the places I visit on LinkedIn, and also at universities or other places where I'm speaking, because I believe that I'm just scratching the surface. From the outside, it maybe looked very successful already, but I know myself, and I know if I just remove more mindsets, I will become even better than I'm even dreaming today. And in order to achieve this, it's important that you have good role models, good examples of people around you where you can orient, and you kind of ping pong, playing back and forth thoughts and sharing and helping and coaching. and getting some mentors. And this is so important because I really believe that we're living in a time and age where almost everything is possible for each of us. Yeah. And I'm very happy to live this.
Yeah. Yeah. Now let me say this. I go even a bit, I don't want to rock the boat here, but I learned really recently that you never judge people. No matter where they are, you can learn something, you can help. I mean, I currently take a taxi to work 3 times a week, and my taxi driver became a friend. I did not know that his daughter was a partner at KPMG, that his brother is very successful business owner in Australia. And he said to me, you are very different. You are so positive, and that's why I talk to you. And you do not regard me as a taxi driver, but you take me, as you try to share some of your experience, some of your knowledge, but I feel that you respect me. And why do I bring this metaphor? It is so important. We all start at some point. We are on a journey. We never want to judge people because they are not as high. I mean, I see this sometimes on LinkedIn. A professor wrote me back, I do not want to connect to you because you don't have a doctorate. And then I wrote back, what would that change if I had a Nobel Prize on, in my record? And then, of course, I say, thank you very much. All the best. Wish you the best. But I never look that way. And I had a business experience where I accepted an intern request on LinkedIn, and she was the niece of the CFO of one of the German leading automotive companies, and she provided the intelligence that I accelerated and got into the business. Now, why I'm saying this, I want to encourage you folks, do not look, be happy when you meet people who are very successful or who might be a bit further on this journey upwards, because this can be inspiration to you. And people are very giving and helpful. I notice that sometimes we tend to compare ourselves, and that's where we lose out. We always, and I bring this back to Christian and to Rania and also to Tan, we always, the solution is here. Now, if you are at the start of your business, do not think, I don't have the connections, but think perhaps, now, if there's somebody on LinkedIn who might be very successful or in your real life, think of it that way, be happy for that person. And if that person helps you, you open a door into a complete different universe. Yeah, and that's very important. Never think of yourself too small. We all start. We are getting born, whether it is in a wealthy, into a poor family. It doesn't matter how we start. It matters how we enter the journey. And think of that as a journey in eternity. So everybody of us has the God-given chances. And as Christian said, take the limits off, learn to fly. We were not born as chickens, to quote Christian here, but as eagles. Okay, I give it back to the audience. Rania.
I would like to add something, yes. My family background is on an average German level, I would say, a bit higher probably, but nevertheless, I became the idea to go to the Ivy League school in Switzerland, where I mentioned before, yes. And I had only a final degree in Germany, but the Swiss school demanded a special test, and really only a few people passed the test. And I thought to myself, is it really worth it? But I couldn't stop. I just thought I'll try to do it. And you wouldn't believe how many things happened within the half year after I ended, or 4 months actually, I ended my school and to write the test. And I met people who gave me a special book that was really outrageous helpful, I heard from a preparation seminar that I took, and they forbid it later on because it was so successful. And you wouldn't believe it. The minute before I had to write an essay, one of the test parts was an essay writing. We were sitting already in St. Gallen, and we were listening to the director of the school, and somebody from the preparation course had a book on how to write an essay if you have to argue pro and cons and so on. And it was, I prepared everything in detail. I knew every figure from economics, from whatever. And this year, especially this year, it was only, you could only survive if you could write an essay with pro and cons. And I was so, you wouldn't believe it. It is all these little things. Yeah. And I bet you all, and we all know similar occasions that happen. But if you really want something, and are still open, the things that come to you, basically.
Now, Rania, let me say something. My dream was to go to St. Gallen. At that point, I had the limitation. My math, because I came from North Rhine-Westphalia, was not good enough. So I resigned. But recently, I was in this situation. I applied for business school, for 3 business schools. And Christian told me, go for the best. Don't go for this. And I said, okay. So as you said, I did my essays in 2 days. And then my boss here in Dublin said, I like to give you a recommendation, but I don't know you long enough. And so the interesting part was that recommendation was then completed by my examiner from the doctorate, who's a professor. I got with 59 years my first scholarship in life by writing an essay, and I wrote half an hour on it, and of course I corrected it then. But you see, if you are in sync like Rania, and we know all of us have this experience, we just have to, like Christian said, and also T and Rania, never quit, especially when very good things are for you. There's always some battle. You might have a slow down, somebody discourages you, and then you have to say, that's my dream. And then things fall together like Rania. I thank you for sharing this, Rania. I know that story, and I really like it because I missed out in the 80s. But you see, it's not, we need to share those stories so we encourage each other. Remember, and I want to cite here Claire Collins, she was our director attendee. If somebody can do a doctorate and this is on your heart to do, so can you. If you want to start a business, no matter how limited your funds or how young or how old, if you have this dream, never quit on this dream. It might temporarily be very disheartening, but write your dream down, and I promise you that dream can come back 10, 20, 30 years. And when you are ready, you are going for it, and nothing and no one is able to stop you. Now, Christian, Titan, Rania, do you want to add something to it?
Yeah, for myself, I think that not only we see the good things in ourselves, but one of my experience, so that we should see the best thing in others also.
Yes, yes.
Because when you see the best thing, you keep searching for the best things in others and inspire them. You will, at some point, can have a powerful impact on them and can transform them totally for the better.
Yes.
And I was, when I was at HSBC Bank in Vietnam 7 years ago, I have a team member in my team. He is a really honest salesperson, very hardworking, and had a very good attitude. But his performance is not as good as others. So, whenever I do a coaching one-on-one session with him, I will start with reaffirming his best strength. Yeah. And before I gave him any guidance how to improve his performance, how to close the deal, something like that. And you know what? After 7 years, now this guy, he's a head of direct sales channel in a top bank in Vietnam. And he leads a huge team of 2,000 salespersons.
Wow.
The people, very successful and a key, like a key leader in the bank.
Wow.
And you know what? This is exactly what he told me long after he left NSPC. You may not remember it, but in one of the coaching sessions, you told me that you are a very special person, and I believe that you have the potential to become a great leader. That moment, you know, is like I really changed my life. Yeah, I start believing in myself, and I recognize my mission. I will have to be successful. Yeah, so I think it's very important that we keep like motivating, inspiring others to become a better version of themselves. And that is the reason why one of my core values as a leader is to grow people. For me,
Yes. And that's a very good point you raised. We are not self-made people. We are impacted for good by others. And I always give thanks or honor when I'm successful and when other people like you impacted me. I always share this. And that you might make yourself a bit vulnerable with it, because the world, they are all self-made. I did it all by myself, but I'll be very honest here. All my successes or my blessings, other people were involved. Either they coached me, they mentored me, they inspired me, they encouraged me. I see that also with my wife. Sometimes you don't take that from your wife, then somebody else tells you this, and then you tell your wife back and she says, I told you this already before. But we have to be honest, at the end, we are also very impacted. And I thank you, Tai. I always think it's very important that we look like a camera, or we direct our focus to see the blessings in others. We are all not perfect. So if you focus on people who are different and you see what is good with them, and you just take the good and leave the rest off, then you improve the world around you as well. Rania and Christian, please, your comments or some of your thoughts. Remember, I'm only the keynote speaker. It's about you here and the audience.
Probably I can share something due to the fact that the audience are 2/3 basically women. It's kind of a new area. Researchers found out that the hero story of women is quite different to the one of the men. And I realized it for myself, and therefore I would like to share it with you. What we women quite often do is we look at our own families. And I was raised in a very traditional family. My mother stayed at home and she took care of me. She did a great job, I believe, but nevertheless, she was a bit frustrated not having her own life and going out and whatever. And I realized for myself as the daughter, probably this is not the kind of life I would like to look forward to. And of course, the possibilities within our society changed. In the meanwhile, the classic way was over and done. So therefore, of course, I opened up to a career. And I made a huge, I don't know, I made I made a career. Yes.
Yeah, yes,
I was
investor relationships manager in one of the largest insurance companies
this is true.
globally is a good, yeah.
Thanks, Werner, for
Yes.
mentioning it. And we were flying around the world with M&A deals, and I worked with all the banks and with all the board members and so on at the age of 28, 29. Nevertheless, I felt I was not really happy, although I was really what people would call successful. And I also married the man I met at the university, and somebody told me, do you know who that is? And I only said, this is Eric. And he said, no, 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 this is not Eric. He is coming from one of the richest and blah, blah, blah families of Germany. Did you know that? And I said, no, I had no clue. Okay. So therefore it all went in my life, I would say, perfect to the point when I realized at the age a bit above 30 that I was not really happy. And in the meanwhile, I know why. What happened? I was basically living the life of a man and doing and fulfilling everything, but I was not in peace with the possibilities of our female qualities that we have, the caring, the taking care for others, the emotional and feeling part, and so on. But I never realized, I thought it would not be necessary, so I skipped that one. And years later, when I did my coaching, education, and family constellation, and nonviolent communication, education, so whatever, I picked all these things, but I wanted to know what is missing. And in the meanwhile, they have done research that for us women, it's important to find peace with our own mothers and with our female identity. And after that, it's our duty to find the right balance between male and female attitudes, because what we see, at least in our Western part here in Europe, we see sometimes already that if you are a woman, you get promoted, but as a man, you don't get the same support. And this is so ridiculous, you know, it needs a balance. And sometimes, and then I gave a course on that, a workshop on that issue, and we had men and women together. And we found out that not all female qualities have to be delivered by the females. Sometimes the men have huge quality potentials, and they're sometimes more educated. And I don't want to say this is man or women, but it's the qualities in general. But what I learned is to have only a career as a woman might not be enough to really become happy with the whole life we live, because we are not only the ones who work, we are also a private person, we are also whatever else, friends and families and so on. And we all influence roundabout at any time. It's also from studies roundabout 100 or up to 200 people around us with who we are and what we give and how we behave. And it's not so much to be goal-oriented any longer. I believe very much it has to do with our attitude and with our core values. And this is something I would like to share as much as I can, and look forward to the comments of all the others. Thanks.
Yes, and thank you very much, Rania. Also, I thought quickly in, there's this burnout research today. I mean, you see, and this is with men the same, if you now very successful in your professional career, but do not take care of your family or your wife, you might be a CEO. And recently there was a CEO who died in my age. I mean, he seemed to have it all, but then you get out of the office, you retire, you get a heart attack, and that was the end. And therefore it's very important that we balance, and we have this career family balance. At the end, all the material stuff, all the career, all the trophies are nice for a certain time, but you can't take them with you. At the end, it is about the relationship, how you impacted the world, how you impacted other people, So that means you have to be authentic, not just when you are in the limelight, but also every little action you do on a daily basis is important, how you then impact your environment. Thank you very much, Rania, sharing this. Now, Christian, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to second what Rania and Tin was saying.
Yes.
That's perfectly, you know, what I experienced over the last couple of years. You know, it has a lot to do with emotional intelligence, and a lot of men realizing now that this is a missing part in their life, at least what I realized. And the thing is, a lot of behavior, what we're doing, is influenced by fear. And fear is coming from feeling not being good enough, being not well trained enough, and men compensating this with aggression, you know, being aggressive. And this behavior is encouraged by a lot of people. You're a real man, you're a good salesperson when you are aggressive. But you know, at the same time, women think they are not good enough, and then they retreat. Yeah, so it leaves a big hole in the middle. Yeah, one side is not feeling appreciated, the other side is feeling overtaken by a truck. And what I realize is, you know, when we coming together and bringing the good things together, it helps men to soften down, and also to helps women to step up and to becoming more what they are created to be, and it becomes much more harmonious. And for my observation is, since I become more aware of that, I became more successful because I'm listening more. I allow myself to be more gentle with myself and also with people I meet. And I practice more to encourage others and to bring others up. And while doing all these things, there is a return, blessings, however you would like to call it, coming back to you and even enlarging what you're doing, just because of these two things coming together.
Yes, and that's a good point. Also, for example, intuition. Intuition is a female skill. Also, women are gifted. When I see my wife, she knows things I don't. And Rania told me at some point, you have to connect to your inner heart or inner self, or however you call this, your inner compass. And women are very good. So that's what we men can learn from it. I made sometimes mistake, and here's where the ego comes in the way. To cite Rania here, when we did the coaching, Rania, we had a few people left, and you were the one who said, we don't give up, we need to do it. And then it came together, we got the clients, and then Rania would say it was a gift. Yeah, it is a gift. I consider it as a gift. And we had a managing director. He did not like this term because he was thinking we would lay back and would do nothing for it. But it is actually being proactive, but understanding we don't have to let our ego come in the way that we force or manipulate or control, but we take a step back and we let it go and receive it back as a gift. And I do this now in business. I learned this through Rania, actually. And I notice, and I'm not bragging here, but now my colleagues come to me and say, wow, you get all your appointments come, even if they are canceled, you get apologies, it is immediately rescheduled, you get business. How are you doing it? And of course, I mess up too. And then they tell me, you did so good, but here your ego came in the way, just relax. And this is to bring it to the point, Rania called it always, we have to allow, call it God, to give us things. We are blessed. We do not have to fight and manipulate and control. And I think women are better in this. They don't push. And that's where we men can learn this, because what is the success if we strive and manipulate and control, and at the end of the day, we become sick, we have no life, our marriages fall apart, our kids leave us and no longer talk. Therefore, it's so important. Success is a nice thing, but it develops if we can let go, live now, and focus to be a positive impact, like Titan brought it. If you encourage somebody, at some point, they come back to you and they say, thank you very much. You did so much. And sometimes they call you, I want to do a project with you, or they give you even a job. And then you say, wow, it came at the right timing when you were looking for new opportunity. So I want to encourage you really get this balance, like Rania say, or like Christian, the symbiosis. We were created as female and male, as male as female, and therefore we need to work together. We are not working against each other, and therefore we need to have peace with this.
I totally agree with you, Rana. For
Thank
myself, yeah, when I much younger, just like a fresh graduate, yeah, just keeping like working hard and like have a big goal how to succeed. And at that time, I thought that what work-life balance, I doesn't need it. I am happy when I work. Yeah, there's no need for any work-life balance because I'm feel rich now. Yeah, when I need to do something like that.
Yes, we are rich already.
Yeah.
We are rich already.
Yeah.
And once we understand this, today a colleague came, now, how's your compensation plan? I said, I never look at those figures. I let it gift to me. I just do my job. And then I say, it's like a surprise. But some people are so controlling. And so you have to really receive the blessing rather than try to make it happen.
Yeah, when I come through the down, some periods that's really difficult, I start to see the very importance of work-life balance, and the family at that time means the whole world to me.
Yes.
They help me to have the balance. And I think family is a very strong foundation. For any move up in the career. So now, now I want some like a balance, like you say. I still have contribute impact at work, but on the other hand, I also have want to have time for my hobby, for my family, for myself, and I love that balance.
Yes, and the balance keeps us healthy. And the nice thing is always you have to ask yourself, is this in 5, 10? So I love to ask the question, when I have a bad day, we all do have sometimes, let's be realistic. We are not all always 100%. Then I ask myself the question, is this problem, how do you see it in 5 years? How do you see, let's say you have a bad day, you're upset, instead of getting now into it, you have to ask yourself, how would you see it with the eyes in 5 years, in 10 years? And suddenly you see it's all solved itself. If you know, take this driver seat off and just give it up. I think we are nearly coming to the conclusion. Let me ask all of you perhaps to summarize, what would you like to give as a piece of advice to the audience, starting today with the Rania, Titan? What would you, to summarize it up, what is a gold nugget or something where you say, wow, this is something I want to leave as a legacy for our audience today?
The thing I think that is it helped me to live happily. Is just be myself, be authentic. Try to become a better version of yourself day by day. 1% better day by day is my motto. And then keep inspiring others and helping others, and it will find the happiness in that.
Yes, and it will come back. It will create happiness in you and will eventually come back also when you need it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Titan. Rania.
I would like to summarize: whenever you take a decision and you would like that it's a lasting one, ask yourself from the brain part what you think about it and whether you would say the decision is okay by thinking part. Then go deeper to your heart level and ask your heart, how do I feel? And is it something that I really feel well with? And at the end, go even deeper, go down to your stomach and ask your stomach, it's the intuitive part generally, is it also okay? And if you are in line with all three parts of yourself, you can be quite optimistic that this decision is the one you should take. And if you don't have it yet, then sleep for a couple more nights if you have the time. Yes. Sometimes we have, sometimes we don't have. But ask yourself then every morning, is it still okay? And should I go? And can I go? And after waking up morning by morning, you realize, even with really long-term decisions, whether you are okay with it, yes or no. I wish you luck and good success. And I really enjoyed this 1 hour with all of you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Christian.
Yeah, so much advice. I think the key is to starting from the inside out, to replace the wrong thinking about yourself, to get inspiration from others and from outside in order to change. And one of the things which is hardest for me is to be kind to yourself. Yeah, you're not perfect, but you're improving every day, and you're living from grace from inside to the outside, and you are much better than 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and you will have only scratched the surface. There's the good things, the best things are still ahead of me and of you. And if you continue to working and doing one day after the next one, trying to implement what we have heard the last hour, then I think it will be a glorious future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I summarize it. Also, follow a bit your heart. When I was approached by Dr. Nani, I asked myself, so whom would I invite? And I followed a bit now Ranya's path. I've listened to my heart, and then your names popped up, and I said, okay, is this possible? It's a short term. But then when Dr. Nani asked me, would you like to do this? I really had peace inside. And then I say, okay, the only risk is that my guest speaker might say no. But thank God, I thank you all for participating. It was a pleasure, and I learned a lot as well. And thank you so much. And I wish the audience all the best. And if you implement just 1% of what we talked today, and you start a little habit out of it, you will see you experience some miracles down the line. Thank you very much.
Are you one of those people that want to take the lead, but you don't know where to get started? How do you take the lead of your life? What does that mean? What does leadership mean? Self-leadership, leading the self. Well, today I'm going to tell you what you can do to deliberately lead yourself into success using the law of attraction. You know, the law of attraction is already existing in your life. If you've ever used the word coincidence or serendipity or synchronicity or fate or karma or meant to be, everything fell into place. It was kismet, it was karma. Have you ever used any of those expressions? Well, my hunch is you have. And every time that you've ever used those words, you were describing evidence of law of attraction. So when you said, wow, this is such a coincidence, I was just thinking about you, you were describing evidence of law of attraction. And how about the time that you went down the side street to a little coffee shop that you never went to, and synchronicity and serendipity, so you found and met a friend, and boom, and a client, a customer. I know you've had those experiences. Here's the good news is All of those experiences are evidence of law of attraction. So it means you're already experiencing it. You're already experiencing law of attraction. You don't have to turn it on, it's already on. And it is called law of attraction. And it's energy around you. And I'm going to show you and tell you the 2-word job description for law of attraction. Law of attraction matches vibrations, whether they're negative or positive. Imagine that job description. Could it be easier? 2 words. It could fit on a postage stamp. Match vibrations. Well, what's a vibration? Well, your vibration is like your vibe. You know, we use the word vibe to describe a mood or a feeling. We'll say, you know what? I really like the vibe in this room. And I didn't like his vibe, or I didn't like the vibe in that neighborhood. So we use the word vibe to describe a mood or a feeling. And the word vibe, of course, comes from the longer word vibration. But right now, you and I have a vibe. Imagine there's this pretend bubble around you, and this bubble is housing your vibes. So if you're ticked off and angry and disappointed and feeling guilt and shame and blame, guess what? If you're having those feelings, that's your vibe. What about if you're feeling successful and love and appreciation and bliss, and you're talking about abundance? What if you're having those feelings? Then that's the vibe that you're putting off. There isn't one in the middle. I'm going to summarize everything you heard so far. Right now, everybody has a mood or a feeling. And there's only 2 kinds. There's a negative vibration and a positive vibration. It doesn't mean you're a negative person. It just meant that you were giving attention to something you didn't like that caused you to feel negative, or you heard something negative. So I want to make sure everybody hears it. Just because you're attracting something negative doesn't mean you're a negative person. It just meant you gave attention to something negative. So the vibration, this is you and me, although it doesn't look like you and I. Imagine you are sending a vibe. You're not even sending it on purpose. You just have it. Matter of fact, when you're ticked off and angry, you don't tell yourself to send the vibe that goes with it. When you're ticked off and angry, you automatically send the matching vibration. Same thing when you're excited, you're celebrating successes. When that's happening, that's your vibe. So let's just recap. Right now you have a vibe. It's either positive or negative. And right now, law of attraction is energy around the room that I can't prove to anybody, is eavesdropping on your vibration and responding to it by matching it. I know. But what if you're ticked off and angry? What if you're complaining and worrying? What if you're talking about the client that canceled? What if you're talking about that horrible day? And when you talk about it and pay attention to it and read it and write it and tell somebody, you are giving it attention. And when you're giving it attention, that becomes your vibe. And law of attraction is responding to it. It's not smart. It's a robot. Here's a vibration, match it. This person's sending a negative vibration about business, match it. This person's sending a negative vibration about money, match it. This person's sending a positive vibration about ideal clients, match it. It's not a decider. It's not a figure outer. It doesn't have favoritism. It's obedient. And right now, it, being energy, is responding to your energy. And if you're curious and you're thinking, well, I wonder what the vibe that I'm sending, can you tell, Michael? I can tell from here. Are you curious and you want to know what the vibe is you're sending about anything or everything? Well, go to that area and take a look and see what you're getting. It's a perfect match. You want to know the vibe you're sending about money? Open your wallet. You want to know the vibe that you're sending about customers and clients? How's that? Open your customer and client file folder. I didn't create this rule, I'm teaching it. If you're attracting something, you had to have sent the vibration of it. But the good news is that you have the ability to reset the vibe. Imagine that law of attraction is responding right now to your vibe. And you might catch yourself complaining or worrying or talking about what you don't like. You said, oh, listen to me, law of attraction is responding to my complaining. And then you understand this, that when you change your vibe, you'll change your results. So again, the vibration, if I catch myself having a negative vibe because I'm complaining or worrying, or maybe I'm in a negative environment around somebody negative, if that's in my vibration, I'm getting more of it. And I'm going to say in that very moment, I want to change my results. Well, I'm going to change my vibe to do that. What an ability that is, to be able to change your vibe. Are you kidding me? Because when you change your vibe, you send a new vibe. And when you send a new vibe, law of attraction is responding to the new vibe. It doesn't know what the vibe was 5 minutes ago. You know the expression, the point of power is in the present? That's what that means. Right now is the point of attraction. It doesn't matter what you gave attention to yesterday, because it's responding right now. So you want to take leadership and lead yourself into success. We all do. What if your leadership, meaning leading yourself into success, included you being very deliberate about what you're including? How's that for taking the lead? How's that for taking the lead? It's like, you know what? I'm going to be successful. I'm going to take the lead. So I'm going to give you some tools and homework. This will be something for you to practice, well, for the rest of your life. And in doing so, it's going to help you be deliberate about what you're including. And if you're deliberate about what you're including, that makes you a deliberate attractor. Remember, law of attraction is working right now and right now and right now. It doesn't know whether you want it or don't want it, whether it's good or bad for you. It's not smart, it's just obedient. But you can deliberately include what you want through your words. By the way, I've been showing buttons here. I'm calling them buttons. I designed them and wrote them. They're in my office. Imagine the guy who wrote them looks at them. They're helpful. I have a web address if you want to download them. They're just photos. You know, they print off as a photo, like, you know, photograph. I just trim them up. You know, 7 cents to be reminded for the rest of your life. Are you kidding me? You can go to michaellozier.com/buttons. And there's 10 of them. Upload them to your computer, send them off to a printer or whatever you want to do. Great reminders. This is the most important one you'll see today. Well, the second most important one. One of the top two. These are you want to take leadership in what you're attracting. Here's step number 1. Eliminate and reduce the words don't, not, and no. You see, even though they're just simple 2-letter words, I mean, no is a 2-letter word. When I use these words, it causes me to give attention to something I don't want. What if I said, don't forget, what did I give attention to? When I use the word don't, not, and no, I just gave attention to don't forget. I don't want my clients to cancel. Now what am I giving attention to? How many of you ended your email this week? Do not hesitate to contact me. Well, now you just gave attention to people hesitating. Don't drink and drive. Don't park here. Don't use this door. Don't beat up your brother. Don't spill your milk. Don't think of a pink elephant. You know, if you go to Google and you say no pink elephants, you think you're going to get blue ones? No. Go try it when you're done listening to this training. Go type in no pink elephants. Google will send you 9 million pink elephants. Why? Because Google strips away the words don't, not, and no, and brought you what you said you didn't want. Think of law of attraction as vibrational Google. And whatever you enter with your words is what gets delivered. So your homework, so you can take leadership and lead forward in your life with success, your homework is to eliminate and reduce those. So burn this image, look at it. The international do not use symbol, don't, not, and no. That's your job. Now you will catch yourself using it. Today you might type in, don't forget, but here's how you change it forever. This is your new best friend. This is, oh, wrong one. This is your new best friend. This is the most important sentence of today, right beside don't, not, and no. This sentence will reset your sentence. And when you reset your sentence, you reset your vibe. When you reset your vibe, you reset your results. This is the question to write down, put a circle on it, make it your new password. So what do I want? So let's test that out. You might catch, maybe in today's email, you said, don't hesitate to contact me. And then you hear my voice in your head. And if you have a set of cards, you'll remember. So what do I want? Don't hesitate to contact me. What do I want? Contact me within the next couple of days. You will not be disappointed. Oh, I just said that they will not be disappointed. So what do I want to say? You're going to be thrilled with exactly what you need. Don't forget your homework. Oh, so what do I want? Remember your homework. Don't beat up your brother. What do I want? Play nice. Don't leave your clothes on the floor. What do I want? Keep your clothes off the floor. I don't want my client to cancel. What do I want? I want them to keep their appointment. I don't want to bomb at the interview. What? Yes, I know. You know where I'm going with this. You will hear yourself use the word don't, not, and no. And every time you hear it, you're going to think of me, hear me, and say, so what do I want? And here's why. When you go from what you don't want to what you do want, the words change. Remember, we said, don't forget. Now the new words is remember. And when the words change, the vibration changes. So now I'm giving attention to what I do want. And now as I give attention to what I do want, I just change my vibration. And now I will change my results. Imagine the power that you have by directing your future, your leadership of yourself through your words. So your homework between now and the rest of your life is to be careful and conscious about what you're giving attention to. It's okay to be negative. It's okay to be ticked off as long as you do it briefly. So if you're experiencing something that you don't like, get ticked off, get angry, break dishes, do it briefly. Get it out of your system and reset your vibe. You know, there's no judgment about how long you're observing negative things, but there is a consequence. And the consequence is called negative attraction. So all of our jobs is to mind our vibration. It's our only job is to mind our vibration. You see, the higher your vibration, the more you attract other things that are like it. It'd be against the law for you to be on the vibrational meter reader at 100 and attract somebody lower than you, unless you lower your dial to meet theirs. So to help you keep your vibration high on the dial, again, is eliminating the words don't, not, and no, resetting them with so what do I want. Be sure to be writing down these buttons, and these are your reminders about how you can be more deliberate. So I'm going to summarize everything you heard me say into 5 words. The entire presentation in 5 words. You can write these down. I get what I vibrate, period. I don't always get what I want, but I'm always getting what I'm vibrating. Are you going to become more deliberate? Law of attraction is responding to your vibration right now. So dream big and take leadership of your life. Thanks, everybody. That was fun.
Are you sick of pretending to be someone else? Are you ready to live a free, joyful, and powerful life? Isn't it time to stop being dominated by what other people think? It's time to live your life. It's time to be your true, authentic self. And if you are like most people, you want to create a life that makes you happy. The fact is that truly joyful, happy people are those who live authentic lives. You don't need to wear a mask. You don't need to pretend to be someone else. And you certainly can't let the opinions of others command you. You can be free to be the person you made to be, free to live an authentic life, free to love yourself for who you truly are. And yet, so often, we want to be authentic, but we don't know how. The how can be the hardest part, to let your true self be seen, be heard, be you, without fear, without shame, and without the need to apologize. First, ask yourself, do I really want to live an authentic life? Do I really want to be free from the opinions of others? How would my life be better if I was aligned with who I was destined to be? From the time we are young, we are told to be someone else. Be smarter, like her. Be well-behaved, like him. Speak up, quiet down, study this, don't go there, work harder, take it easy. It's like living in a cage. If you are like most of my clients, you desperately want to break out, to be free, to let your true self shine, to develop a healthy self-concept, to start living your own life. What if there was a simple solution, a way to break free, spread your wings, and experience authentic joy? Now there is. Introducing Be You, Destiny Course Correction, the step-by-step program for letting go of what others think and living as the real you. What is it? This powerful self-course contains 6 modules with 49 lessons, leading you on an exciting journey to true, liberating, authentic self. It's a journey of reflection, clarification, courage, self-acceptance, and love, a journey to the true you. In this life-changing course, you'll discover how to shed the harmful expectations of others, how to discover who you truly are and not who others want you to be, how to unlock your true passion, how to build unshakable self-esteem that no one can tear down again, how to let go of mistakes and learn to accept yourself, how to embrace your individuality, how to love yourself with all your strengths and weaknesses, how to find your true life purpose and stop wandering from thing to thing, how to show the world the real you without fear of what others think, how to shape and create the joyful life you always wanted by living authentically, and so much more. This powerful journey could absolutely change your life. In 20 years from now, you might look back at today as the first day your true self blossomed. When you are set free, when you stopped being what others wanted and became the person you were destined to be. This is your moment, your fork in the road, your door to freedom. The key to the cage has been given to you. You can either open the cage or throw away the key. It's your choice. Will you become your authentic self or continue living as you've always been? You could try to learn all this on your own, but it would require hours and hours of reading, researching, and you wouldn't have the guidance of a trusted expert. Plus, you wouldn't really know if you are making any progress. After all, it's hard to honestly evaluate yourself. Or you could be taken by the hand and guided on this life-changing journey. Here's the breakdown of the 6 modules. Module 1, Knowing and Understanding Yourself. You'll learn how to gain a true understanding of who you are. You'll unveil your personal identity, discover your deeply cherished values, and learn how to tap into your deepest passion, finding out who you want to be, and then charting the way forward. Module 2, Giving your self-concept a makeover. Once you understand yourself, you'll give your self-concept a full makeover. You'll discover the power of reevaluating your past, building and maintaining unshakable self-esteem, proactively increasing your self-worth, and determining who you really want to be. Module 3, Learning to accept yourself for who you are. It's a beautiful thing to accept yourself without judgment. In this powerful section, you'll learn what it means to find true self-acceptance. You'll come to terms with who you really are and let go of your past mistakes and learn to forgive yourself. Will help you eliminate your negative self-image so you can create a beautiful new soundtrack for your life. Module 4, Learning to Love Yourself. Through a series of revealing self-questions, you'll tap into the power of writing and meditation. Module 5 is about determining your life purpose. To help you find out what you should focus on for your life purpose, you'll learn how to make your purpose an integral part of your life, and you'll discover the amazing benefits of finding your life purpose. Module 6, Living Authentically. In this final session, you'll learn how to leverage everything you learn so you could finally live authentically. You'll dare to be yourself, reveal your true personality, and find the courage to express your feelings. You'll present yourself honestly, unlock the power of your inner voice, and develop the courage to create originality. To top it all off, you'll create a compelling vision of your future. A live in-person workshop costs $500 to $1,000 for a 3-day workshop, and complete digital courses like this cost over $299. But today, because you are here right now, you are going to get access to this entire life-changing program for just $99. And you'll get the entire system, all 6 modules and 49 lessons at $299 value. Plus additional resources, reflections, and affirmations, a $99 value, plus modules to help you go over each module, a $49 value. You'll also get priority email support at $199 value. Finally, you are going to gain a meaningful understanding of who you truly are. Priceless. It's time to create the authentic life you are always meant to have. You'll become a more authentic friend, child, parent, co-worker, and finally, stop beating yourself up over past mistakes. It's time to embrace the life you deserve, to become the authentic you. The choice is yours. Remember, you are getting the complete 6-module course, the additional resources and affirmations, so you can easily implement authenticity in your life. But will this actually work? Yes, it absolutely will. This 30-day action takers guarantee ensures that all the risk is on me. If these courses don't empower you to unlock your authentic self, I'll refund your money, as simple as that. It's all reward, no risk. Your authentic life is waiting for you. You can finally be free to be who you are destined to be. Click the button below to get started. If you have any questions, please ask. I'm happy to help. I want you to live your authentic life. Just click the button below and get started.
Welcome everybody to this session of the Rich Women Society and Magazine Summit 2 on self-leadership. For those of us who've gotten to know each other over the last several summits, we have just brought together an amazing roster of people and talent and ideas and concepts. And this session will be no different than that. And Dr. Marina, I want to thank you and Dari for your help behind the scenes to bring this all together. Today will be no exception. I am so honored and so glad to bring to you 5 of my favorite, most relevant people for this particular topic. I'm going to introduce each of them individually, but just off the top of my head, in no particular order, we're going to be hearing from Tova Gazin. We're going to be hearing from Barry Shore. We're going to be hearing from Balin Mahino. We're going to be hearing from Vered Lerner, and we're going to be hearing from Cynthia Simmons. Some of them we've had the honor of hearing from before. But today's topic is going to be specifically around self-leadership. And just as an introduction for that, before our first speaker, I'd like to take the liberty of maybe a minute or two just to share a really quick piece with you about an experience that I had decades ago that relates directly to today's topic. Our topic of self-leadership is, what do you do when you're not expecting what has happened to you? And the example that I'd like to share with you, and you know me best as the creator of the Get Unstuck Now Breakthrough Coaching System. Part of that is based on understanding what it's like to work in hell. And I'm about to share with you a quick story about working in hell. This is the gas mask that was assigned to me at Ground Zero a week after 9/11. And I'd like to share with you just for a moment about self-leadership. It's what you do when you're not expecting what's happened. I wasn't supposed to be in New York City after 9/11. It was a last-minute thing, filling in for a colleague who was not able to do a keynote for Bankers Trust in New York City. And last minute, I was asked to fly into New York to do the keynote for 3,000 members of Bankers Trust. It was about 10 days after 9/11. My wife and absolutely everybody else who you could believe thought I was absolutely berserk and crazy. But the topic is self-leadership. And somehow inside of me, there was a calling that said, you know what, Paul? There's a reason why you were asked to fill in for this keynote at the last minute. Maybe there's a reason you need to go to New York City. So I agreed with my wife that I was going to go and I was going to get back as quick as I could. For those of you who know, and I'll be publishing this again, I do every single year on 9/11, I had the opportunity to volunteer at Ground Zero. And I wrote a blog about it, and specifically about a story called Happy Birthday in Hell, about one particular story, about one particular person, about one particular incident that happened at the relief center at the Javits Center, where I had spoken to many thousands of people many, many times. But this time I was on the outside as a relief worker empowering and helping those that were suffering so. You want to know what hell looks like? Take a look at the blog. It'll be published again in a couple of weeks on September the 11th. It's called Happy Birthday in Hell, or Google me and that, and you'll find it as well. But I want you to know just one thing, and that's this. I know what hell smells like. I know what hell tastes like. I know what hell looks like, and I know what hell feels like. 9/11 wasn't the culmination, and it wasn't the trigger. It was just more of things that I, and I'm sure you too, have experienced in your lives, but may not have attributed to that. One of my favorite keynotes is called How to Connect the Dots, and how that's very different than collecting dots. And in our lives, we collect a lot of different dots and don't know what to do with them all. Well, the speakers that we have today, I am so honored that they've accepted the opportunity to be with us here today to talk about self-leadership, to talk about the awesome things that they do. They've all had hardships as well. They've all come through the other side, and they all are helping to make our world a better place. Because you know that's what I'm all about. First, make the world better for yourself. Like they say on the flight, flight crew announcement for safety, put the mask on yourself first before you put it on anybody else. Why? Because only if you're able to can you then help those around you that matter. Your friends, your family, your colleagues, your organizations, your communities. That's what it's about, to help to make our world a better place. So let's introduce some of our speakers here today, and a very special thank you to each of them up front, and I will individually for each one as well, for this particular session of the Rich Women's Society and Magazine Summit 2 Self-Development Leadership. It's my honor now to introduce to you a very close colleague, a friend, a business associate, and Vered learner is about to share with us some of her awesomeness. I only want to share with you two things in particular up front, and I am sure she's going to bring both to the fore for you to understand about self-leadership and a really unique angle. Vered is the founder and the creator of BizStance Consulting and Explore, X-P-L-O-R. By all means, go and Google those when you can. They're both amazing platforms, allowing Vered to do the amazing thing that she has done for so many years. And in particular, one of the things I'm trusting she will be sharing with us is her very unique and very, very relevant view of the difference between IQ and EQ, and what is it specifically that it takes for somebody to harness from within that self-leadership that allows us, as I had said earlier in my introduction, to make our world a better place. Over to you, Vered, and thank you again so much for being with us today.
Hello, everyone. I'm so happy to be here to speak about self-leadership. And I think that it is so important for us to be able to understand what motivates us, what inspires us to be leading ourselves in the way that we want to lead others, in the way that we want to influence others, in the way that we want others to be able to lead themselves. So I believe that self-leadership starts with self-awareness. And this is where the beauty of emotional intelligence comes in, because that is my passion. That is what I teach. That is what I infuse everything with. So having knowledge about EQ versus IQ is really important, because most successful people are not successful because they are so smart or so intelligent or so educated. It is because they can manage themselves. They can regulate their emotions. They know, they understand themselves, they understand others, and they know how to relate the two. So when it comes to situations, when it comes to business dealings, when it comes to all kinds of different things that we face in the world, when we're able to regulate ourselves, to be able to respond accordingly, to be able to empathize with others, to be able to judge a room and know the vibrations, the energy that are there, to be able to speak effectively, to be able to listen effectively, to be able to answer effectively is really important. And that is all about self-leadership, because we need to figure out how to continuously learn about ourselves, about our environment, about the people that we're interacting with. we have to be able to grow, because as our situations change, we cannot remain static. We have to also evolve. We have to pivot. We have to find ways to relate to our situations in more effective ways, right? And then we have to be accountable to ourselves. We have to be able to drive ourselves. So it's about the things that we're doing for ourselves and to ourselves. It's about laying down foundations. It's about gaining strength from our confidence. And confidence comes from experience. It comes from the things that we have adopted and adapted to. It comes from knowing that what we're talking about is the real deal, because we come from a place of authenticity. It's not just about, you know, replaying what we've seen or spewing back what we've heard. It's really about understanding what it is that we're talking about, what it is that we're saying, and being able to show that to the other person on the other side, whether it's in person, whether it's through a Zoom call or through other means. So when it comes to self-awareness, it's figuring out what triggers us, what our emotions are, why we're responding in certain ways, being able to regulate ourselves and not listen for the sake of replying all the time, but listen really for the sake of understanding what is being said to us. We have to find our purpose in life, why it is that we're doing what we're doing. What do we want to accomplish? Why were we put on this earth? Because it's certainly not to have that 9-to-5 job and come home at the end of the day exhausted. And it's also not about creating a business that we're not satisfied in, where we're tied to that business and we're working for our business and not the other way around, because your business has to work for you. At the end of the day, there has to be some sort of satisfaction, some sort of impact that we're making on the world to try to make it a better place, because as entrepreneurs, that is really what we want to do, is we want to make the world a better place by identifying ways to improve it. So when we see something, it's always about, what can I do to make it better? What can I do to help others move forward? And also about creating leaders. So when we are leading ourselves, we're also teaching people how to lead themselves, and that's only by example. That's not something that can be taught. It's something that has to be earned. And we have to put ourselves in the position in order to be able to, you know, create healthy habits and to take care of ourselves and to really play the part, because it's not fake it till you make it, it's fake it till you are it. So who do we want to be? What do we want to represent? What are our core values? Who are we surrounding ourselves with? These are the questions that we have to ask ourselves, because we always want to be around people that can empower us, that understand us, because we're not going to be able to get the recognition from people who don't get it. We have to be with people who are like-minded, who can influence us for the better, who have common goals. And it could be someone that's a little bit ahead of you, someone that's a lot ahead of you, but it can't be someone who is not moving in the right direction or who isn't in a position to understand and to get what you're doing. So the way that we relate to others also has to be with relation to where we are. And, you know, sometimes we can't pick who we're with, because we're born into a certain family, we're put into a certain school, we follow the same kind of road. But once we get to a decision-making space, once we get to that point where we can choose who we want in our lives, we can choose which direction we want to go and grow in, where we can choose where we want to be at the end of the road, then we have to find a way to get ourselves there. And again, that goes back to your self-awareness. That goes back to realizing your triggers. That goes back to, what can I do to improve myself? How can I find ways to always keep pushing forward and not reach that place of being complacent, not being at a plateau where we're getting stuck. We need to, you know, as Paul Litwack would say, we have to get unstuck. So find a way to motivate yourself and inspire yourself, because those can be short-lived if they're not together. The best way to move forward is to find a way to unify those two and to keep lighting that spark and keep that pilot light on until we can ignite it. But when you're self-leading, you have to lead from the heart and you have to lead with purpose. So I'm so grateful to be able to share some information on this topic, and I'm always available to continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vered. And what an awesome way to bring it all together. And yes, IQ and EQ and the importance of being able to harness our self-leadership to make our world a better place. Vered, thank you so much for being with us today. Our next speaker is Barry Shore. There are so many things that I could tell you about Barry, but there's really only two that are relevant for what we're talking about today, and they are so relevant that I guarantee you that after you've heard Barry, they're going to resonate with you for the rest of your life. Barry is best known as being the ambassador of joy. And the second thing you need to know about Barry is he is the master of acronyms. He will take any number of different words, break up the letters, and come up with amazing concepts and ideas based on the letters of those particular words. Barry, I'm sure, will tell you a bit about his story. But one of the things that he may not tell you about is how he woke up one day and just wasn't himself anymore and wasn't able to move, and what he was able to do since then to bring it all together, to empower other people to harness their self-leadership, and again, to make our world a better place. Barry, so awesome that you're here. Thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Good day, beautiful, bountiful, beloved immortal beings, and good-looking people. Now, how can I make the categorical statement that all the thousands, the tens of thousands, maybe even the hundreds of thousands of people that have tuned in and are watching this are all good looking? Because by definition, if you're involved with rich women, it means you're always looking for and finding the good in life. That's a good looking person, always looking for and finding the good. And when you live that way, you create more bounty in the world, more bounty for you, for your family, for your friends, and all living beings. My name is Barry Shore, and I am the ambassador of joy. Notice I didn't say the ambassador of joy, the ambassador of joy. And in my little segment here, we're going to discuss the three fundamentals of life. And when you work with these three fundamentals, you will become happier, healthier, and wealthier. I guarantee it. So the three fundamentals of life are, number one, life, your life has purpose. And when you lead a purpose-driven life, you make a difference. That's what Go Mad stands for. You lead a purpose-driven life, you go mad, you make a difference. And the third fundamental is to uncover the power and the secrets of everyday words and terms. Simplest example, right now, this amazing program about rich women and about you becoming successful and becoming the best you possible is being carried over the internet worldwide. If you ask anybody, what does WWW stand for? Invariably, they'll say it has to do with the internet. And factually speaking, they're correct. But in our world, the world of the positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, WWW stands for what a wonderful world. And what a is a word, right? WHATA. What a wonderful world. And that song, What a Wonderful World, thank you to Louis Armstrong Satchmo for enabling that song to go viral and not just touch tens of millions or hundreds of millions, but billions of people around the planet. Whenever you hear the opening bars of What a Wonderful World, what do you do right away? You can't help it, you smile. Now, smile is one of the most important words you could ever internalize, utilize, and leverage in your life, because smile stands for seeing miracles in life every day. Seeing miracles in life every day. I got to tell you, when I do presentations and not just webinars, but recently been doing some in-person things, no mask, the masquerade is over. I had 1,173 people. I'm talking about seeing miracles in life every day, the story of Barry Shore, and people raising their hands say, hey, Barry Shore, I've been up for hours where I haven't seen any miracles. And I asked them, are you here? Can you hear? Can you stand still? I can't do that. Can you walk? I can barely do that. You have water, drink, food to eat, place to sleep, family, friends. Every single one of those is a miracle. And what's the simplest proof? Simple proof. 1 million+ people didn't get out of bed this morning. You know why? They died. By definition, if you're watching or listening, you didn't. You're alive. You have an obligation to live life to the full, to be exuberant. Quick story. Imagine the following. Standing up in the morning, hale and hearty, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, and that evening being in the hospital, totally, completely paralyzed. That's me. Not from an automobile accident, not a spinal injury, a rare disease, which I never heard of the day before, took over my body and rendered me what's called a quadriplegic. Nothing on my body moved, my neck down. All I could do was blink my eyes. 144 days in the hospital, 2 years in a hospital bed in my own home. I couldn't turn over by myself. 4 years in a wheelchair. I had braces on both my legs, my hips to my ankles, and that was progress. Thank God today I'm able to be vertical and ambulatory with the help of a 7-foot walking wand. I still can't walk up a stair by myself. I can't walk up a curb by myself. I have help 12 hours a day, 7 days a week. But you hear my voice. Positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant, all because of this one word, smile. Seeing miracles in life every day. Like I tell you very quickly, a few weeks ago, my 8-year-old niece comes over to me and says, Uncle Barry, can we spell smile S-M-I-E-L? I thought about it. Smiles, it sounds the same. Why not? I asked her, how come? She says, because then it would stand for seeing miracles in everyday life. Out of the mouth of an 8-year-old. But what was she doing? She was creating the kind of world she wants to live in, which is what we want to do together in Rich Woman. Create stands for causing rethinking, enabling all to excel. Rethinking is the key. It's what we call a shift in perspective, a small shift in perspective. Now, I got to tell you, I work with thousands and thousands of people over many years. And for some reason, a lot of people, most people, have trouble pronouncing the F in shift. And the other stuff happens. You're going to be effing careful about your Fs. You shift your perspective ever so slightly, and guess what happens? You create the kind of world you want to live in. And I'm going to share with you now the 6 most important words you could ever internalize, utilize, and leverage in your life. You do this and you can shift your perspective and you can live in joy daily, no matter the situation. And these 6 words are: choice, not chance, determines your destiny. Choice, not chance, determines your destiny. How you choose to respond in any given situation. I was paralyzed overnight. Now, did I say, wow, what a great thing, yippee? No, I couldn't even speak. But over the course of time, I recognized, saw miracles in my life every day, everyday life. And I choose to be successful, happy, joy-filled. Let me tell you what joy stands for. Joy stands for journey of you. Isn't that great? Because remember, this webinar about Rich Woman is not about all the different personalities and how amazing they are and upbeat and yeah, all that stuff. It's great. It's true. But this is really about you. Y-O-U. You becoming the best you possible. The world needs you, because when you're the best you build bridges of harmony, create more joy, happiness, peace, and love in the world. In the very few minutes we have left, I just want to share with you 3 simple insights. When you do these things, I'm not going to do all 3. I'm going to do just one, because we only have a couple more minutes. But I'll just tell you what the other 2 are. The first one is to learn how to breathe deeply, what I call tummy breathing. The second is to practice gratitude, which is to say thank you 3 times a day, consciously, conscientiously. But the one I want to spend and invest a minute in for you is, ready? Learn to love dog poop. Did Barry Shore say dog poop? Yes, dog poop. Because dog poop is an amazing acronym that stands for doing of good, power of one person. When you can align your thoughts in good, and your speech in good, and your deeds in good, doing of good every single time you can, the power of you. When you recognize the power that you have, you would never have a negative thought, a negative word, a negative action. Positive, purposeful, powerful, and pleasant. That's you. The power of one person reaching out to another, reaching out to another, reaching out to another. And we have a tsunami of goodness around the world. And we have a shift in perspective. Use the 3 fundamentals of life. Your life has purpose, number 1. Number 2, go mad, make a difference, and unlock the power and the secrets of everyday words and terms. I'm going to leave everybody with a hug and a blessing. HUG stands for heartfelt, unlimited giving. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. And our blessing is go forth, live exuberantly, spread the seeds of joy, happiness, peace, and love. Go mad, go make a difference.
Barry, wow, oh, wow, oh, wow. One of the things that I so appreciate about you, besides just embodying the ambassador of joy, it's not just a nickname, you really are the ambassador of joy, is that so many different words take on so many different meanings when you pull the letters apart. And I so appreciated what you were saying about smile and smile just spelled differently. And just that minor change made such a profound difference, both of them. Barry, thank you so much for being with us here today. Our next speaker is Dr. Cynthia Simmons. I've only recently come to know Dr. Cynthia over the last year or so, but I will tell you that absolutely every interaction and everything we have done together has had profound impacts on my ability to do what I do to help to make my world a better place, because she does such an awesome job of doing it as well. Dr. Cynthia, I think I could honestly tell you, has no reason to be alive today. She has been through so much in her life, and the adversity that she has faced and has overcome and has come to a place where she has given back so much to the world. She is about to publish a new book, and I'm just so proud of her for it as well. It's called Purposely Unemployable. I Won't Fire Me. And she talks a lot about DNA and the kinds of things that people do from a self-leadership perspective to harness their best self to be able to do more. Here's the intro she gave me for her book. Have you discovered your life purpose? Well, Dr. Cynthia Simmons discovered hers in the midst of tragedy, and now she can help you discover yours and your life calling. Dr. Cynthia, I'm so happy you've joined us here today. I am so honored and enamored to be with you any place, anywhere, anytime, including right here. I'm going to pass it over to you. I know you're going to nail it. Hit a home run. Just be you. And thank you for being here with us.
I want to thank you for being here today. And I would like to share a story with you. Have you ever wondered, what is my life purpose? What am I here for? What am I supposed to be doing? I feel something inside, but I'm not sure what it is. I know there's something else out there. And we all get up in the morning, right? And we go hit that time clock and punch in, and we take our break at noon, and we go back home at 4. And every day when we leave that job, we say, there's something else. There's got to be something else. I feel it. I know it's in there. There's got to be a purpose in my life. And my friend, let me tell you, there is. It is in there. And that thing that you feel is not just a thing. It was planted there when you came to this earth. It was a God-given talent. I have a personal quote. God-given talents are your purposes unveiled. Once you unveil that talent that was given to you, your purpose steps through. And so I said, I wanted to share a story with you. So this will be a quick story. But I want you to imagine looking out a window in the middle of autumn. And I want you to imagine that you see this big oak tree that's full of leaves that are starting to change color. And as you're watching, a leaf breaks off of the branch. It's a yellowish red, and you watch it while it twirls all the way to the ground. Now let's think about this leaf for just 1 second. That leaf started from the roots, like we do. A branch grew off of that tree, sometimes what we call a family, right? And that leaf blossomed in the spring of its life. In the summer of its life, it provided shade, shelter, protection to us, to the animals, to the ground, just like we do in the summer of our lives. We provide our purpose. In the fall and winter of its life, when its purpose had been served, it went back into the ground from where it all started, just like we do. So, my friend, I want to share with you that everything that has life has purpose. From a blade of grass to an oak leaf on a tree. And your life has purpose. If you think I've come here and I don't know what my purpose is, I feel something inside. I don't know. I can't figure it out. It is in there. And if you start to reflect over your life, I remember when I was 13, I always thought I would grow up and become I remember I always hoped I was going to be and you think about those things that you dreamed of as a young child that you would become one day. You see, everybody can't be a doctor and a lawyer and an astronaut. So God gave us all individual things. And once you hone in on that thing, there is a satisfaction and a gratification that life will give to you that you cannot get anywhere else. And once you are on that journey of taking that step into your life purpose, you become a leader and you start to lead others because they see that now you have this aura about you because you're in life purpose. You're not lost anymore trying to figure it out, thinking, what is it that I'm supposed to be doing? And so you're probably looking at me going, Cynthia, how do you know these things? What makes you the specialist about purpose? Okay, I'll give you that. I've battled 4 cancers. I was given 6 months to live in 2009. I was fired from 2 jobs because of cancer. I was no longer an asset. I had become a liability. But you know what happened in the process of that? The day the doctor said to me, Cynthia, it's not good. At best 6 months. My exact words to him were, dude, you do me a favor. You be the doctor and let God be the timekeeper. I said, I could walk out of this office and get hit by a car. You said I had 6 months and I died in 6 minutes. But here's the most amazing thing. I came home that day on October 10th of 2009. And I sat in what is now my office. I was watching squirrels play outside. And as they played, an oak leaf broke off of the oak tree. And I heard a whisper in my ear, Cynthia, everything that has life has purpose. You have a purpose. You are my messenger. Go share the message with the people. And so my message to you today, whatever is happening in your life, you can't give up. There is something for you that you are supposed to be leading. You see, it's great to be an architect. You can design the building, but you can't build it. We need a construction worker for that. And my friend, I want to share with you this one thing. There is no smooth mountain that you can plant a flag in. It's going to be rocky, and you're going to have to strain to get to the top of it. But it's called leadership. Lead to the top of that mountain. Find your purpose and live your life in satisfaction and gratification. My name is Cynthia Simmons, the Never Give Up Guru. Thank you for listening.
Dr. Cynthia, thank you so much for being with us here today. And it's always a pleasure to be with you and to hear not only your story, but the amazing things that you are capable of doing and are doing. And I'm sure I speak for everybody here, wishing you immediate and continued success for the launch of your new book and all of the things that you do to make our world a better place. Thank you for being with us here today. Our next speaker is Tova Gazen. This is Tova's first time being with us here in Rich Women. And I just want you to know you're going to be hearing a lot more about her, from her, and the kinds of things that we can do to harness our best self. Tova and I go back decades, and consequentially, community involvement, involving business environments. And I just want you to know two really important things about Tova and what she's going to share with us here today. Number one, she is such a spark and such an inspiring person, not only just for the life that she has gone through and gotten through. If I remember right, a 6-time cancer survivor, just that's one of a gazillion things that she's been through. And I just love her as a dear friend, as a colleague, as somebody who makes our world a better place. I could just say so many things, Tova. I'm just going to pass it over to you. You just be the best you that you can be, because I know you're going to do awesomely. Over to you, Tova. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tova Gazen, and today we're talking about self-leadership and the rich woman. When we're little, we always think, what are we going to be when we grow up? Those that are self-leadership or self-leaders know that they have a vision in mind, and then their vision, by putting it down on paper, writing it, and telling the world, they can actually fulfill their prophecy of being whatever that leader, whatever that great person is going to be. As adults, we sometimes feel that our dreams are not important anymore. And I'm telling you that's wrong. That doesn't matter what age, whether you're a baby, a teenager, an adult, a super senior citizen, but that you can be the person that you want to be. And Barry Shore said that we have to have a purpose, and I totally agree with that. All of us are put on this earth to have a special purpose. Some of our purposes can change throughout our life, depending on our differences, depending on what happens in our life. I'm a 6-time cancer survivor. Now, when I had my 6th time of having cancer, I was told that, why are you so happy? Why are you so positive? And I said to this one person, I said, well, how should I act? Like I'm 6 feet under? And she said, yes. And that was the last time I was friends with her, because in our life, we have to be with ourselves, be positive. And if we put ourselves with people that are negative, we feel negative. It's like that bundle of apples. If there's that one bad apple in the group, then we all become those rotten apples, but we don't want to be. So leadership to me means it's the ability to make the world a better place, starting with yourself. It's the ability to listen to others, to be kind, to be positive, to be effective, and be the leader that we want to be so that we can help lead others, but also sometimes following others. The ability of leadership is that if you look back at all your life and all your teachers, your mentors, the people that really meant the most to you, your parents, maybe clergy, there's people that are going to stand out for you. Those people are the ones that made you the person that you are today. So by having kindness, and I call myself the maven of mitzvahs. I loved, and mitzvah means good deeds. So I believe in that if you make a point to make a good deed every single day of your life, not only will those good deeds or mitzvahs grow, but you'll find that you'll get that back 10 times. So I feel that by helping others, and you may start with saying, okay, I love my person in the mirror. So you look at yourself in the mirror, you wake up and say, yes, it's going to be a great day today. Yes, I'm a wonderful person. Yes, I'm beautiful inside and out. And I can do whatever I want. I can be growing. I can be learning. And by the way, I'm very short. I'm only not yet 5 foot. One day when I grow up, I'll be over 5 feet. But I'm a little person, but with a big heart. And when you have a heart and you do everything with kindness and gratitude and with a positivity, the glass is not half empty, it's half full, and maybe even overfilling with love and kindness. When you drink your drink of the day, and it could be a coffee, it could be a tea, it could be an orange juice, it could be a soda, it could be just plain water that really makes you say, yes, it's a great day. It could be pouring rain, snowing, depending what part of the world you're in, but you have to have the outlook of kindness and gratitude and say, yes, it's a beautiful day. Yes, it's pouring rain, but it's beautiful in my mind, in my world. I'm going to share the kindness and love, and I'm going to make this a beautiful day. Have any of you ever said, I'm going to just call someone and say, I'm thinking of you? Well, I did that actually with Paul. I said to him a couple weeks ago, I said, hey, Paul, I'm thinking of you. How are you doing? Turns out he really needed that loving kindness call. And if you're a friend, a mentor, a parent, you know what? You are leading by example, not by what you're saying, but what you're doing each and every day. So you have to have a belief system so high that you believe in yourself, but you can believe in others. It's having that, knowing that every day there's a reason for you being on this earth and having goals. Now, people say, oh, goal setting, ugh, I don't like that. But knowing that if you have a 30, 60, 90-day plan in business or in life, and that if you slip a little bit, that's okay too. But if you have something in front of you that you can say, I'm accountable to myself, and then I can be accountable to others. Knowing that you can do the best that you can be and do the best that you can do each and every day. And maybe if you slip, we don't call it failing because you can always fail forward, but failing is when you don't, your bar is too high and maybe you don't quite reach that high bar. So then the next day you have to have that bar a little bit lower, but then you raise it up higher so that you can attain the goals and all the dreams and the loves of your life, and that your passion will be so big that you can know that you're making a difference each and every day. Some of us like coffee, and when you go to a coffee shop, there's always that one person that says, oh, I really can't afford that. So again, the pay it forward type of attitude or gift it forward, where you gift a coffee to somebody maybe doesn't have the right change, doesn't have the right money, doesn't have the right credit card, and knowing that you can make a difference and just saying hello to everyone that you meet. I remember once a story about this caretaker in the schools, and nobody liked him. And he actually had a PhD back home, and he decided to start over, bring his family, and he became a caretaker. Nobody knew his name. Every single day I said hello to him with his name, and he would smile. And actually his story was a very great story. And he helped lots of people around the world with their financial dreams and aspirations. And he was what they just call just a caretaker. But he had such a big heart and such a great demeanor that he actually helped people. Even though he pushed a broom and a dustpan and cleaned up the garbage from others, he was actually making a difference. And that's what he wanted to do, because he could be a nuclear physicist back home, but here in North America, he actually wanted to make a difference, and that's where he wanted to be to keep his family safe. So when you want to give, if you're having a bad day, just smile. Smile at someone and say, hi, how are you? Having a great day? And just listen. And just pause, because listening is really important to leadership also. If you're not a good listener, you can never be a great leader, because it's always about you. And it's never about you. It's about you, starting with you. But in the picture behind me, you can see it's all these different children and people, and they're all different colors and different walks of life. It's actually in the shape of a heart. But there's a reason for this. We all are the same. We may look the same. We all have the same colored blood, but we all can make a difference. And all it takes is all of us grabbing hands and joining with each other and making the world a peaceful place and a happy place. And if you're going to make a difference, it starts with you. And know that you have the ability to make a huge difference. All it takes is saying hello, smiling, thinking about others, and being the best person you can be. Hi, my name is Tova Gazen. I'm a 6-time cancer survivor, and I have a passion for helping others. Thank you.
Tova, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So many awesome things that you've shared with us just now. While this was your first time here, I get the feeling that, well, as Dr. Marina will say, welcome home. I believe you fit in so well with what it is that we're doing here in Rich Women Society and the Rich Women Summit, that we're going to be hearing lots more from you in the future as well. Again, thank you so much for being with us here today. I'd like to introduce you now to Bailan Mahino. Bailan and I met each other a year or two back through some interesting channels in Clubhouse and realized we had other things in common as well in terms of our foray and wanting to make our world a better place. And each of us have shared ideas about our systems that we have and how we work with our clients. And anytime I get the opportunity to be with Bailan, I will drop what I'm doing to be able to do that. And I'm so awesomely proud that she's accepted to be with us here. Many of you have heard her talk here at the summit before, and today's topic is going to be around self-leadership. One of the things that I'll share with you, and I'm hoping that she does decide to do this, she is the founder and creator of Global Dream Makers, and she created something which is called the Dreammaker Matrix. And it's an open-eye dream sequence that allows us to go through some really interesting transformative types of things. And I'm trusting she'll share some of that sequence with us in her talk here today, specifically as it relates to self-leadership. Over to you, Bailan. Again, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marina and Dari and Paul. So beautiful. Such bright lights in the world. Each one of you, every single one of you. I thank you for providing the space for these powerful messages to come into the world. And I'm honored to be here with you all. I had a message prepared for you, and this morning Spirit said, no, there's a different message today. The leaders of today need to hear something different from you. So my message today is for all the leaders in the world. And every single person on this planet is a leader in their world. You are a unique piece needed to complete the world's puzzle. You are the one in more than 200 million possibilities who was born to your parents. No one else ever has or ever will have the singular combination of situations, experiences, beliefs, and decisions as you have. You are unique. We are in an era of transformation. For the last bit of time, you've been looking at your life and stepping more fully into seeing and owning the life you have created until now. And many of you are taking responsibility for your part in the creation of this world. Some of you have had great challenges, and we shower you with love as you find your way to continue. We honor your walk as you uncover more and more layers of your truth and love. And this is not the time to leave. Your light and love are needed on the planet. Have faith. Have faith that humankind is rising to shift the planet's trajectory, and you are part of that shift. We encourage you, especially in these times of change, to stay the course. You have responsibility for how this all turns out. You're being watched from the entire cosmos. Handle that responsibility with love and care, for they are following you. And so today we are sharing 6 tips to being a global dream maker. The first one, connect daily. Connect with us, connect to Spirit, and especially connect with yourself. Go inside, see what's there. Ask, what do I want? How do I feel? What do I believe? Go inside and connect to spirit and get inspired. Feel that connection and take in spirit. Become inspired and honor your knowing. Whatever comes to you, there is a reason. Number 2, have a vision. Have a vision for yourself, for your loved ones, for your work, for your community, for the world. It is your own unique vision that will have ripples so that those who come to the planet after you will experience the legacy of your life. What is your legacy for this lifetime? In order to create it, focus in the now, focus locally, start locally, focus in this moment, in this present, in the current time, and be present in the now. Be present in the now. The past no longer exists. The future is what you choose to make it. So be present in the now. Number 3. Number 3, commit to your future. Figure out the mental blocks and beliefs that serve you and figure out those that don't serve you anymore. Release the past and past thinking that no longer serves. And remember that life doesn't happen to you, it happens for you. Harvest those lessons. Harvest the lessons that the challenges bring you, and you will elevate. You will lighten your load. And in the meantime, find people who uplift you and support you in creating your vision. Seek them. Be open to them. Number 4, act in alignment. Actions engage your entire body, your entire being. So be the channel of energy focused on enlivening your dreams. Ask for what you want, your vision and all that comprises it. Trust that we hear you. We hear you. Know that we will send answers in response to the level of clarity you have when you ask. And once you have asked, listen and look for the answers. They are all around you in many different forms. And when you see an answer, receive it. Open those doors that you see. Say yes to those invitations. Walk through those new opportunities. Say yes. Say yes. Number 5, give value. You bring your unique gifts to the world, your talents, your skills, your beliefs, your experiences. Find where and how you can shine with everything that you are. You and only you. You are unique. We cannot emphasize that enough. You are a unique piece of the global puzzle. One possibility in 200 million or more. You're the one who was born. There is a reason. And it is up to you to find that reason. So share your wealth of being. Receive the abundant wealth and prosperity in all things that is all around you and that you cannot see because we are preparing the way for you as you have requested. So know with clarity what you are requesting. Number 6, be love. Build and nurture relationships and begin with yourself. Release those relationships that do not reflect where you're going. And if you choose to keep them, know that you will learn more, you will deepen more, you will find more of the love you already have within. Respect and celebrate the diversity that coalesces into the being that is you, into the world that is around you. And as you respect and celebrate you in all your forms, through love of spirit, of self, of others, you will find peace. We support you in being the conscious creator, utilizing all your manifesting tools to expand the light on the planet that shines from each person's heart. I am Bailan Mahina, the founder of Global Dream Makers. I truly believe that when we are creating our dreams, we can only help others do the same. We encourage each other in creating that which we love. And as we are doing so, we will thrive, our families will thrive, our communities will thrive, and there will be no place for war or violence. There will be no need. We will have thriving communities, thriving countries, a thriving planet, and we will have peace. You can find out more at Global Dream Makers. Let us make this a better world and shine our light brightly. Thank you.
Bailan, thank you so much. And thank you for taking us through that dream sequence. The Dreammaker Matrix is such an important thing for so many people to experience. And you've given us a solid taste of it and how it can impact us and the things that all of us do on a moment-by-moment basis. Thank you so much for being with us today. Well, thank you to you, our listeners and our viewers, for being with us here for this session, specifically around self-leadership. And I'm so proud of each of our speakers having shared from their hearts. One of the things that you'll notice that I always bring to the table, and it's just the nature of who I am and why I feel so at home here in the Rich Women's Society and Magazine and our summit, is because we're all about being wholesome. We're all about being holistic. We're all about being in the moment. And I believe that what you've heard and what you've experienced from each of the speakers in my session just now were exactly that, and were things that will resonate with you, not just now, but also things that you'll want to share with others as well. Now, the summit is 24 hours long. There's lots more of great stuff going on here. So hang on. Feel free to stay for a little or as long as you like. I know I do my best for the entire 24 hours. I don't like missing a thing because there's that much good stuff here. So from me to Dr. Marina and to Dari, thank you so much for your help getting this thing put together and behind the scenes to make it all happen. What an honor to be here. And I'm looking so forward to learning from the others here in the summit as well. Thank you.
My name is Bailan Mahino, founder of Global Dream Makers and creator of the Dreammaker Matrix. I'm a community leader, mother of one amazing daughter who witnessed my growth through 2 challenging marriages and saw my bumpy emergence as an entrepreneur. Today, I'd like to share thoughts about this amazing moment in time. We have spent the last 2 years in the chrysalis, awakening the leader within, considering, who am I? Who will I be? What will I do? And what do I want to have in life? And now in this time, we are emerging as beautiful beings who know we are created to fly. As a mentor to leaders, I recognize that everyone is a leader in their life. Don't you agree? Aren't you a leader? So as the leader of your life, what are you here to be? Life gives us many opportunities to discover how we want to shape the life we live. There have been a few big turning points in my life. After my first marriage fell apart, I had to figure out how not to be the people pleaser, how not to seek perfection in everything. Instead, my task was to discover, who is the imperfect Bailan? How can I love her and respect her and be proud of her? And then during my second marriage, I discovered my voice and learned to speak and to thrive as an entrepreneur. And in the process, explored who is the healer within and how will I bring her to the world? Why show up in the world? Have you had a similar journey of self-discovery? I had to step into being the teacher, mentor, and spiritual guide while learning the skills of being an entrepreneur. Yet it was during the next leg of my journey that I had to dig deep. Have you found as we step into our work, we explore What is my value? What do I and only I offer to the world in the particular way that I offer it? Through this, I really got, we each have a choice. You have a choice. This is a world of free will. We get to choose how to live, how to align our thoughts, words, and deeds as we create our lives. Life doesn't happen to us. It happens for us. And because of that, life is an adventure. And each day brings us a wealth of treasure. So what inspires you? What vision has taken up residence in your heart? How will you harness your thoughts, your words, and your deeds to make that vision a reality? Thoughts support creating your vision. What is your vision? Your complete vision. And how are your thoughts and beliefs helping you to shape the possibilities for your life? When you're inspired, are some of your first thoughts, there is no way that can happen. Who do you think you are? Or even, it's never been done that way. It takes discipline to keep the gremlins in line, doesn't it? And as leaders, we wield much power with our words. First, we must find the courage to speak. And once found, we can speak things into existence. How will you use your voice to speak your words to help you build your vision? I learned the power of words, that they are most effective when their delivery is felt from your heart and your being. You can invite people to share in what you offer, or you can push them away. I knew an entrepreneur once who became so frustrated with running his business that he declared, "I hate customers." How long after that do you think his business lasted? Not long. So I ask you, do your words break down or do they build? From words, we move into action, deeds. As you get to know you, what kind of leader are you? How does the way you lead reflect your inner life? I like to think of myself as the benevolent queen, and I strive to make decisions and to act in support of her. As creators of our lives, then we shift the energy from thought to the physical realm. We realize that to be a clear, strong, balanced leader, our wellness matters. How we treat our body determines how well we can enjoy the life we create and how fully we show up in it. As we move from our inner life, now embodied, we engage others to explore building wealth and contributing to our communities together. Your financial mindset this entire time will determine the wealth you are able to bring into your life. And I'm asking you today, what does that look like for you? And through it all, we are writing the powerful story of our life. And especially now, that story will live way beyond our years on this planet. So embrace your self-leadership and explore your version of living a life of connection and purpose. How are you connected with you? What leader are you choosing to be? Who are your role models? Who paved the way for you? And what is your vision of what you want to experience in each area of your life? How is your life connected to something bigger than you? It's a choice. I invite you to visit my websites, globaldreammakers.com and bylanmahino.com, because there you will find resources to help you step into your self-leadership, into your leadership, and to enrich the awakened leader within. We truly believe that when you create your dreams, that then you can help others create the same. You can help them create theirs. And when more people are creating their dreams, our families and our communities will thrive. There will be no place for war or violence. And when our communities thrive, we will have peace. And we look forward to helping you create your dreams, just as we are in every speaker here at this summit. So along this journey of defining our self-leadership, I am honored to bring you some very powerful women leaders. I am honored to bring it to the stage Michelle Sugiyama. Welcome, Michelle.
Thank you, Bailan. It's such an honor and pleasure to be with you today.
Oh, it's our honor and pleasure. Let me tell them a bit about you before we start talking about why health matters, okay? Michelle Sugiyama engages, inspires, and empowers individual clients and corporate employees to move towards their best self. She is the founder of Mindful Eating, a mindful eating expert, nationally board certified health and wellness coach, and master certified health coach with an active coaching practice. As a two-time #1 international best-selling author and international speaker, she's been the highlight at numerous employee wellness programs and other venues of captivating seminars, webinars, and culinary demonstrations. Michelle was named Most Inspirational Health and Wellness Coach and Excellence in Wellness Education by Global Health and Pharma in 2020. She also holds a culinary certification for Le Cordon Bleu, a master's in organic chemistry from the Ohio State University, and is a member of the United Research Forum's Scientific Committee. For over 18 years, Michelle has been bridging the gap between knowing you should be healthy and actually doing it. With empathy, positivity, and personalized strategies, she's dedicated to helping others strive towards optimum productivity, health, and happiness. Michelle's inspirations are her adopted daughter and 101-year-old grandmother, whose mantra was, "Health is number one." Today, she's here to talk to us about wellness matters. Wellness matters. Yes, wellness matters. Why does health matter? All right, Michelle, before we get into that, give us a real quick snapshot of why are you focusing on this particular subject in your work?
Well, and I'll be completely transparent with you. On and off for about 15 years, I suffered from an eating disorder. And it was a very stressful period of my life where it started, and it just continued for 15 years through corporate America and a failing marriage. And, I really thought, oh my gosh, this is going to kill me if I don't step out of where I am. And as you were saying earlier in your beautiful words, Bailan, right? We step out of this chrysalis, right? We're learning things about ourselves, and we come out as a more beautiful person, right? And, with my grandmother and her mantra, health is number one, I decided to step away from science, from chemistry, and to really try to help people, especially families with young kids, stressful women, people in the health industry who are just working so hard and, having a hard time with work-life balance, to really help them move towards their best self, whatever that is, because your definition of your best self is different from mine.
So, all right. So your challenges are like so many women, especially so many working women. So what do you tell them about how to keep their balance? Why does their health matter so much? Because we can really take on a lot. We can take on a lot and really push forward and struggle through. But what does that look like long term?
Exactly. And, since this is for leaders and everybody is a leader in some form or fashion, when we're not healthy, when we're not well, physically, mentally, spiritually, right? We are just not effective. We're not productive. We can't be good leaders. Just think about when you have a simple cold, you have a stuffy nose and a sore throat, you just can't be effective, right? You're not able to work as well. And just small, minor health challenges are tough, right? But think about if you have major health challenges, right? Let's say you have a chronic disease, you have diabetes, or you have something that like cancer where you're going through chemotherapy and you're just not well. And you could be like the smartest, the richest, the best leader. You could be the most talented person, but without your health and wellness, you will not be able to share your talents, right? Your gifts to the world, to your family. And so, I mean, think about like Steve Jobs and Olivia Newton-John, who just passed away, right? They probably struggled for many years with their health challenges, and then they passed away at pretty young ages. And so that's why it's just so important that we put our health first, right? That we really pay attention, because oftentimes we can get so bogged down in the day-to-day and what needs to be done and all the stress of work and home life, and we forget about our health. But your family needs you, your employees need you, the world needs you to share your gifts and talents.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It's our responsibility to take care of our health. So many of us have kind of gone off balance. You know, what can we do to take control of our health?
Right. And I think mindfulness is really the key. And that's why I want to focus on mindfulness and mindful eating. Because a lot of times our health depends on our nutrition, what we're putting into our body, as well as other things too, our thoughts, our spirituality, our physical fitness. But oftentimes we get into these modes of stress and we kind of go off balance, right? We grab things when we're not truly hungry, and it could be convenient, processed junk food. And so what I love to do is talk about, well, why are the reasons why we eat when we're not truly hungry? Why do we grab for junk food? And there are many, I will tell you that. And so I think it's really important from a nutritional standpoint, because I'm a chef as well, that we get back to the basics, that we really focus on fresh, healthy plants for one, because they're just going to help feed our microbiome, which really is amazing. It can help with brain function, digestion, our immunity, weight gain, and chronic disease. And so that is something I think that we need to do, is really be mindful about what we're putting into our body, because our body is a temple, right? Our body is what's going to help us move. Our joints need to be flexible or be more, good when we grow older, right? Because we're going to have to rely on them to walk and get around. So mindful eating has been around since the 1980s, and it's based on the Eastern philosophy of mindfulness. It's about being fully present, being aware in the moment without judgment or criticism. Because oftentimes, who is your worst critic? It's yourself, right? So many times when we eat something, maybe we don't truly enjoy the taste, the colors, the textures, how it's protecting and healing our body. But sometimes we feel very guilty because, we blew our diet, or, I'll just start it tomorrow. So in the end, we're not truly enjoying the sustenance that is fueling and helping our body.
And that can really affect how you digest, how well you digest, or if you digest, right? And I've heard the people talking about your gut as your second brain. It really informs the rest of your body about what it needs it to do. So this is really powerful for our leaders to understand that how they treat themselves is how they're going to turn around and treat and expect others to treat themselves. And so it starts within, that self-leadership starts within, and then we turn around and that's how we treat our external world and what we expect. So health matters. What are some of the if you had just, 2 or 3 things that you want to share with everyone about what they can do, key things they can do every day for their health, what would you like to share?
Sure. And, I just want to add too that mindfulness and mindful eating really starts before we even put anything on the plate. It really starts before the whole aspect of food, right? It's about how we get up in the morning, right? Mindful about, okay, I probably haven't had anything to drink all night long. I'm probably dehydrated, because dehydration can cause brain fog. It can cause fatigue. And so one thing that I love to recommend to people is to start out with a great big glass of water first thing in the morning before heading for that coffee maker, because that is definitely one thing that I used to do back in the day, head straight for that coffee maker. And then sleep is so important, of course. When you're sleep deprived, you can actually eat about 300 extra calories a day and twice the fat, right? So sleep is so important, and just not quantity, but also quality. And then we'll go to food now. It's just so important, as I was saying earlier, to just try and get in 10 handfuls of plants every day. And yeah, that does kind of seem like a lot, but just start out with baby steps, right? If you can get in 2, 3, that's a start. And right, just try to get in as much as you can. And one of the things that my family does, and now my husband's actually doing it, is he's making us smoothies every single morning. And it has helped all of us, me, my daughter, my husband, right? So whatever way you can to get more plants in your body, experiment, because it's all about experimentation and taking baby steps.
So doable. Thank you so much, Michelle, for all of that information. Very, very helpful. So I really appreciate everything that you're sharing so that we can thrive as leaders and, thrive in our worlds, because as you just said, what we do for ourselves, we can then also enjoy with our families and all the people around us. It'll make the world a better place. Okay. Thank you so much for joining us, Michelle. Our next speaker is Kimberly Anderson. I'm so honored to have her. She's a writer, a life coach, a speaker, a TV show host, and intuitive healer who helps women tap into their power. She's a recipient of the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award, the Presidential Service Award, Volunteer Award from the United States, from the Congress, U.S. Congress, All Women Rock Award. I like that one. Red Blazer Award, She Inspires Me Award, Heroes of Change Award, and many others. She is heart-led and truly has a passion to help others. As an intuitive transformational coach and business creative, Kimberly speaks to the soul within, smoothing out energy blocks and emotional ruts. Through deep listening, humor, and gentle guidance, she identifies her clients' deepest goals, recognizes the challenges they face in taking steps to fulfill them, and begins creating solutions they would never have dreamed of on their own. She's also set the stage, and this is why we have her here today, creating a unique and global goddess platform, leveraging women's stories, messages, and businesses to a global audience and changing lives around the world. Welcome, Kimberly.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, yes, yes. I am excited to hear what you have to say, because you're going to be talking to us about this, the power of your story. Power of your story, because you can have your dream and you can live your dream, but how you live it is the story that you create in the world. I love capturing such things.
Me too, right? That's how I built the whole platform around your story.
Yes. So before we get into that, can you tell us a little bit about why you came to this point?
You know, I in and out of domestic violence for 20 plus years. And as I started speaking with women's groups as a victim myself at the time, and then as I continued that work, I really discovered the power of our story. And every time we shared, we healed a bit deeper, like peeling back an onion. It was every single time we shared our story about what we had gone through and overcome, we kept healing. And then for those that heard the stories, it gave them hope. It gave them this idea and this faith that they could heal also, or get out of their situation, or collapse time even to get out of their situation. So it was just this really beautiful thing that transpires when we share our stories with each other. And I mean, for eons, the power of the story is, you know, how we teach each other and how we help each other. So that's how it kind of started, is I just realized the power of sharing our story. And I thought, gosh, we got to get these stories out into the world and help everybody.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. It's the power of witness, right? Mm-hmm. People want to be seen. They want to be heard. They want to know that you know that that someone else is happier in the world, right? Mm-hmm. But let's talk a bit about story. Talk about. Can you tell us? Do you have women who come to you who have difficulty figuring out that they have a valuable story to share, and what do you do with them?
So there's a lot of women that don't think their story matters. And what I try and convey is, especially in the initial conversations when I'm talking about them coming onto the platform, is that every woman has a story. Every person has a story. This platform just happens to be for women, but every woman has a story, and it does matter, because when I think about the platform that I've created and all the different stories that are on it, we have domestic violence, we have attempted suicide, we have near-death situations from other circumstances. We have the whole gamut of what could possibly happen to you. And every one of those stories matter. And as a domestic violence survivor, you may or may not resonate necessarily with another domestic violence survivor. You might get something different from somebody who's, almost lost their life for some reason, or had some other type of abuse. And that might be the one thing, that key that helps you out of your situation, or helps you heal out of your situation. So although we can completely understand another story that's similar to ours, and we have that empathy and compassion, there might be another type of story is what unlocks your healing for you. So I love having women recognize how powerful their story is and how important it is to share it. And so that's why I have multiple different types of story on my platform, and some of which could even be just being a prisoner of your own mindset. I've had women on the platform that literally, they had a decent childhood, they've had a great adulthood, but there was this time in their life where they were just completely imprisoned by their own mindset and didn't think they could do anything. And that's a powerful message. A lot of women deal with that. So, yeah.
Well, I completely understand, because as it relates to this area of life, emotional abuse is something that I've been, it's happened to me, right? And, it's the hardest one to recognize because it can be so subtle.
Oh.
It can be so subtle. And again, it becomes the prison within your mind, and it's hard to get out of it. And really, hearing somebody else that has even just a little bit of, oh, that happens to me too. Mm-hmm. Or, oh, I've had those thoughts, can unlock the door for them.
Absolutely.
So what you're doing is so powerful.
Thank you. I think it's one of the things that I know in all the conversations I've had, beyond just the stories that are on the platform, is we always think we're alone. We always think we're the only one going through it. We're the only one fighting this demon. And that is so far from the truth. And emotional and mental abuse is paramount. It's when I talk about domestic violence, I'm not talking about just the physical. There are so many levels of domestic violence. And, physical, you can go, yeah, I have a bruise. The other ones, you're bruised on the inside, you can't see it. And so it's very hard to recognize it, even yourself, because they're master manipulators. They're narcissists that are doing this. And we find ourselves in situations, we're smart women, we're grown women. How in the world did we get into this situation? And then we guilt ourselves into staying because we're so blown away that we are in that. And again, it goes back to sharing our stories, because when we share them, we're telling everybody else, hey, I've been there, I've done that, I've seen it. This is what I did to get out of it. And it helps women, other women, even other men. Men have read these stories and they're like, oh my gosh. So I love that perspective too.
Yes, yes. So you have a platform actually that allows people, it's really unique because it's not just a book that has the compilation of stories, because you're able to actually give people, in a way, to give people voice, give voice that I've never seen anything else like this. And I'm hoping that there will be other kinds of expressions similar by others, but you get to be the pioneer.
Thank you. Yeah, it's magic. I always say this platform's magic. It's something that, as I've just keep pursuing it, opportunities keep showing up. And we're sharing the message out in so many different ways. It starts with the conversation for the virtual summit. And so I have your voice sharing your story. And then we turn that into the books, and the books are being translated into other languages. And to me, that's huge, because we have a bigger reach, a further reach. And then we have the stories being turned into songs. And so we're hitting people. You can hear it through the summits, you can read it through the books, you can hear it in music, and hear the song one day and go, oh my gosh, this is somebody's story, and they can go find the book. So we're really hitting all different types of aspects to get these messages out. And I just think it's amazing. I love it.
Well, thank you so much for doing that, Kimberly. It's it's the next wave. It's the next wave, and it allows so much more healing to happen in the world because it can be experienced at different levels.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. And my goodness, we're just about to wrap up. And thank you to Rich Woman Magazine for holding this Self-Leadership Summit. And thank you for being one of our speakers.
Thank you so much. It's an honor.
Our next speaker is Renee Reich. And, Renee is one of those very special people. She has, what she talks about is finding your voice. She has cultivated and inspired individuals and teens for over a decade. And you can immediately feel her energy when she enters a room, because over 25 years working in corporate America, Renee decided it was time to hang up the corporate ladder. She started her professional training and speaking as an instructor at Women Helping Women, which is a nonprofit organization. She donated her time helping the unemployed and underemployed find and keep their jobs. She's received numerous awards over the years for bringing her teams to the #1 position. Well, with all of that, she went through some very difficult times. She had a devastating illness that took away her voice. And then a few years later, the loss of her best friend and then her father. So Renee decided to follow up with their example to never give up. So now that legacy is how Renee has chosen to live her life and help others, showing them that just when they feel life is closing in on them, there's always a way out. So today, Renee is a 4 times #1 best-selling author, a speaker, a transformational mindset coach, and creator of the Voice Blueprint. She works with those suffocating in silence to find their true voice so they can express themselves with confidence and go from surviving to thriving. Today, she's going to be talking to us about finding your voice. Welcome, Renee.
Thank you so much, Mylan. It's such an honor and a pleasure to be here and to share our voices together.
You have such a powerful story, Renee. And tell us, I know that you help others find their voice and blossom into it. Tell us why you chose to do this work.
It's really based on my own personal experience. I mean, I have a Bachelor of Arts and Sciences in psychology. One thing I'm going to say, although I have that degree that I'm very proud of, it's the degree and the experience in life that has brought me to where I am today and to what I'm doing and why I'm doing it. Going through an illness and being told that you may never speak again, when I am such a connector and I thrive on being around people. And right now, as we're doing this interview, it's a time of COVID, which we've been isolated. Thank God for technology and Zoom, because I'm still connecting. I'm still engaging. I'm still able to empower others and inspire them and motivate them through the power of this beautiful instrument that I play every day and I use every day called my voice. And that to me is a blessing and a gift.
And I know that you have a Facebook group called Finding Your Voice, but tell us, what is VOICE?
Thanks for asking. It is that blueprint that I created. We all come into this world with our own blueprint. This VOICE is a voice print, a voice blueprint that everybody has their own. That's why with the transformational coaching I do, it's not a cookie cutter approach, because we are not cookie cutters. We are not all the same. Everybody is different, and their experience and their journey in this life is different. So the V is the vulnerability. O is owning your voice. I is inspiration and igniting that flame from within. C is courage and confidence. And E is empowerment. You cannot go from the V to the E without the O and the I and the C. You can't just do that. It doesn't just happen. You've got to be vulnerable and express those things, those fears that are holding you back. Why are they there? What limiting beliefs are you holding on to and creating your own story that's just a story and it's not true? Regardless if somebody has written a book like I have, they still get to, and I emphasize get to, be the editor of their own story any minute they want and they choose to.
So what do you find are, we've been spending the last several years re-looking at our lives and what we want to do to express ourselves creatively and in our work, out in the world, in our relationships. What do you find are the major stumbling blocks for people, and how do you help them get over those stumbling blocks?
That's a great question. It's really, like I was saying, the limiting beliefs. And the word belief, B-E-L-I-E, lie, the lies that we have told ourselves and the stories we created from that lie. And it's from the information that we were given when we were younger, whether it was a parent, a guardian, a so-called friend that was really going through their own journey and saying things to us, but we as a child are sponges and absorb these thoughts. And we create, speaking about being creative, we create these realities in our own lives that we make our truth, and we start living it with these limiting beliefs. So it really makes a big difference when we are out in the world and we are not really living our truth. That's why I say that I really support those suffocating in silence, because they are suffocating in silence. I was suffocating in silence and not expressing my true voice because of those limiting beliefs that I was holding on to, that I was embracing as my own story, until my voice was taken away, not from me, but for me in 2013. And I was told I may never speak again. That to me was devastating, because I had no voice in which to speak. I was no longer able to be with my loved ones. I was told, we don't have a cure for you. It wasn't Western medicine that was going to help me get my voice back. It was being taken out of life to allow me to step back into life with a stronger, more confident voice, and now serve others in helping them find and discover theirs.
That's so inspiring, because it's so frustrating when you have something you want to say and you can't be heard. And sometimes it's part of it is because we can't hear ourselves, right? We can't hear ourselves. And so we have to get this burning desire to be heard, you know, especially for those who are wanting to go out and be public with their voice. How do you help them step onto that stage with that burning desire?
That's why I'm talking about that voice blueprint. That's why I have an upcoming workshop that talks about confidence. That's starting on the 26th of August. So this is why I'm doing what I do, because we're holding on to these beliefs. It's not like this bulletproof, here you go, take this and call me in the morning. It's a process. And we have to first recognize these things. So often we suppress and repress our emotions. It's from emotions. It's the things that we've been told and taught, you know, of the beliefs that we start recognizing as our own, but they're not ours. They're somebody else's energy. It's somebody else's belief about themselves that they have transferred to us. And then we start thinking that's the truth about us, when in fact, it has nothing to do with us. We've absorbed somebody else's energy on their own journey. And now it's time for us to release those limiting beliefs, to release those not good enough, those stories, the fear of judgment, the self-doubt, the lies that we have been told that we didn't think were lies. You don't think your parent or guardian or friend is going to say something that's not true. And that's why we embraced it as our own story. Because why would somebody that loves me say something that wasn't true? I did that. I embraced those stories until I had no voice. Yes, by land, we want to be seen, heard, and felt. I was no longer able to be seen because I was quarantined. I could no longer be heard because my vocal cords were riddled with sores. I could no longer be felt because I couldn't even feel anymore. I had such pain that was blocking everything else out because I couldn't swallow, because my vocal cords were trapped with sores. It wasn't until I was silent and began to heal from that silence, I found my own voice. I am now able to take that pain and I've turned it into my own purpose and my journey in serving and giving and sharing my story, because it's not about me. The story is so others hear it and see it within themselves and know that if she can get through it, well, then so can I. And that's why people say, well, what separates you? There's so many coaches out there. Why are you different from somebody else? Because of what I went through and grown through. And now I'm sharing what I have done to get my own voice back, not the physical voice. That was certainly something I needed to get back, but it was the metaphoric loss of my voice in life. And how many of us are holding our own voices hostage from not speaking our truth. You didn't have to go through what I went through in that pain. But what other kinds of pain are you suppressing and you're holding on to? You're not really letting your true voice out there or let yourself shine as you're meant to. So I invite people to connect with me and to reach out and to join this workshop. I only have a few spots left for that. It's going to be every 3 weeks, and it's different points in finding your voice along this journey. So please reach out. I'd love you to be part of that. So this is something that I designed for you. The first one, as I said, is confidence. We talked about courage and confidence is the C. That's the first one. Then I talked about forgiveness is another workshop. So they're all interactive. There's only spots for 12. So let me know as soon as you hear this talk, this summit. This is why I do
what a gift. What a gift.
The coaching. So I'm grateful for that too, to be able to do that one-on-one with people and in groups. I want to give back for the gift I've been given, which is my voice.
Thank you so much, Renee. This is such a beautiful resource for people with the most important thing of being able to have your message heard. Thank you so much for this.
One thing I want to also say, Byron, that I didn't mention, yes, I have the book, and I'm gonna hold it up if that's okay. Mm-hmm. There's more than this. The book, yes, Finding Your Voice, Unlock Your Chains, and Unleash Your Greatness, because it was my own chains I was bound up in, and it's my own greatness that now I am releasing to others in this life. Something really attached to this book is that I just released the audio a few weeks ago, and I did my own voiceover. People used to ask me, who's going to do your voiceover for your book? I said, did you read the title, which is a teaser in the audio version of it? I said, it's going to be me. Who else can do a voice for her book on finding your voice but me? So I'm grateful to be able to offer that to everybody. It's not an Audible. It's not on Audible. It's a link that I have. I'll have it in the show notes for the book and the audio and the ways to get in touch with me, because this to me is a gift that I was given and I like to share with the world. So thank you so much for allowing us to share our voices together.
Thank you. Such a blessing. Such a blessing. Thank you so much for sharing today, Renee.
Thank you, Violet.
Our next speaker is Yvonne Gamble, venture capitalist. She's the CEO of Sanpete Financial Group, a venture capital firm, and is the founder of Simplified Knowledge Institute, which is a think tank. She's the executive director of Women Leading Change Now, which is a political advocacy, and the board chair of 9 to 5 Motoring Alternative Fuels, which is electric energy, and a member of the policy committee for the Planetary Society. Quite a wonderful spread of what she does. She's an accomplished speaker, trainer, industrial designer, thought leader, and author. Yvonne Gamble brings over 35 years of experience providing emerging technology, strategic planning, training, political advocacy, and policy development to government and private sectors. She works with governments and businesses to identify solutions that improve small to medium-sized financial participation. Her books are Financing Your Next Billions, Why Do We Communicate, and 64 Big Proverbial Reasons Why We Communicate. These are guides that help you determine your business and communications net effectiveness on the world's societies. Today, she's going to be talking to you about financial wealth mindset. It's not what you think. Welcome, Yvonne.
Well, thank you so much, Bailan. I appreciate being here on the Rich Women's Summit for the fall. It's a wonderful opportunity, and I think it's just a great time to be talking about what we're going to be exploring this topic today.
Well, I think you're the perfect person. I knew you were the perfect person to come and talk to us, especially women, about how do we think about our finances and our wealth given the context of where the world is going. So I'm going to just step aside and I'm going to let you talk to us. I will listen.
Okay. And yes, financial wealth mindset, it's not what you think. in wealth building, much of what we think is actually about investing, saving, debt management. And yes, while these areas are critically important as fundamental building blocks for wealth, they will not bring you to wealth. Everyone has invested or currently makes investments, be it stocks, bonds, 401ks, insurance policies. You invest in yourself, you invest in your business. Everybody saves money. And everybody does the best they can to manage their debt, some better than others. That's okay. And yes, all of these are necessary to have good financials, money in investments, a large asset portfolio, savings in the bank, and great credit. So you ask yourself, why is it that I've invested, I've saved, I've built assets, I've managed my debt, and yet I am not financially wealthy? Good question. Here's a great answer. Financial wealth mindset. It's not what you think. To create a financially wealthy mindset, you must first open your eyes to who you are. You can only build upon what you know and who you know. You must know yourself first, others, before you try to get to know someone else. You must redefine the truth for yourself. Not your truth, but the truth. Here's a good case in point. Many of us have learned the fact that Columbus discovered America. Well, we found out that was not true. So you must know the truth. I'm going to give you 8 challenges that will put you on the path to becoming financially wealthy. Number 1, take charge and responsibility for the decisions that you make. To do that, you want to simplify your purpose. Become hyper-focused on a specific objective. You may have multiple things, multiple industries that you go into, but become hyper-focused on a specific objective in each one of them. Number 2, remove the word convolute from your planning process. In that, you will simplify your plans. Having a simplified plan will allow you to deliver, to test, and to revise during implementation. That's why you see many software updates come to you on your phone, your tablets, your computers, just in your life, in your cars, and everyday things that you use. While you are using them, it is being updated at that same time. Surveys come to you asking you, how do you like a particular product or a particular service? That is during that implementation time, during the time it's actually in service, in use, and changes are being made accordingly to instantaneously to what your responses are. Number 3, develop a non-tolerance policy agreement with yourself. Limit what you tolerate. I know it sounds callous, but it's actually brilliant. Financial wealth cannot be cultivated by your wants. You must extract it from the world by limiting what you tolerate, limiting who you tolerate, limiting how you spend your time, your day, your energy. Number 4, develop vetted teams to help you make the best choices. To become financially wealthy, you will need to learn to lean on other people, to absolutely rely on them to make it through each day, from personal assistants to members of your board. Number 5, require push communications. The financially wealthy expect their information to be curated, concise, and delivered directly to them without having to ask. This is what they require from their teams. People who are worth billions know exactly what they need to see, when they need to see it, where to invest their time, and how to invest their energy. Number 6, be intentional in what you consume. Consumption in the absence of intention is waste. If information is not moving forward to where you want to be, it's bogging you down. Financially, wealthy know this, and you must also know this. Number 7, financially wealthy do not gamble. They make decisions based on a blend of data and narrative. Why? Glad you asked. If they rely solely on data, then a single mistake could dramatically impede their ability to make the right decision. And conversely, if they relied solely on narrative, their reasoning would be subject to swings in popularity or sentiment, and they'd be making decisions without objective backing it up. Number 8, and our final challenge to you, is to be proactively transparent. Now, I know that many of us think and have the definition given to us that transparency is a willingness to answer questions. It is not. The financially wealthy proactively communicate with the intention to avoid misunderstanding and eliminate any type of drag on their organization. Having vague goals and unclear purposes can stop momentum in its tracks. When you have mastered these 8 challenges, you will be well on your way to cultivating a financially wealthy mindset for yourself. Then and only then will you be able to bring financial wealth through your investments, through your assets, through your savings, and great credibility. It all begins with you and how you think and how you think about it. I will be giving a free masterclass on financing your next billion in London, England on September the 12th, 2022. The class is being hosted by Vital Africa. It will be in person and virtually. You can register at fynbtv.com, and there on our fynbtv.com website, you will also be able to click on financial wealth, and that will give you access to income stream partnership opportunities, including hosting your own Financing Your Next Billion Masterclass and deriving an income from there. Plus, you will get free business growth and expansion videos and downloads that you can take and use over and over again, and that will help you in your business, in your personal, and just in your finances, whether those finances you're doing them locally or whether you're doing them worldwide. I want to thank Bailan Mahino and the Rich Woman magazine for allowing me to participate as a panelist on the Rich Woman Self-Leadership Summit 2.0, Awaken the Leader Within.
Oh, thank you so much, Yvonne. Oh my goodness, those 8 points. So, even one of them will significantly shift what's happening with one's wealth mindset. So thank you so much. And thank you for the offering to help people with your workshop to continue to make those massive shifts in their lives. Appreciate your coming, and we shall move on to the next person. Along this journey of defining our self-leadership, I am honored to bring to you Dr. Nziki Nkoko. Welcome, Dr. Nziki.
Thank you so much, Bailan. I am so thrilled and honored to be on your show. Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, the Rich Woman magazine having this summit of women from around the world, you coming to us from South Africa, is really such a gift to the global community. So let me tell them a bit about you. Dr. Nziki Nkoko is an international public speaker, podcast host, and guest, moderator, MC, and an entrepreneur. She's a change expert, a leadership catalyst, a business connector. She's a trainer of women for board directorship. She's the founder of Power to Lead with Integrity Incorporated and Foundation in South Africa. She is passionate about empowering and coaching others through education in leadership training and development on personal and professional levels. Probably best known as the Queen of Integrity, she is an author She co-authored 3 books internationally, being the only African writer in each book. She's an advisor to several different awards programs and the co-host of Amen Show, Amplified Moms Empowerment Network in California, in the US. She's an ambassador for Lifesavers International Ambassador. She's a liaison for the US in Africa, the G100 Oneness and Wisdom Gauteng chairperson. Today, she's going to be talking to us about the adventure with self. I can't wait to hear. So before we get into that talk, Dr. Nziki, could you tell us, how did you come to focus on this body of work?
Thank you so much, Valen, for that question. You know, it's through experiences of life and the journey of life, being in different positions, starting in a very humble position as a typist in a university and dealing with a lot of people. I was in a typing pool and I dealt with lots of different personalities of academics and administrators at the university from the lower level, from as lower as Edna and a security guard and as high as the Vice Chancellor and the Chancellor of the university. So you learn different personalities and you learn to understand that people are in different positions for different assignments and for different duties. And then from there, you learn to see that others are in different levels of personal development. The conversations, the way you deal with people, the way you serve people, the way you serve your own calling and your position and your duty. Take, for instance, at the position of a person who serves a very critical position in an organization as a secretary, a personal assistant, let's say of a CEO for that matter, an executive support to CEO. You cannot just leave the office anyhow because you are following your job description. You cannot perform anyhow because you're following your job description. You are there to serve the customers of the organization. So I've learned through, learning through different levels and growing up different levels at the workplace, especially in administration, because that's where critical things are happening. You are the engine and the heart of an organization if you are in an administrative position. So that's how I've learned that this is critical to have an adventure with self and know who you are and what you have to do where you are placed.
I understand that. It's such a powerful way to look at how we show up in the world with all of our different relationships. I'm really looking forward to hearing what you have to talk to us about the adventure of self. So I'm going to sit back and listen. Thank you.
Thank you for this kind opportunity to just give me time to share my thoughts and my experience on the walks of life and how I came to put this article and writing the book. Actually, it's part of my book, Adventure with Self. It's an emblem of assertiveness to excel and inspire the world. As we walk through different positions in life, we grow to learn and we're being empowered and we empower others. We coach and we are being coached. We mentor others and we are being mentored too. So now you sit back and get to know at each level, who am I? Why am I here? Why am I doing what I am doing? What is my mission on earth and purpose in all different levels? Adventure with self is a meaning of understanding yourself in different positions. As you grow, that is your success. Because in all different positions, you strive to grow to the next level the next day. the next day you strive to grow to the next level. If you started as an administrator, you want to grow to a level of a supervisor. You want to grow to a level of a manager. You want to grow to a level of a CEO or, you know, a president of an organization. So in all these levels, you have to work with yourself to understand who you are. And that's what I say is success. That's my definition of success, that every level you achieve it to get to the next level. Why am I doing this? It's because you are doing what you love. And to succeed, you have to do what you love. And every day doing more of the things that make you happier. Every day needs to be happier than the previous day. While at the same time, it is also critical that you are making a good living out of it. Because remember, as human beings, as you adventure with yourself, you also understand that you are not here to just get only. You are here to give as well. So if you do things you love without gaining anything for a living, you will never be able to give. So we are here to get and to give to others as well. So success is a balance of you getting from your work and also giving to others through what you love. And this starts with yourself. You have to believe in you and to believe in what you feel, and you get it in your spirit that I am here for this. If you are here for a media industry, then you must excel in media. If we are here for humanitarian, industry, then you must excel in giving to others. And in that sphere, it must balance that when you give, you get the resources to give to other people who are needy. So believing in yourself, it's everything begins with courage and self-belief. Without courage and self-belief, it becomes extremely difficult to succeed. So you can't do what you don't believe in. So you must trust yourself and have confidence in your ability to triumph. That is adventure with self. Know yourself best. Self-belief is an act of faith. You must have faith in yourself. Never allow anyone or anything to dispel that belief, because there will be situations in life that are out of your control. Like the pandemic. Pandemic was out of our control, but we never fail to believe in ourselves that when it's over, or we can sail through it as it is still happening. As long as we have that faith and belief in us and courage and strength in us, we will never doubt the self-adventure, so we can walk through with ourselves. If you want to reach the top of the game, really believe in yourself. Believe in what you do. That's what you love. You are here because you can love, then you can be happier. We are here to express gratitude above all other things and have a positive outlook of gratitude and to adopt a magic of tiny steps. Let's adopt a magic of tiny steps in all the things you do every day and not look at what you have not succeeded on, but the tiny step is what you have achieved a day. Above all, you must have an action plan for every day. Action plans are crucial for enabling people to business or to any aspect of your life that you are working on to achieve your goals. Creating a powerful action plan always begins with having a clear purpose. You must have a clear purpose, vision, and goal in mind. Why are you doing this? It is designed to take you from wherever you are and right now, and it takes you directly to accomplish your stated goals. So hence, it's an emblem of travel with yourself when I say adventure with self. And you take action. On taking that action, you really have to do it. In taking an action, there are risks that you have to take. Then you must embrace that and embrace the failure with those risks as well. Because there's no action without risks and obstacles. You must be aware of obstacles, and when you see them, they must not, discourage you on the way. That's where tenacity comes in, and also resilience. So you have to wake up every day and seize every opportunity that you are given. Then you walk with your life and adventure with self. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nziki. Such wisdom and such good reminders of how to be human and how to be human and to be good, caring leaders. So let's just share any of our last thoughts for our audience. Renee?
Just a grateful thank you to you, Bailan, for affording us this opportunity to share our voices and our stories with the world. It is in sharing these stories that we get to inspire, impact, and empower others along their journey in life and in finding their own voice. Thank you so much.
All right, Michelle, do you have any last thoughts you'd like to share?
Oh, last thoughts. That's such a great question, Bailan. And I think as far as leadership goes, really, my last thought is please, please just remember my grandmother's mantra. Health is number one. Your health and wellness matters. To be an effective leader, to be a good role model for family, friends, and to really make the best positive impact on the world. Thank you, Bailan.
Thank you so much, Michelle. That was awesome. So, Kimberly, do you have any final thoughts that you'd like to share with the audience?
I would just say, remember that you're stronger than you know, braver than you know, and that your story matters. Even if you talk to your next door neighbor, anybody that you can get to listen, that you can share, remember it helps you heal deeper and it helps other people by giving them hope.
Thank you. Thank you. So Yvonne, do you have any last thoughts? Please share.
Yes. What I really want to share, being in the financial industry, I speak about finances, all day, every day. And what I will say is this is something it's real simple. And it's a lesson that my grandfather said to me. He said, don't chase money. He said, money will find you at all times. It will come to you. He said, do the work, do the job, do that which is good for humanity, and money will always bound around you and it will come through you. And so therefore, many people are reaching for that other side of the fence, that other side of the road, and looking at, I want. Take that out. If you're not working towards something, if you're not building towards something, if you're not looking to help others in some shape, form, or fashion, financial wealth will always escape you. So I would simply say to everyone to begin to think about, in your mindset, in your shift, in your paradigm shift, you want to think about, why is it that I want, I need, or I have to be financially wealthy? What am I going to do with that upon receipt? And once you actually have that purpose, that specific objective, financial wealth will be sitting right there in front of you, where it always has been. It's just been out of your reach because your mindset is not where it should be.
And so, Dr. Nziki, please share with us your final thoughts.
Thank you so much. Always challenge your status quo. That is your current position. Get out of your comfort zone and innovate. Be innovative in any way and creative and do things differently. Walk on the wrong side of the road if it means to. You know, if you wake up and always use this road to work, take a different road. Or you always wake up on the right side of the bed, wake up on the left side sometime. Just change, you know, challenge everything that you do and challenge a status quo and always keep looking for the next big thing to do. While losers cannot go beyond the way things are the same. You will never lose if you keep on changing the way you do things. So it's crazy sometimes, you know. It's like, okay, I'm used to this, but I'm going to do this now, you know. So always soar with the eagles. That means it's starting from your mindset, your positive mindset. It must always be on a high note. Soar with the eagles. Surround yourself and connect with individuals who will make a positive difference in your life as well. Don't expose yourself to negative and unsuccessful people and people who will pull you down. So, you know, also when it comes to business, be brutal when you need to get your rewards on it, because that's where you make your success and ways of living. You need money. When you wake up in the morning, you need water to go and, you know, brush your teeth. Who's going to give you that water if you don't have the money? So be brutal on business as well, that you get what you are sweating for every day so you can make your success. So do what's important to learn and say. Above all, understand the power of no. Say no to the things that you cannot do, that are going to waste your time. And keep moving, and never surrender. Never surrender in life. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Nziki. Words of wisdom, words of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bailey.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to thank all of our speakers and especially Dr. Marina Nani and Dari Nani for putting this summit together and allowing us to come and share the wisdom that we have from around the world. And we look forward to continuing to be part of the wonderful Rich Woman community. Thank you.
What I want to say is welcome, shalom, peace, nothing missing, nothing broken. But I really want everyone to tune in or lean in to what we're saying. We're just having a worldwide conversation. It's not hard. You don't need a script. You don't need to get any notes. You just need to lean in and listen. Remember when we were all small children and whatever our guardian or parents would say, now listen, Johnny, listen. Let me tell you a little bit of my story. They used to say that all the time to Linda. Listen, Linda, listen. And I would listen. But you know what? The self-awakening leadership in me came when I was 6 years old. And I remember like it was yesterday. And I wanted something really, really bad. And so many adults told me I couldn't have it. I didn't like it. So I leaned into myself and I said, self, I'm going to be strong-willed. I'm going to do it anyway. That's the story of my life, everyone. Be seen, be heard, be you. I was that kind of girl who always heard, you talk too much. You're saying too much. You're talking too long. I don't like the way you're talking. What are you doing? I don't think you should do that. Why are you so happy early in the morning? Why are you so much a ball of fire? On and on and on and on. You get my drift? You all know what I'm talking about. You know, we're in a universal language of love in the world. We pretty much say the same thing. We just use different words. But let me tell you something. The Creator, the creator, the maker of the heaven and the earth, gave me this Spitfire. I like to call it Spitfire. I like to call it a little resistance. I just decided 6 years old, yes, 6 years old, that I had a problem with adults telling me things I wanted to do. Now, of course, with course correction, you have to have that. But my story is this: be seen, be heard, be you. And I'm here to remind you, don't you want to take a little time for yourself during this pandemic and all of life changes in 2022 and take a moment to risk and gamble on yourself? Yes, pretty easy. You can be you purposely. Just show up. So I like to take this opportunity to say thank you to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Marina. But more importantly, hey, hint, hint, listen to Bella. I would never steer you wrong. Be seen, be heard, be you, self-awakened leader in you. I promise you it's in there. I promise. Thank you so much. So the first person that you're going to hear from is none other than a great queen friend of mine, friend, colleague, mentor, mentee. You'll understand as you look at all of us together. Her name is Lita Mitchell-Blackwell, Escara. She's a beautiful person and she's very well connected to me, and she's the reason why I'm here.
Hello, 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 and welcome, welcome, welcome to this amazing conference. I have to start with thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Marina, for putting this amazing summit together, Awaken the Leader Within, and of course to Bella for even having the thought of introducing me to this amazing team, led today by our wonderful speakers, our operations, and of course, I'm here today. But before I dive into my keynote, I have to share with you one of my favorite quotes, which ties directly into what we're going to discuss today, right? And it is by Eleanor Roosevelt, former First Lady and UN Ambassador. And it is, "The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams." But I have to ask you, what happens when your dreams turn into your biggest nightmare? See, that happened to me. For the leader within me to awaken, I had to shake myself awake from the nightmare that I had created in my life. Well, for a lot of people, they would say, "But Lanita, you're so successful. You're an attorney, a CPA, a best-selling author of 4 books. You're a publisher of magazines and books as well. You're a coach, you're a wife and a mom. You have this amazing life." Well, yes, on the outside, it looked amazing, but on the inside, I gotta tell you, friends, it was breaking me down because I had used the world's definition of success to define my life. And when it started to take out my health and affect my family relationships, I just kept on going because I didn't know what else to do. I was addicted. I was high. Addicted to what? High on what? I was addicted to the applause. I wanted to hear, "Yay, Lanita," no matter what. And I suspect if I were to ask all of you in this room, you probably have been down this road yourselves. Well-meaning people telling you if you work hard, if you really put your nose to the grindstone, if you give it everything you got, I mean, come on, you've all heard that, right? Then you will be successful. But success, according to the world, was all tangible. The things that we are all told are symbols of success: money, clothes, cars, houses, status. Some people include family in that. But what about the inner success? The things that make us feel good about who we are: joy, peace, fulfillment, living in absolute awe of oneself. But how do you even get there? Well, for me, it was slow, but it was steady. See, after I worked hard in school, and I got scholarships to go to college, and I worked hard in college and got a great job, and then I worked hard at work and I started my own business. All that hard, it affected my health in a hard way. My hair started breaking off, and so I was like, I'll just wear wigs. My skin started to degrade, and so I just said, I'm going to wear makeup. And my nails started to split, and I was just like, that's okay, I'll just run around the corner to the neighborhood nail shop. But the one thing that nothing external could fix was when my daughter had to tuck me in at night after I'd passed out from exhaustion in the middle of the floor, from all of the all-nighters, from being here, there, and everywhere, from trying to be everything to everybody except for myself. And so it was that moment when my daughter put a pillow under my head and put the blanket over my body and kissed me on the head goodnight at 6 years old that I said something has to change. But a lot of times we know something has to change, but we don't know what, because remember, we're in the midst of this. We're in the sticky stuff. We're addicted. And so it wasn't until a little later that I was heading into the operating room from stage 4 endometriosis, which is the uncontrolled growth of cells outside of the uterus that had attached in places that it had no business. Then I said, finally, I need help. I said, Holy Spirit, I really need you to intervene here. And as God does, he answered and said, yes, this is going to be a journey for you. It's going to be a trial, but you are going to come through this because you asked for help. So when we're talking about awakening the leader within, the first thing we have to do is shake ourselves awake from the nightmare. And the second, we have to ask for help. So I reached out to a wonderful organization, the Art of Living Foundation. And I learned modalities that would help me to break the cycle of, yay, Lanita. That was learning to breathe deep, to take a second and pause and enjoy silence.
Esquire Lanita Mitchell-Blackwell, my goodness, I know the talk was amazing, and I pray that everyone gets something out of that. My goodness, amazing, amazing, amazing. Our next guest speaker, Queen, as I like to refer to her, as the quiet, gentle giant. Her name is Robin F. David. She's a beautiful soul, and I do mean when Bella needs to take a break, remember, leaders need leaders too to coach them, right? I go to Robin because she helps me in my formula of being intentionally to breathe.
Hello, hello, beautiful people. Can you imagine with me being a young mother with 5 amazing children, living an amazing life, married, living your dream, and all of a sudden you have a nightmare happen in your life, and you have to rise to the occasion. As a young mother, if you can imagine with me, if you're a mother or a businesswoman and you are a young mother and you're living this life where you feel like it is just going well, but all of a sudden you're following your dreams, and all of a sudden life happens. Something just happens. And one of the things I've learned is a statement I say to myself: life happens without a notice, right? So we have these things that happen in our life, and they happen without a notice. And what happened to me was a trauma, that experience that happened to me, it awoken the leader within me. The leader within me was awakened by a trauma that really was a darkest hour in my life. A quote that I will like to say is, believe you can and you'll halfway be there. The other thing I always like, and that's by Theodore Roosevelt. And one of the other things I like to say, life is 10% of the things that happen to you, and the other the things that how you react to the things that happen to you in your life. And I forget who made that quote, but for me, it was like how did I react to this trauma in my life? For me, as a doting wife, a doting mother, I was following what society had set up in my mind, was to become a wife and start my business. And I had a thriving business. I had a trade and owned my own business. And I was on this path that I can do it. I can do anything through Christ Jesus. This was where I was. And one day I woke up and my whole life had changed. The husband that I was married to at the time, from my childhood love, we were at an unfulfilled place in our marriage, and he and I decided to divorce. He left me at a time where I had to really figure out, how can I live a life without this man that I was married to? We have children, we have grandchildren. And all of a sudden, that was over. And 30 days later, after I had to accept that, first thing I had to do, I had to accept that that was over, that marriage was over. And then the next thing I had to do, I had to accept that my youngest son had then become he was murdered by gun violence. He was shot and murdered by gun violence. And it was on a beautiful Sunday that I had attended service in church. So I was in this place of believing God for everything in my life to just shift into a place of being all well. The marriage was going to be fine. My children are doing fine. At the time I went to service, I got a call and I had to rise to the occasion. And at that moment, I really realized that, one, I had to really believe in myself. I was like, God, how do I handle this type of emotional disturbance? It was the change in my life. And that's when I had to really look within and awaken the leader within me. That's when I decided that I have to believe in myself. And the first thing I did was I stopped in the pain and I became present with my pain. And once I started to be still, one of the things I suggest is meditation, breathing, sitting still every morning was the first thing that helped me awaken the leader within. I had to sit in that pain. I asked myself and I asked God, and he said to me, you have a decision to make right now. Your life has just had a trauma that awoken so many different emotions in my life. I was angry, disappointed, upset, and I felt like, what did I do? So what I had to understand was I had to go back to visit the little young girl in me, and I had to tell her, you can believe in yourself. You can do this. Life is happened, but it's not the last of your greatness. And at that point, I knew I had to rise to the occasion. And I started to meditate every morning. Every morning I would take my scripture, or you can take an affirmation. And that's one of the things I did. I became still with myself. And I was deciding to be willing to surrender was one of the things I had to do. And I was willing, the second thing I had to do, I was willing to forgive myself. And that process became an everyday process. And each day I kept saying to myself that I have greatness within me. And I went back to that little girl in me and I told her each day, I can do this. I can awaken the great leader within you. You have something to share to others, and others must hear and be still to hear that they are a great person, that they're worthy, and they are enough. And I had to practice I can every day. And once I started to sit and be present, I started to hear I can do this. The next thing, I was willing to be great. The next thing a great leader must do from within is has to decide to be willing to be great. So I decided that I am willing to forgive myself. I'm willing to hear what God's direction for my life is from now. After being in the marriage, having a successful business, losing a youngest son to gun violence, where would my life go from there? I asked God, and each day he kept telling me, I want you to be willing to follow my direction, be willing to be great. And I practice every day being still, taking my breathing techniques and just sitting with God before I would enter into my day. I started being willing to be great. Once I started being willing to be great, it became a place of understanding that I had reasons to be proud of myself. I was able to see the growth in me, telling myself each and every day, I'm willing to forgive myself. And then I decided to be proud that I could move forward daily. Things started to become easier and effortlessly. And then that's when I decided I could commit to being great. And the commitment came because I knew that I have an assignment. I have an assignment to serve God, and I have an assignment to serve others. And that's when I was able to realize that every person has a leader within them, and you have a leader within you. And it just takes you to believe that you can be great. And it also takes you to realize that the things in your life that has happened to you, that is just something that may be an experience for you to learn a lesson, how to learn how to love yourself and how to love others. Each lesson was for me to see that the little girl in me had purpose, had a greater leader in her, but she wasn't really acting upon that leader that she really could be. So sometimes life will take you into a situation where it may be very dark, but on the other side, at the end of that experience, once you're able to realize that there is a great leader inside of you, but sometimes trauma in life happens where it awakens you and it makes you understand who you are from the beginning of your time, from the assignment of your life. For me, it was from the little girl who had not really knew that she was great. So for me, it was practicing that place, going back to that place and telling her, awaken your greatness and become and be great. It's just a day by day practice, learning to love yourself, learning to be loved, and learning to share more love with others. Sometimes pain awakens your purpose. So know that you can be a leader. You can be anything that you decide to be, no matter what happens in your life. It's not what happens to you. It's how you respond and react to it. I'm Robin F. David, inspiring you to love yourself and nurture yourself as you do unto others. Thank you, everyone.
I look at Robin F. David as my walking piece. And oh my goodness, you know how you build a sandwich and you want to decide if you want to put a little mayo on there, a little mustard, but you're not really sure? Well, that next guest speaker, and her name is none other than Sheila Wallace. Wow, I'm going to have to step back because being a proud member of Rich Women's Society and understanding Dr. Marina's concept, Sheila Wallace is the total package. And what I mean by that, she's been all over the world. And I really hope you get to understand and feel her passion because she genuinely means every word she says. She's a hammer. She's a big hammer. And so I hope you enjoy the conversation with Sheila.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I am Sheila Wallace. I am so honored and excited to be with you today. I want to thank Dr. Marina. I want to thank Bella. I want to thank everyone that's just given me this opportunity. I don't ever take it lightly. I am honored by it. I am humbled by it, because anytime I get an opportunity to speak, that means I have a chance to impart into somebody's life, and also to acknowledge and accept change in me and change in you. And so that I don't ever take it lightly that I'm just speaking empty words. I believe my words have power. I believe your words have power. But I believe that when we speak them, they need to have a purpose also. And so again, I'm Sheila Wallace. I hail from Tennessee, but I've lived all over. I tell everyone I've lived all over the world. I was telling some of the team members earlier, I've lived in Europe, I've lived in Hawaii, I've visited several countries. I've just enjoyed my life. I left home at a very young age. My parents gave me an opportunity. They said, go to college. If you don't, you can go find your life. I decided to go find my life. I went and I joined the military. And it was one of the best decisions I could have ever made. I have no regrets. I eventually went back and, finished my college, but it was one of the best decisions I could have ever done. And I realize now, and as I talk to my family now, it was the leader then within me. The leader was being awakened then by them giving me a choice. It just has always awakened in me. And I want to implore you and tell you that it can be awakened in you also. And so as I went on this journey through the military, I've lived all over the world, got married at a young age, had children, but I continued to always find my voice. And one thing I like to tell people is to own your truth. And I was saying it one day, I was like, I own my truth. And I said it and I wore it like a badge of honor. But I had to realize just owning my truth doesn't mean just owning my truth. I have to understand that it may not be the truth, or it may not be the final truth. It's my truth, but it may not be all finality, or it's just a portion and it fits in this world with everyone else. And so with that being said, when I talk about owning your truth, my favorite scripture is Ephesians 3:20. It says, now unto him who is able to exceed abundantly all that you ask or think. So I know that if I can think it, it can be exceeded. If I can speak it out my mouth, it can be exceeded, right? So as you awaken the leader in you and owning your truth, knowing what you're speaking, knowing who you're speaking to and what you're speaking about. And so when I talk about owning your truth and making sure that you're in a room with other people and you want to put your stake in the ground, this is my truth. You got to be, as a leader, you have to stop and listen. I love leaders that tell the truth. And what I mean by that, if you speak the truth, you can create a culture of truth around you. Now, I'm not talking about from a place of angst or a place of anger. I'm talking about a place of continuing to produce, continue to cultivate that peaceful environment. Because if people know that they have a safe space of their truth, even if it's your truth, that you have a safe space to speak it in and you allow others around you to speak safely. And you know what? Sometimes you just have to let them get it out. Doesn't mean anything has to be done with that truth. Doesn't mean anything has to be said. And just, okay, this is where I am. Currently, I am a real estate agent and I also work in a church. And so one day, one of the leaders came to me and said, how many people do you manage? And I was like, oh, I manage 4. It's like, no, how many people do you manage? I was like, well, okay, there's 23 departments. I manage 23 people. He was like, no, how many people do you manage? And I was like, I'm not understanding your question. He said, because of your position, I'm the director of operations. He said, because of your position, you manage everyone within the entire organization. So you manage 300 people. So he said, with that being said, you have to know how to deal with people on all levels. You have to deal with the leader. You have to deal with the people that are disgruntled with the leader. When they're happy with the leader, you have to be able to do that. So again, as I have these encounters with people, not being a know-it-all, I allow people to awaken the leader in me. You have to allow people to speak into you and awaken the leader within you while you're owning your truth. I was thinking that I tell people all the time, I'm the people whisperer. I can deal with any personality. It can be a Brillo pad and it can be a soft lens. It can be a soft lens cloth, right? But I can deal with people because I practice listening. And when I'm owning my truth, I practice listening. I practice listening to what that person is saying, really being in tune, being present in that moment, not listening with an answer. And that's a skill set. And that's something that you have to build to listen without listening for the answer, because sometimes in our truth, it's like, I'm gonna let them say what they have to say, but I'm going to tell them what it really is. No, because if you do that, you can't close off. So you want to keep your mind open. You want to keep your ears open. You want to keep your growth open. You want to develop more and more as a leader. So listen to people, not with the intent of always having the answer or even the right answer. Sometimes they're giving you an answer and your truth may change throughout that process. What I thought was the truth and what is the truth and what I know to be the truth. because because it's a truth doesn't mean that it's the fact, right? Or it can be a fact and not necessarily my truth. And so those two worlds, you have to, I say, practice at that skill set, practice listening to people, practice going into the room, being as the leader, telling the truth. As the leader, sometimes telling the truth when no one else is telling the truth. And what I mean by that, when something has to change. So we might have to deal with a challenge. We might have to deal with something that's in the room, the elephant in the room, as they say, and in a truthful manner. But it's not to demean, it's not to bemoan, it's not to bring down people, it's to constantly elevate. Your goal as you awaken the leader within is to constantly elevate and awaken other leaders around you. You should have a great succession plan. I don't want to be the only one that has the answer. I don't want to be the only one that knows everything. If that's the case, then really the leader is really asleep. The leader is not awake. The leader is really asleep, because you just can, if you can do it in your sleep, if you have all the answers, you know that. No, guess what? Open it up. And sometimes go to that person that is giving you the challenge on the team. Because you know what? There may be something in them that has to be awakened, or it's already awake and it just hasn't been cultivated. As leaders, as we lead other people, as we empower other people, we want to be these great resources and these powerhouses. We have to make sure, we have to ensure, not make sure, we have to ensure that we awaken it in someone else. I also encourage you to get a mentor. Get someone that can speak into you. I always say this, after I do an event, I do several conferences, I have meetings afterwards, and we start with the questions. What went well? What went wrong? What made us win? And what can we improve? Okay? I start all the meetings like that, because you know what? We quick to say everything, we can have a laundry list of what went wrong, but what went well? So you point out those things that what went well. What can we improve on? Okay? Why did it happen? You have to keep asking those questions and get to it in this why. Why did it happen? How did it happen? What could we have done better? What did we do well? And I'm going to keep harping on that piece, because a lot of times that's what keeps awakening the leader, because you have to see the wins. You have to see yourself winning. You have to see yourself so that when you don't feel like you won, you still won. Even in that aspect, you're still learning. So my truth might have been, they could have talked on the walkie-talkie louder. But the truth was they were talking on it, but they were in a noisy area. Or maybe I had it on the wrong channel. So both of us had truth. I had a walkie-talkie, but maybe it was on the wrong channel. So they were speaking on channel 2. I was speaking on channel 3. Doesn't mean that it didn't work. Those were our truths at the time. If you know that, then you can continue to grow. And guess what? It gives us room for improvement. And no one did anything wrong. I love it. I have some great friends. I call them my debate team. We'll have our truths. And it's like, no, this is what happened. And I'll say, no, this is what happened. But at the end of the day, it doesn't affect the friendship. It causes us all to grow. Even if we have to come back and say, you know what, the way I said that, the way I spoke that out, the way I spoke my truth, it caused me to go back and look at myself. And am I being a great communicator? As a leader, am I being a great communicator? Am I being a great listener? Am I being one to cultivate, grow, improve? Can I improve? And, everybody's telling their story. And the last year, owning my truth, I lost my daughter-in-law as she was giving birth to my 3rd grandchild. And so we have a day of celebration and a day of mourning happening on the same day. And my truth was, that was my truth. I had this grandchild that I loved to life, and I had this daughter-in-law that I loved to death. And so my truth was, what do I do now? Now I have to become a mother again to grandchildren, and they live with me, and I have to help my son to go through this mourning process. And then I have to help her mom. I have all these things that were our truths. But I woke up one day, I talked to her mom, and we are very good friends. I love her because we decided that was going to be our truth, that we were going to love no matter what. It was even beyond the kids. We were going to love because we had become friends. We were already family. And my truth was, some days I have bad days. Some days I have great days. Some days I just have a day. But that's my truth. And I had to rest in it and relax in it and not feel like I always had to perform. I heard someone earlier said that I always had to perform. I no longer had to perform. If you ask me how I'm doing, I'm not having a good day today, but I'm going to be all right. I always finish with it, but I'm going to be all right, because it's going to be all right no matter what. This is the hand that I've been dealt. This is the life that I have. And so I own my truth. This is what it is. So there's no time for me to stop and not own my truth. There's no time for me to stop and not be able to function. So I say that as you awaken a leader within you, understand that everything happens, that life happens, but life keeps going as long as you keep going. Encourage others, get you a mentor, get someone that you can mentor, get you a protege, and continue to grow in this life. My name is Sheila Wallace, and I tell you, own your truth, but know that it's not all the truth. Thank you and have a good day.
And saving the best to the near last to say that, but I do take the liberty, is none other than Michelle Gibson. She means a lot to me, and I would not be sitting here talking to you on this beautiful Self-Leadership Summit 2.0 that Dr. Marina and her son create this beautiful space. Trust me, listen, lean in, and make sure you listen to.
Hey Queens, hey, I am Michelle Gibson, the founder and owner of the Unstoppable Connection, the Women's Empowerment Group. And I want you to know today that you are unstoppable. Say it with me, wherever you are unstoppable. I am unstoppable. And I believe that as we talk about awakening the leader within, that every single one of us first has to get a view of who am I and why am I here? And I believe that if we can stop and say, I am unstoppable, that means I'm undeterred, I'm unable to be defeated, and I will win. You may not feel like that every day. I always have not felt like that every single day. In fact, I spent a lot of my time in my life people pleasing. I wanted everyone around me to be well. I wanted everyone around me to think that everything that I was doing was great and it was for them. But the thing was, is I didn't realize that by doing that, I was hiding my true potential, hiding who I really was, and hiding behind the image that everybody else wanted me to have. On one end, I was pushed out there and I was a great leader. And when I was in college, I was doing this and that, and I was a pageant queen and I was on top of the world. But when I would go home, I was a totally different person. My confidence was not near where it was. And I began to say, why is that? And that was because I wanted to be what everybody else wanted me to be. But it wasn't until I determined and figured out for myself a message my father had given me years ago. When I wanted to commit suicide, he sat me down one day and he said, listen, what's wrong with you? And I said, nothing. He said, no, something is wrong with you. And I said, nothing. He asked me a third time and I got so angry, I began to scream. I hate myself. You took all my friends away. I don't think I'm beautiful and I just don't want to live. He looked at me and he said something that totally changed my life. He said, listen, if you don't love yourself, it's hard for other people to love you. And I don't know why in that one moment, it totally broke what was within me, saying to myself that I didn't deserve it. But it was in that moment that I realized that I truly deserved to be here. And that this whole thing, it was about me rising up in the confidence in me, knowing that I had something to offer. And so from that moment on, I began to try to put things in place where I would elevate those who are around me with the power that was within me. And when we think about what it means to be awaken this leader within, the leader within us is someone who leads because they have people who follow, or someone who leads because they have something within themselves to give. And I want to encourage you today that what I have been able to do in my life by helping other women to rise up to see themselves, I teach women how to operate and understand their purpose, connect with the right people, and to live out their profit, whatever that profit may be. But I understand that the only way to do that is really when we think about this awakening the leader within. It's four things. You've got to renew your mind. So it's renew, reset, refocus, and restart. Here's what I mean. You've got to renew your mind. You've got to see yourself as unstoppable. And here's what I understand too from every person is that when we live this life, man, woman, boy, or girl, we wake up unstoppable. We're built to be unstoppable until we realize what's happening in the day. You can have a great day on Monday and you know you're on top of the world. Things are going in your direction, but allow something to happen on Tuesday. And then we begin to self-doubt. We begin to second guess and we begin to forget all of the great things that happen to us on Monday. And I want you to realize that your Monday, every time you have a Monday, it may not literally be Monday, but every time that you have a Monday, a day that is so great, pocket those memories inside of your mind so that when you have that Tuesday, you're still able to recall to yourself, I'm still unstoppable, regardless of what the situation around you looks like. That's one of the ways that you'll be able to awaken the leader within. When we think about this, it's a matter of renewing our minds to whom we are. One of my favorite verses in the Bible is Psalm 68:19. It says, daily he loads me with benefits. We have the benefit to be present. We have the benefit to be alive. We have the benefit to do it again. We have the benefit of resources, connection. We've got the benefit to live, to be successful, to be in the overabundance every single day. The question is, will we take it? So that starts with renewing your mind. The second thing I want you to know is this. When it comes to renewing your mind, you then have to reset your priorities, reset your vision, because Monday was great, but Tuesday caused you to lose some steam. Now you've got to reset back to what you did on Monday that worked so well. What was the goal and what was the vision? And once you then reset your goal and your vision, come on and let's then refocus. One of my favorite mentors is John Lee Dumas. And he says this, he says, focus, follow one course until success. Focus, F, follow, O, 1, C, course, U, until, and S, success. Follow one course until success. You can be gifted in all manner of things. And you can have all of these things moving in operation. But what I want you to know is the one thing that you choose, that one goal you decide to renew, that one thing that you focus in on. Follow it until you see the level of success that you want, and then add something else to it. You know what that does? Awaken the leader within you. Awaken the person who can have other people follow you. Awaken the person who wants to follow other leaders. Because believe this, if I'm a leader, I'm only as good as those that I surround myself with. I'm only as good as my mentors because I'm reaching up to them. I'm only as good as the other queens that are around me that are on the same level as me because we're going in the same direction. I'm only as good as those who are behind me, and not because I'm better, but maybe I have more experience. And I'm only as good as them because if I'm able to bring them into this current situation where I am. Awaken the leader within so that you can renew, reset, refocus, and then restart. You do not have to stay where you were. And there's two things I want to leave you with. When you restart, remember this. One, you need to remember that you cannot be the backseat driver of your own life. Period. If you were like me or are like what I was, when I was allowing everybody else's dream to come before mine. I mean, listen, I worked hard behind the scenes and I love working behind the scenes, but I also realized that if there's no balance, that I'm working other people's dreams and not my own, that was not it. If you're allowing people to tell you who and what you're supposed to be in this life, but you've never really stopped to think about who and what you are in this moment. Who you were at 18 is not the same as who you are at 28 and 38 and 48 and 58. And if you are in that place, you got stagnant and you got stuck. It is time for you to get unstuck and remain unstoppable. And here's the way that you do it. Start assessing in your life. Where am I and am I in the back seat? If you are, let me tell you, kindly have that person pull over the car, unbuckle your seatbelt, get out of the passenger side, get out of the back seat, kindly unlock the door on the front seat, and ask that person to move and get out. Now, they can get in the passenger side and ride with you, but no longer will you allow other people to lead your life. You've got to get in the front seat. And the final thing I'll say is this. The second purposeful thing that you can do in order to restart is to build a better boat when your dream boat sails away. Here's what I mean. I had this aspiration for many, many years to be a singer because I grew up singing when I was from 4 years old. I moved to Nashville, Tennessee, and it's music mecca here, you know? And so I thought I would be before the camera, but God had a different plan and put me behind the camera, which caused me to open up this whole new business that I didn't even know was there. But had I been trying to ride the boat that I had thought was my dream boat and never build this new boat, I would not have the success that I have in this company that I have for production. And I'm telling you, whatever happened to you and whatever your dream boat was, it may have set sail on you, but that doesn't mean there's not a better boat to build for today. So listen, as you are looking at awakening the leader that is within you, do not forget to renew, reset, refocus, restart. And when you restart, get out of the backseat of your own life and also build a better boat. My name is Michelle Gibson. You could have been doing anything else with your time, but you decided to hang out here with me. I'm so grateful for Dr. Marina. I'm so grateful for Derry. I'm so grateful for Linda. You hang out here and you hung out here with us. We're grateful and we're thankful. So until next time, I will see you at the top.
Now listen, everybody. Bella's in charge right now. Just look at me as your mama bear. I know you guys are having a great time. I know. It is so much information. But promise Bella this. If you want to reach out to me, check me out on Instagram, Bella_Biz. Remember what I said, 1L, not 2. But more importantly, since we're having such a great time at the Self-Leadership Summit, remember to like us. Come on, share. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, I know everyone knows at least one person. So like us, share us, and come on, don't be stingy. Don't you want to share all this beautiful information with everyone else? So be seen, be heard, be you. Stick around. Do not touch that dial. This is Mama Bear talking. Come on now. Make sure you stay here, firmly planted for the next session. Come on. We work really, really hard. You know why? For you. Yes. Hard to believe. For you. We don't want anything. We don't want your money. This is not a commercial. There's no setup. Believe it. Believe it. Believe it. It's really, really true. We want you to work on you. And guess what? All you got to do is show up to be seen, to be heard, to be you. Come on. Join me. This is not a moment. This is a movement. So you better get on board. Stay for the next session. My name is Bella, and we thank you so much from the United States of America. We love you, UK, and everyone around. Bye-bye. Stay tuned.
Welcome, everyone. It's Coach Sandra, the Compassionate Queen of Straight Talk here. I'm really thrilled to have all of you here. This is held through the Rich Woman Society, Rich Woman magazine, and it is an awesome group out of London, England. And I would recommend you go and have a look afterwards, of course. This is the Self-Leadership Summit 2.0. Last time when I was there, it was leadership. And today it's self-leadership, because that's a whole different aspect of how we are in the world. So I wanted to welcome you. Dr. Marina has coached me along to be big in the world from about 1.5 years ago in Clubhouse. And today, this is her son, Dari. I'm working with him in the marketing field as well. So I am thrilled. But just to introduce this a little bit, leadership is one thing. The self-leadership is quite different. So when I came for her leadership talk, I listened to everybody else and I immediately was thinking, but what is leadership if we don't know how to lead ourselves? And I know when I go to prison, a lot of the help that the inmates get from me is to be able to reach in and help them lead themselves. So I remember one guy coming in and had his hat pulled down and his hoodie up, and he said, I'm not going to talk. This was a Toastmasters meeting. A Toastmasters meeting, I'm not going to talk. Okay, no problem. So we go around and introduce, and it comes to his turn. I said, would you like to just introduce yourself? I don't want to talk. Okay, well, we'll come back to you because this is Toastmasters for speaking. And so when we came around, well, the hood went down and he at least stood and said his name. And about 3 weeks later, he's putting his hand up for everything because he somehow in that little bit of time recognized that if I'm ever going to grow, I have to lead myself. And that's why Sandra's here. And so I really recognized how powerful it is to let people learn to raise themselves up. And you don't get to raise yourself up unless you have the courage and the confidence to say, okay, it's inside me. And then we go to service leadership. When it's service leadership, you as the leader are reaching in and helping them up. And they don't even know it. Really hard on the ego, this service leadership. Because then when you look around and they look around, they say, look what I did. And I did it all by myself. Now, sometime later, they recognized, okay, that was because this and this and this, there were circumstances were there. But that service leadership is a little hard on the ego. But when we're doing that, we're helping other people raise themselves up. It's not the hand out, it's the hand up. So when I came to self-leadership for myself, it was that recognition that, okay, the pity party ain't going to work anymore. I've gone through trials and tribulations like each one of you. We all have. Whether it's been death, divorce, I mean, try it all. I've done it all. I haven't done the dying, but I've been, yeah. And it's a real challenge. But you know, that's life. And so when we look around, and when I'd be crying, I'd look around. Well, you know, people will cry with you for a day or two, but then they're on their way. But when I got to be free and be me and step into my own self-leadership, by being free, it invited others to also be free. So when I'm laughing, everybody wants to laugh with me. When I'm crying, they'll say, oh, I'm so sorry for you. Thank you. And we'll carry on. That doesn't mean we don't look after the tears. The self-leadership is also the self-care. And so that's kind of my thinking around self-leadership. And each one of you that I have met has been so amazing, absolutely amazing. And each of you have affected me in a different way. And that's why I'm thrilled that you're here to talk today. With that, we're going to start with, I was going to say interview. I'm really not interviewing you. I'm going to introduce, I'm going to do Tanya here first, but I'm going to introduce Tanya from how I know her. So this is the format, how I know her. And Tanya, you're going to take maybe just 1 minute to explain what you do in this world. But then if you could move along instead to your own awareness and growth into self-leadership and how that made a difference in your life. So here we go. I am so thrilled to be introducing Tanya Nestorenko. We met because I was invited into her Culture Sync group in PARO, which is a PARO. It's an Ontario organization for entrepreneurial women. And when they invited me in, I kept saying, well, I don't know if I fit yet. You know, let me know if you want me here. And they figured I was already there. So there's a lack of communication that we ran into. But I was thrilled to have Tanya to greet me into PARO, the Culture Sync. With that, I'm going to ask Tanya to introduce herself with her work. Who are you? What do you do? Just a minute. And then what's your journey on self-leadership? Tanya.
Thank you, Sandra. That was very kind of you. I love connecting with people. That's one of my passions, is to travel the world, break bread with people and connect and hear their story, because everybody has something to say. So that's a great segue, because what do I do professionally? I'm actually an executive and communication coach. Yes, my goal is for everybody to show up as their best self in order to be their message and make every conversation count. Because if we think about it, everything happens through conversation. And I can't say that often enough. Everything happens through conversation. And when I'm not enjoying my professional job, you'll also find me, like I said, traveling the world, also running 50-kilometer obstacle races. So I'm so glad the world is opening up again, because I'm not sure where I'm going to do my next one next. And spending time at my camp, that's what we say up here, my camp in Northern Ontario on an island with very minimal electricity and connectivity. So you're connecting really, you're letting go of technology and you're connecting with your family, your friends, and with nature. So I'm so glad to be here. So your question is about self-leadership. I love that, because one of our psychological needs is to be connected with ourselves in order to connect others. And oftentimes when I'm coaching my leaders, I often say, you know, who are you leading? And some people say, well, I don't have any direct reports. And then I ask them, I'm like, well, do you lead yourself? And I think that's a question a lot of people haven't actually asked themselves. And they go, I never thought about that. And just as you're saying, we need to lead ourselves. I'll often say, you are the author of your own message. We need to lead ourselves. We need to connect with ourselves in order to connect with others. So, I'm going to start with the end and say, what I want to leave you with is the words of own your story. Own your story, because we all have a story that's unique to ourselves. And how I came about owning my story is that about 5 years ago, Michelle Obama was speaking in Toronto, and there was no way I could afford the $1,000. So I found a way to take time off work and get hired as a dishwasher for the event. So not only did I walk away, with seeing Michelle Obama speak, I got to eat lunch and $227 in my pocket. It was brilliant. And I'm so glad that I found a way to hear her speak, because what I walked away from was own your story. And that really shifted the way I saw myself. Why? Because the weight of my own beliefs was holding me back. Yes, I always knew myself capable, but the weight of my own beliefs and my own story was holding me back. Too often growing up, I'd often say, I'm just a girl from Northern Ontario. Right? I'm from the North, and I was often teased by my Southern Ontario cousins that you're just from Northern Ontario, you live this simple rural life. And that stuck with me, and I kept saying to myself, I'm just a girl from Northern Ontario. And that really set the stage for limiting myself. But then I changed my wording by removing one word, the word just. And I'm just a girl from Northern Ontario became, hey, I am a girl from Northern Ontario. Wow, that just, I could feel the energy shift within myself. Yes. And because I am a girl, well, now a woman, from Northern Ontario, I started owning my story. And I started realizing that I had all these experiences that other people who didn't grow up in the North had. Like I know how to repair skidoos, maintain skidoos. I chop my own wood. I've been hunting with my father. I've had all these experiences that have contributed to the richness of who I am, which makes me unique. So that started my whole process of owning my story, right? I am a girl from Northern Ontario. So it comes back to leaving you with these words. In order to own in order to own who you are, your own story, don't compete. Create who you are and leverage your story to be able to lead yourself, and others will follow. Those are the words. That's my story that I'd like to share with you. To leave you with and my call to action is to say, so I'm very curious. How are you going to own your story? What do you need to change about your belief system? What do you need to change about your words, your mindset, your mantra, so that you start owning the uniqueness of who you are to help propel you forward? Thanks, Sandra.
Whew, thank you, Tanya. That was so beautiful. It is really, I saw the others nodding their head and sometimes that look of surprise. And it is so powerful because you have helped me own my story. Every one of you here have helped me own that story. And we do that because you own your story. It gives us the opportunity and the permission to give ourselves permission to own our own story and just be there. Just be there. Tanya, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. It was beautiful.
Because Sandra, for too long, I just saw myself as I was limiting myself. And then I owned who I am, and that shifted things completely.
And that is the magic that we're all looking for. Once we have the courage and the confidence to let that loose, wow, we are unstoppable. And it doesn't matter whether we're unstoppable just in our own family. I'm recognizing how important it is that I be unstoppable for my daughter, who is coming out and recognizing her own strength. She has it, but she hides it. So for me to be unstoppable, and I'm unstoppable because you people don't let me stop, that whole unstoppability thing. So that's what I got. Thank you, Tanya. Beautiful.
It's all about being connected to yourself in order to connect with others and lead others. Yeah.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All righty. I'm just going to let that sink in for 2 seconds. Whew. I'm going to go lady man here, I think. So we are going to go next with Mr. David Rush. David, you and I have not met in person, nor has Caleb. And I guess actually none of us have met in person. The glory of Zoom, the thank you of COVID. Oh my life has been on Zoom for the last 2 years. But David, you and I met on a network called Lunch Club. And I was feeling my Cheerios that day, and David was ready for me, so it was, hello there. And he immediately comes back. So he allowed for me to be my foolish self, and he was foolish back, and he's brilliant. I have watched David with his morning rush, which he'll tell us about a little bit. But the whole idea of this morning rush, because he's a rush, and I've been able to get to it. I don't get up early enough to get to it all the time, but amazing energy. And I think in so many ways, it's the energy that attracted me to each one of you. And I'm learning that I don't have to be with people that don't align with my energy. There's lots of people to go around. And with that, I'm just thrilled yet again that each of you are here. And David, thank you so much for opening your heart and your arms to me within the morning rush and being here to tell us, take a minute to tell us about who you are and what you do, because you had a really neat background that we kind of crossed with. And then tell us about your whole journey around self-leadership. David Rush.
Amazing. Amazing, Sandra. Ever since we've started interacting, I've just truly appreciated and loved your energy and the way you own your story, so to speak. And Tanya, that was a beautiful story yourself. Good to see everyone. I have an interesting background. I'm someone now who really is, I'll call it a serial entrepreneur, and I believe in parallel entrepreneurialism, meaning we don't just have to do one thing. We can have a lot of different things that we do as we're contributing out into the world with people. And I started out in the finance world and went into the investment banking, the markets world, and transitioned because I went through my own growth journey, which I'll share in just a moment, into someone who became a coach, a trainer, a consultant for individuals, for businesses, so that they could own their story and really step into their greatness, which is where I really see what I want to contribute to the world, is that everybody gets to do the things they want to do at the level they want to do them and have the impact that we're all truly capable of. So my story, and I just had a few points that I thought was one of, I want to emphasize the possibility of transformation, the importance and power of contribution, and then truly, I don't want to steal the words, own your story, but finding your authentic voice and really speaking your own truth. And that's what really my journey is still all about. So I was the guy, the boy, the little shy boy in school who was terrified to raise his hand. If he was ever called on, the blood rushed to my face, terrified, embarrassed, red face, didn't want to speak to anyone, wanted to hide behind his mom's leg whenever he was in public. This carried with me. I had a lot of stuff that was with me that prevented me from really connecting with people the way I really wanted to, communicating, finding my voice. And then if I found it, I had no idea how to express it. And so I went on this journey, even into the corporate world. I was someone who was reluctant to speak up to my manager or share with a colleague or be that person to speak up in a conference room. And it started to build for me. It started to be one of those things like, man, I'm really frustrated. And then I was working at JP Morgan, and then, they offered a course called Communicating with Impact. And I said, well, that's kind of what I'm looking for. And I go to this course, and this woman who led this course, she was a former Broadway performer. She owned the room. She owned her voice. And I said, wow, what if I could actually do that someday, or express myself even close to that someday? So I went up to her afterwards and I said to her, what do I do? Like, this class was great, but how do I do what you're doing? She said two things to me. She said, one, and Sandra, you spoke to this earlier, Toastmasters. And two, she said, improvisational comedy classes. And I was just early on in my, she put me on camera. She made me do things in the class. And I was totally embarrassed, but I was on my way. When we talk about self-leadership and self-transformation, it took the environment that I was in, but it also took my own courage in that moment. I didn't know the courage that I was actually exuding at the time. And so I spent years. I built a Toastmasters club just to be part of Toastmasters. I started giving speeches with hands shaking, to the point where it didn't bother me to be in front of a room anymore. To the point where a woman came up to me, and this is where the story changed for me. She said, David, I just want to thank you. And I said, thank me? Thank me for what? She said, your guidance, your tutelage, how to give a speech, how to show up, how to do all these things. And I was like, is that me? Did I do that? And it left a mark on me. And that was one of the most genuine and authentic thank yous I'd ever received in my life. I spent 10 years in the corporate world, not once from a colleague, a manager, not like that, not making a difference in another person's life, in their career. She said, I just got promoted. I'm communicating with my family differently. Thank you so much. That set me on a whole new path, because I knew that there was something else out there for me to do besides sit behind a computer screen and crunch numbers and do the things I was doing. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It just wasn't for me. I wanted to make a difference for people. And so that's where contribution comes in, because I went on my journey. I kept doing all kinds of self-development programs, from Landmark Worldwide to Tony Robbins to all kinds of leadership programs. I loved it for myself, but I even loved giving it away. And the more I gave it away, the more I found I was growing. So in self-leadership, I think there's a real power in, and Sandra, you spoke to this earlier, giving it to others as well. Because the more we teach others, the more we're actually learning it ourselves at deeper levels. And so that's what I'm really passionate about. I'm really passionate about our own voice. Like, how do we find our truth? Because initially, I was just learning how to robotically give a speech really well. And then it was improvisational comedy, where I was on stage and I could be flexible and creative, but it was like in some imaginary land. I got integrity with myself through a lot of the personal development I did, where saying, what's really important to David? What's the contribution that he wants to have for others? And what's his authentic voice? Because I hid behind a mask for a while. Even though I was communicating well, I could do the things that caused people to engage with me, to like me. It wasn't my truth. And that's where I'm at now, is really getting in touch with this rather than this. I think your mind is important. I think your heart is equally important. If they're disconnected, there's a problem. Not a problem, but something that there's available to you to really get into your heart and connect with people on a human level, not just because you want to look good on a stage or because you want to perform well or cause results, to actually connect. And that's what I'm passionate about. And I started this platform called The Morning Rush, where I invite all kinds of busy executives to start their day off with some empowerment, some connection. And it's all in effort to really have people step into their greatness, to find their voice, and to really jump into their day in a way that maybe they don't have access to without that community that helps support and surround and uplift. And so that's my story. I think it's one of really self-leadership is taking on your own transformation, giving that transformation to others, and then truly just getting connected with what's in here and doing what's authentic to you. So Sandra, thank you. This has been incredible, and I'm honored to be a part of it.
Wow, thank you, David. That was amazing. Absolutely. I've had goosebumps again. I mean, each one of you are so special to me, whether I've known you long or not. And that's the whole thing when we meet. You know, there's a reason, season, lifetime. It's, you gave me goosebumps. Thank you. Because that journey to self, as I look back over my many decades, we don't think we're going anywhere day by day by day. And yet, if you'd known me 50 years ago and 40 years ago and 30 years ago, you would see an evolving butterfly. An evolving butterfly. And each one of you the same. We get so frustrated with ourselves sometimes just to think, you know what? This is very slow-mo. And I think with my coaching, I'm very slow-mo. But I'm not really. But I don't see that. I've been bursting. And it's because of people like everyone here bringing me along. And I'm sure your journey has been the same. So there's been leadership from others serving us in their service leadership, and us willing to go forward into all those courses. Landmark, I did that too. So it's amazing. Thank you so much, David, from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. In just a moment to let that settle too. We are going to go to Laura next. And Laura and I just met recently. And I took one of her little boot camps, you know, a free webinar boot camp. I've done so much of those, my head's spinning. But anyhow, talk about spinning. I'm going to have to remind Laura to speak Sandra speed because Laura can speak faster than I can think. But with her course, I really got the thread of where I was needing to go as well. So once again, and she would just, Sandra, is that okay? Just a minute, I need to, and then she would repeat, like patience and love exude from Laura, period. Patience, love, she's real, she's been through so much in her own life, and she's only 13 in her pigtails. With her little 10-year-old girl behind her. I don't know how old she is. Oh, 9, so I was close. So it's an absolute joy for me to introduce everyone to Laura Atencio. Hi, Brennan. And here we go. As long as she's quiet so you can speak, you're okay to go. She's lovely. With that, help me welcome Laura to tell us a little bit about herself and a few minutes about her journey of self-leadership. Laura.
Yes. So I am Laura Atencio, and I'm here in Nederland, Texas. And we recently relocated from Colorado, and prior to that, we were in Virginia. I work with speakers, authors, and podcasters who are coaches or consultants selling programs or services to find and follow their true north and make decisions in their business that will get them more income and impact without wasting their time freedom. Because I have learned throughout my life that your time and income and location freedom are the most important things that you can possibly have. So that's who I am and what I do. And how I got here, well, that is quite a story. So I have a background in, I guess I started out doing lifeguarding and retail and managing movie theaters. And I was in the Virginia Army National Guard as a combat engineer. And then I went into corporate and I worked at Capital One in retention, and I worked at Ameriprise as a financial advisor. And I had all the licenses to help people with their financial solutions. And what I determined while I was there was that I didn't want to help people scrimp and save and not drink coffee so that they could maybe go on a vacation in 10 years. I really wanted to help them make more money. So I decided to do that. I was in some women's networking organizations. For the first time, I was out networking and getting up in front of people. And I have this natural tendency to connect to people and have a natural tendency to look at people and connect them and see things differently. I have severe ADHD, so I might go on a little bit of circles here, but I would go to networking events and my manager at the financial advising would say, get as many cards as you can and then come back and dial the phone and dial the phone and dial the phone. I'm like, that's horrible advice. I'm not doing that. And so I would go to these networking events and I would try to meet just a handful of people and really connect with them. And instead of talking about what I would say, hi, who are you? What do you do? Because there's a financial advisor and a realtor every time you turn around and nobody wants to hear about it really. So I would not talk about me. I would do here, what are you looking for? And then they would tell me. And then I would go about my business. And then I'd go to the other side of the room. Hi, who are you? What brings you here? What are you looking for? And then I would find the people and connect them with each other. And so at these events, I was just naturally making connections for other people. And then they would say, oh, how can I help you? You helped me so much. You found the exact person I was looking for. What can I do for you? And then I would say, oh yeah, I'm a financial advisor. And they're like, oh, I already have one. And I'm like, of course you do, but who do you know? And then I'd go through the questions to get referrals that are harder to get than dialing someone on the telephone. And it was just a much easier way of making connections with people. And I didn't do it to try and get anyone. I did it because that's what I do. But then I was using online digital marketing to further my relationships with people because sometimes the same person they wanted wasn't at the event and I have to keep looking for quite some time. So I was using LinkedIn without breaking any of the SEC rules, which was a big deal to my company. And I was using Facebook and just making relationships online. So people started asking me to teach and train on social media marketing. And then they asked me to start running theirs. And when I was a financial advisor, I wasn't able to take money. I just kind of did it as a hobby. But then 2009 hit and I was like, oh, yeah, now I can take money because I don't have a job anymore. So I picked up speakers and authors immediately from the women's organizations. And they were like, stop looking for a job. Just do what you do, call it something and take money. And I was like, oh, right, I could do that. So that was 2010. And I started Social Savvy Geek, which is a digital marketing agency where I provide done-for-you services for speakers and authors. And it's basically whatever it is that they need. So I'm not platform specific. I help them make decisions that are best for them and choose the right path for themselves to get from awareness. So I found over the years that focusing on customer journey strategy was much more important than focusing on any particular tactic. And then I, experienced so many life things that could have knocked me down. I found myself a single mother, escaped a domestic violence situation, which is why we moved from Virginia to Colorado. And then I met my husband in Colorado on eHarmony and we got married. Everything was great. And I was having the banner year. I had a radio show on the air in Denver, big corporate sponsorship, big. It was awesome. And I was having just the best year helping people. I was on massive stages with major speakers in my industry, just so much fun. And then my husband passed away suddenly from a heart attack unexpectedly at the age of 49. And so, obviously that just sucks. And then I continued on, right? Because what are you going to do? I felt grateful that I didn't have to beg a boss for time off to help my daughter. We traveled full time for a year and a half, 2 years, and then kind of COVID put the kibosh on that. And now we need to stay stationary, but we've chosen Texas as our new home. And so basically, if you set your business up in a way that supports you and your time, then you can withstand whatever happens in life and keep on helping other people. And the more life I have experienced, the better I've been able to serve other people and the more empathetic I am to the situations that they're going through. And as long as someone is willing to continue, and as long as someone is willing to put the time and the effort into their business and plan ahead so that when things go wrong, you still know where you're going, then it's all good. And so then I started the Coach's Compass, which is where the boot camp was for you, so that I could lead people through basically choose your own adventure for business, because I've seen too many coaches get wrapped up in vanity metrics or $1 million launches where these people are like, I did $1 million launch, but really they only netted $100,000 they got to keep. And really I could just make $100,000 to be happy with my smaller business. I don't need $1 million lunch. Like, that looks pretty, but really, I don't have to have that to be happy. So letting people know that their goals and their life and their dreams matter, and they don't have to mimic or copy anybody else's life or goals or income values, and then helping them deliver in a way that makes sense to them, because there's no right or wrong way to run your business. And as coaches, we get so excited and we want to do everything all at once. Like, we want the book and the podcast and the funnels, and we, you know, and we want to be on the stages, and we want everything. And you can do everything, but not all at one time. So you have to focus and piece it out and hit your milestones and then continue on from there. So I'm helping people figure out what is their best next move to get them to the end goal that they want. And then sometimes the things that we thought we want, when we get them, we're like, ooh, that's not what I wanted. That's not lighting me up. That's not making me happy. Which I know, because I did that. I set my business up in a way that I was mentored to do, and then I got the business. And it made me miserable. It was so normal. I'm not normal. I've never been normal. So I don't know what else you want to know, but that's where we're at. And my highest priority is getting to spend time with my daughter. So I've made my business so that I have time freedom more so than anything.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. It's really hard to top all of what you've said. And no, it's not. But I'm just saying for yourself as well, where you might be thinking, oh, well, what else do I have to say? I think you said it all. That's what I meant. It was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much. All of our stories are so incredibly authentic, unique, original. And I'm so happy that somehow along the way, I broke free from doing what people thought I was supposed to do. And that was a short little bits of learning through all the decades, really. And even today, I mean, you lead me to, no, we don't have to do it all at once. It's okay, Sandra, you can do this. It's okay, Sandra, you can do this. And so this is the beauty of the networking. This is the beauty of supporting one another, where we don't always have to have our hand in our pocket and find out, well, that wasn't what I needed. And hand in the pocket, and that wasn't what I needed.
Transformational summer I've ever had. And as far as self-leadership, I did reach out to coaches to get inner work done that has changed everything. And I've never felt more at peace or more like closer to God, or known that I'm doing exactly the work that I'm meant to do with the people that I'm meant to do it in the time that it was meant to happen. So I feel like everything has led me to this purpose, and it was all part of the plan. So I feel really, at peace and happy and motivated to continue doing what I'm doing, which is a good place to be. I'm very pleased. And I'm not 13, I'm 47, so. It took a while.
Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you. Oh, wow. I am so blessed. I am so blessed. From the faces I'm looking at, I think we are all being blessed. And now we're going lady man, lady man, lady man. So guess who's up? Caleb. I want to just say Caleb and I met probably 2 or 3 months ago, I think. And Caleb runs a free mastermind, and then followed with a not free master class workshop thing. And he has got the most generous heart of anyone I've met to meet somebody new, and a male, because men aren't usually quite so open with their hearts. So I've been blessed with two men here who are open with their hearts, instead of having to, okay, guys, it's okay to have a heart in there. And Caleb has captured my heart for sure, with his willingness to share. And when he sees that panic look on my face, don't worry, Sandra, just keep coming back. Okay. And it's so important, because I'm sure you realize that there's not too many in my age bracket running out there doing what I'm doing. And so I might be the granny in the house, but man, I love growing and bringing life to everyone else as well. And Caleb, you have brought life to me and supported me, and you haven't asked for anything. And I thank you for that. Yet. I want to introduce Caleb, who's going to tell us a little bit about his funnel flow himself, and a little, yes, I know some of you want to connect. I think everybody here wants to connect, and that will be great. Caleb with his funnel flow is going to tell us briefly what he does there, but more importantly, his own journey to becoming self-leader. With that, help me welcome Caleb Christensen.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Sandra. Pleasure to be here today. Tanya, Laura, David, thanks for sharing. Tina, looking forward to hearing about you. And I just want to say that I feel so privileged to be surrounded and to have continual opportunities to surround myself with like-minded entrepreneurs and people who have a message, who are looking to not only profit, right? Money comes as a result of serving and delivering results. And I love being surrounded by entrepreneurs who are focused on delivering results to their clients, to their customers, to the communities that they are passionate about. Because the reason we are doing what we're doing is because we have a story, we have a journey that we've been through that have led us to this point. And that journey of self-leadership is what refines our focus as we go. I never intended to be a marketing coach. I never intended to be a marketing consultant. I actually started my journey in 2002, graduating high school. I wanted to be a nurse. And all I knew is I wanted to be a missionary and go overseas and help the world and share Jesus with the world. But I knew I didn't want to stand on a soapbox and say, Jesus loves you. I'm not opposed to that, but I thought I could be a little bit more tactical in my approach. And I thought, well, I need something tangible I can do to actually help people, right? So that led me down this decision tree. I found nursing, so I started going to school to become a nurse. Long story short, I became a nurse, which a nurse, as you know, it's a very institutional job. You get a job, you have a shift, right? You have to staff the hospital 24/7. There's not a lot of room for entrepreneurial interpretation on how to pass meds, right? And you don't want an ICU nurse who is too creative, right? Let's say that. And so I felt conflicted because being a natural entrepreneur, I was the kid mowing lawns and, upselling the neighbor lady on, head streaming services. Like, I was an entrepreneurial kid, right? I was always looking for a different way to make money. I started a hot dog cart. So I always had these entrepreneurial ventures I was doing in the background, but my day job was a nurse, and I just felt conflicted. And at the same time, my family was growing. So my financial obligations were growing. And I'm like, I can't just stop it all to go overseas and be a missionary in Africa, right? Like, that doesn't seem practical anymore. I can't leave the hospital because now I have 3 kids and they're depending on my income and overtime, and right. So I have financial obligations there, and I can't just quit my job. Those glorified stories of the person fed up with their job, and they give the 2 fingers and they're out of the office and they go start their own thing, right? This glorified leave everything and start your $1 million business. I couldn't do that either. So I'm like, what do? I feel stuck. And that feeling of stuckness led to, honestly, depression for a long time. I'm like, okay, this is not why I became a nurse. I did not become a nurse to be stuck in this institution for the next 30 years. Whenever I see nurses who are excited, it's because they're about to retire. All right. And I'm like, that's not where I want to be. I want to be excited about showing up every day. I love taking care of patients, but the institution was bearing on me. And so once I kind of got over myself and I said, shut up, Caleb, quit crying. I had some people speak into my life. It's like, okay, accept the fact you're an entrepreneur. I said, okay, all right. So I just started reading books. I'm like, okay, I don't I don't know what to do. So I'm just going to go on this journey of self-discovery. I don't know where it's going. I'm just going to start walking like Forrest Gump. I just started running. Right? I didn't have an end destination. I just knew that where I was not where I wanted to be. And so I started reading books. I started listening to podcasts. I started taking courses, and I just kind of like opened my ears up. I stopped like being so introspective, and I just kind of like looked up and said, okay, I'm not where I'm at, but who's doing what I want to do? All right. So I started surrounding myself with people who are operating at a higher level. I started networking with other entrepreneurs, and I just became curious again. Through that kind of path, I found out about this business model called junk removal. It's really simple. You get a truck, you put junk in it, and you take it to the dump. People pay you for that. All right. And I thought, hey, this is something I can do through a business partner, and I'll do the digital stuff. So I can still be a nurse and cover my expenses, but I can have a physical business and help support that with a business partner. And I didn't start thinking that way unless I started to educate myself on how to actually tactically do that. So long story short, I launched this business. I kind of stumbled into a marketing system, which I now call minimum viable marketing. It's very simple. It's like drop dead simple. And it worked. We went from 0 to 6 figures in less than 10 months. And I realized, hey, I have something here, but I haven't reached my final destination yet. So then I went all in. I started buying books. I started going to conferences. And I really learned that the thing I love most about business is marketing, right? So like I said, I became interested in a kind of a general concept, but this self-leadership, I knew that I had to learn. I knew that I had to grow. And through that process, it just refined my focus to now the point I'm a specialist. I have a specific framework. I can help people generate leads in less than 30 days. I have stories and I have case studies. And because of that self-leadership, I now have investors, I have clients, and I have a body of work where I don't have to work in the hospital anymore. And so it just started with a desire that I don't like where I'm at. I don't know where I need to go. I didn't expect to be in this office. I just knew that I didn't want to be in the hospital anymore. And I knew that I had to level up who I'm surrounding myself with and my personal education. And through that, I found my passion, I found my framework, and I found my people who need my help. And that's presented unlimited opportunity. And now I'm like, I got to pare down because I have too much going on. Right? I need to refocus. So self-leadership has changed my life. Curiosity has changed my life. And to anyone who's listening to this and they're like, I feel stuck. I don't know what to do. Just walk in a direction. Like, what inkling of a passion do you have that you can pursue, and just see what door that unlocks. See who that introduces you to. Go to that conference that you're interested in. See who you end up meeting or sitting across from the table, and you hear their story and like, oh, that sounds great. That was just me. It was a series of that over time, and I believe God kind of led me down that path. But that's my story. And so that's how I got into marketing. And thank you, Sandra.
Wow. That is amazing too. I love you, Caleb. I love every one of you. Every one of you. It's an amazing thought that every one of us here somehow was uncomfortable where we are, which is probably the first trick. And how long do you stay uncomfortable and stuck? And how many ways do we try to change that? My divorce was 30 years ago. I probably should have ended it 10 years earlier. But I kept thinking I could fix people. I kept thinking I could change people. Then I kept working. And I was working on myself as well. But I've had to learn over the years, here's what I can offer. And outside of that, you either want to do the work or you want to go on your way. And that's a hard lesson to learn. But you've learned it, Caleb. You understood. I can't stay here. No, I can't stay here. Nope, can't stay here. Nope, can't stay here. And just on and on and on. And that is the journey every one of us went through. We've just listened to all the stories so far. That was the journey. Try it here, try it there. And you know, nothing is ever wasted at the end of the day. 40 years financial planning, but before that, I was 4 years school teaching. And before that, I was waitressing, or not before the, after the teaching, I became a waitress for 6 years. Nothing is wasted. It doesn't matter what the jobs are. You go and you do your job, you do it with your whole heart, you bring joy to the people that are coming in. And if you don't want to do that, then move on. But everyone here gave their all while doing it and then moved on when it was time. And it's a beautiful thing. Just a beautiful thing. Thank you. So thank you, Caleb. Now we come to Tina. Now with Tina, I just love Tina. Tanya and Tina and I are all three in that group of 5 with the culture sync with Carl. That's where we met. They took me in when I kind of wondered, I don't know what I have to offer. And they, again, just held me up and said, no, stop that. Stop that. We look to you for some wisdom and a little bit of nonsense. And I'm not sure what all else they look to me for, but here I am, and here is Tina. Tina has an amazing story as well. And we're in Culture Sync because we come from all different parts of the world. And here we are together in Ontario, Canada, from all different parts of the world. And it's a beautiful, beautiful group. And we support each other and meet every week. Tina is the scheduling master. Absolutely. Me, I can say, oh man, I hope somebody reminds me. And I try and get it down. But and thank God for the Tinas in the world as well, who's not only got that big heart and a lot of wisdom, but also the scheduling master for me. Thank you, Tina. And let's hear about you, what you do, what your work is, and your journey to self-leadership.
Thank you, Sandra. That was lovely. For those of you listening, Culture Sync is the name of our little group of 5 entrepreneurial women located in Ontario, Canada, through the sponsorship of a organization called Pero, as Sandra has mentioned. And we support each other in our journeys. We all have different journeys, and we come together and support each other. So today, I'm speaking to you from Ontario, Canada, just like Sandra, except that I am in the South. And Sandra and Tanya, who spoke earlier, are somewhere in the East and in the North. But as you can see, thanks to technology, it doesn't matter where we are. For example, today, some of you are, Laura, for example, from Texas, and the gentleman from other part of the States. But it doesn't matter where we are. We speak to each other on camera. Today, in terms of the self-leadership perspective, I would like to inject a different angle in that I want to speak from being a first generation of immigrant to Canada who builds everything up from the ground, from zero. And that in the past 35 years after I immigrated to Canada. And I also want to speak from a specific perspective of being human and our emotions. I am a certified energy psychology practitioner. I help people deal with what we deem as negative emotions, such as depression, fears, grief, trauma, PTSD. And I do this because I myself, just a number of years back, was in that situation. Emotionally, I was a wreck. And I helped myself to get out of that emotional pit And I realized that there are other people who are in the same boat and they need help as well. And I excel at what I do. I'm really good at helping people getting out of emotional pit where we think that it's there is no exit, that we just want to give up and there's nothing else left for us to do. And yet we forget that there are 7 billion of humans on this earth, and there has got to be somebody out there that can help us. And when Sandra approached me weeks ago about participating in this self-leadership summit, I honestly had to do some research about that definition of self-leadership, because we all know about leadership, but what about self-leadership? And I found out that the first person who coined the term self-leadership is a man named Charles Mans in 1983. And he defined leadership as a comprehensive self-influence perspective that concerns leading oneself. And after him, there's other people who define it differently. But in 2019, a South African industrial psychologist named Marietta du Plessis acknowledged that there is an opportunity to complement the concept of self-leadership with insight from positive psychology research. And her definition: self-leadership is a positive way to refer to our capacity to identify and apply our own signature strength to initiate, maintain, and sustain self-influencing behaviors. And it's on value base of self-inspiration and self-goal setting. So in layman terms, from a first-generation immigrant, what it means to me is to walk the talk, to put my money where my mouth is, especially in times when things are bleak, when we feel that we are cornered, when we think that there is no way out. We hit rock bottom. We want to give up, and yet somehow we don't. We hang on to the thinnest thread of hope. And we muster the strength to accept where we are and to graciously be compassionate towards ourselves. To me, that's self-leadership. It's harder said than done, because we are so judgmental towards ourselves. And so my invitation to those of you who are listening today to take one single self-leadership action is, if you feel that you are down and under, to reach out, to talk to someone. Why? So that you can get help and to move forward, because you are worth it. You are worth taking care of yourself. You are worth being compassionate, being gracious to yourself. And that's my thought on self-leadership. Thank you, Sandra.
Wow, Tina. I know why I love you. That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Yes, and Laura found it the same. Oh, some people had to scoot off this one, but boy, they'll be listening later. I know they wanted to hear it as well. And you're going to be speaking to so many people, because this is what we need to hear. This is the message we need to hear: to love ourselves, to be kind to ourselves. And when we learn how to be kind to ourselves, We don't have to wonder about what did the textbook say? How am I supposed to speak to this person? How am I supposed to do that? Throw it all away, because once we learn to be compassionate with ourselves, we automatically can learn to be compassionate with others and patient with them and meet them where they're at, which is the whole message that everyone here gave. Meet people where they're at. And if you want anything else, just to finish, everyone, this has been just an amazing journey through the 24-hour summit, Self-Leadership Summit 2.0, brought to you from Rich Women's Society in the UK, and bringing together women and leaders and men from all over the world, internationally, to share our stories, to be our stories, and just to be ourselves. We're it. It's all we need. And that will spill over and allow others to be. And when we can all be, we'll be patient, loving, forgiving, and we'll learn to let things go. So thank you, Dari. Thank you, Dr. Marina. Thank you, Rich Women's Society, for this amazing work. Blessings.
Right. Good morning or good afternoon, wherever you are. It's a great privilege to be here to talk about such an important topic. Welcome to the 24 Hours Summit on Self-Leadership. My name is Joyce Peter, and I'm here to enjoy all that is to be said about self-leadership. But also, this is my session, and we have great speakers for the hour. Okay, my name is Joyce, as I said, Joyce Peter. I'm a mothering teacher, and I help people to achieve their dream. We all know that self-leadership is essential. It is necessary for success. It's all about understanding who you are, taking responsibility for how you show up, and to lead by example as you progressively learn to make better decisions and build stronger relationships. This becomes even more necessary when you reach midlife, say 50 plus. And so today we have a phenomenal woman who lives by self-leadership. She is the inspired catalyst. She's a well-being and midlife coach, founder of Cultivated Wellness. She helps women to feel grounded and at ease in any situation. Let's welcome Annette Unigwe to tell us about self-leadership for a happy and successful life at 50 plus. Annette, welcome.
Thank you, Joyce, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. And I just want to thank Joyce for this wonderful introduction. It just makes me feel so much at home. First of all, I just want to mention just something very small. If you notice that I'm extra hot and the fans are going, in London today, the temperatures are sky high and we are all sweating a little. So do forgive me if you see any wet patches anywhere. So have you noticed that even the most experienced, the most qualified people, the medical people, everyone now is talking about well-being. They're talking about the strains and stresses. They're talking about the uncertainties of life. Have you noticed this? And are you thinking that you are alone? Because you are not alone. We are all going through this. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? Actually, there's nothing we can do because we can only control what is within our control. Now, not so very long ago, I would say 3 or 4 years ago, we all knew how life would pan out. We knew that if we were born, we were probably born in a hospital. We knew what schools were like. We knew that the stages of school led to higher education, and then it led to work, and probably marriage, and then children, da 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 da. Everything was set out, and we knew where we were. And then the pandemic came, and now everything is changed. And whatever was before is no longer the same anymore. And we're into a complete reset. So how do you remain calm? How do you grow? How do you remain in self-leadership with all this going on. This is what my short talk is about today. And I'm actually very interested in it because I know that we all have this capacity to learn to be calm. All it takes is to just stop where you are and really reach, take a breath and ground yourself to really get in touch with what is going on for you. And this is something you can do several times a day. Because in the same way that you have 3 meals a day, you have 3 opportunities to stop and check in. How am I? How am I feeling? What do I need? But before I go any further, let me introduce myself. My name is Annette Chinigwe, the Inspired Catalyst, and I am your wellbeing coach at Cultivated Wellness UK. And my purpose is to share information with people to help them to increase their well-being and to grow along their spiritual path. I work now predominantly with women who are 50 plus, 60 plus, even 70 plus, to find that calm, to find that clarity, which will give them the strength and the energy to live the life they truly deserve. So why am I so interested? Why is that important to me? It's important to me because this has been my life. I remember myself. I've been through it before. I remember the time when I wasn't yet retired, when I was so confused. I was so misguided. I didn't know what was coming. And because I've been through it and I've come out the other end, with the advantage now of age as well, I can look back at the transformations I went through and I can help others to assess where they are, to plan their lives. I can support them because the main thing is not information. Information is not transformation. We need to implement what we have learned and make it a way of life. So before I go any further, I will tell you how I started my own journey and how I became in leadership of myself. So I was a teacher for many years. In fact, don't laugh, I was a teacher for 40 years. And in my 50s, I started hearing colleagues in the staff room, if you can picture this, imagine the staff room, imagine the conversations that teachers would be having. They're similar to the conversations people are having now about salary, pensions, will the pension be enough? How are we going to manage? And at first, all this did not really interest me because I had other things on my mind. But there came a time when suddenly I started hearing more. Could this be something for me? Other people further along the road were worried. They were talking about their retirement fears. Would the mortgage be paid or the rent? What about their loans? What about their medicals? People started talking around and there was a buzz. But there was one day when something changed drastically for me. And I want to take you there. And I want you to look through my eye to what I saw on that day. It was a presentation from a company that came into schools to talk about retirement. And they did this presentation, and it was a short film. And what they did was to show 2 different people, person A and person B. And we looked at the life of person A, who had said, I will just wait. When I get there, I will sort it out. There's plenty of time. And did nothing. And we looked at person B, who, for whatever reason, had decided to plan where he wanted to be after retirement. And as we sat there as teachers, we looked at the trajectory, the life of the person who hadn't planned. And we saw the horror on his face of just not having enough to live on, not having enough to pay his bills, not being able to go on holiday, not being able to have choices about so many things. We saw that. And now I want you to look at the person who did plan and look through my eyes to that person. When they got to retirement, they were so relaxed because everything was in place. They'd taken all the advice they could from wealth providers. They knew what their pension would be. They knew what their holidays would be because they'd planned their list. I mean, my list is to go to Las Vegas because I want to play on the slot machines. Yeah, 3 days in Vegas will do me fine. But people have different choices. Some wanted to go on walks. They wanted to go to various places to follow nature treks, etc., etc. And we saw as teachers the difference. And my mind, in that moment, I crashed because when I saw those two people on the screen, I realized who I was. I was the one that hadn't planned anything. And it was awful. I felt sick. I just felt sick, alone. I didn't know what to do because at that time, I had children who were headed for higher education. I would need to help them. At that time, I had a mortgage, which was going beyond my predicted retirement age. And I thought, that's not including all the loans and all the bills. What am I going to do? And it was really a sobering moment. But I'm so grateful for that because I just stopped everything. I took myself away because by then I was in my spiritual practice. And I made my future life after work my practice. And I worked out with inner guidance because that's what a spiritual practice does for you. I worked out what I needed to do. And to cut a very long story short, my whole life just blossomed because I sat down, I started doing courses which I felt would lead me to my career, which is the one I have now. I had always planned to be a coach. And I started doing courses like neuro-linguistic programming. I started doing hypnotherapy. I started the tapping, the EFT. I decided that rather than wait to retire to start, that I had to go in junction with my work. And this is one of the secrets, the side hustle, what you do on the side while doing the main thing. So I did all those things. And I planned where I wanted to be. I looked at my pension and started adding a little bit more into the teacher's pension to give me an extra support when I stopped work. And bit by bit, by staying focused, because I'd written down, and this is important, I'd written down everything. By the time I got to my retirement age, everything that I had planned had happened. I could tick them off because there was a date attached to it. And so I know how it feels. That time when I just felt absolutely forlorn, when I felt there was no hope, I think my spirit guides, they came to me and said, don't worry, we'll take care of you. And spiritually, I was led. And I achieved everything I needed to achieve. And this is why I know how it feels. I may not have had the same experience as yourself because we're all different. So your experience and mine will not be the same exact experience. But I know how it feels to be worried, to have sleepless nights, the dark night of the soul. I know how it feels. And I know how it feels when finally you break through. And you realized that actually you were being supported by some heavenly being, that God was within you. But you only needed to stop, just stop You need to stop and be with yourself to find out, and you need to commit to actions. So that's why I'm very passionate about helping women over 50. I've been there, I've bought the t-shirt, and I've come out the other side. And right now that I am in my 70th year as an entrepreneur, as a coach, as a storyteller, as a public speaker, I'm looking at all the gifts that I have been given in this lifetime, and I'm still moving forward to help others. So if you are watching this recording or the replay, I want you to be comforted to know that you are going to be all right. You are going to be all right because there are people out there who can help you. And I can help you. I can take you from where you are to where you want to be. I can support you and I can encourage you. But most importantly, when you are not with me, I will be praying for you. And I will be sending the spiritual healing to you so that you can actually be the leader of your life. Because what happens with your spiritual practice what will happen is that when you have a spiritual practice, you will become in leadership of yourself. And when you become in leadership of yourself, others will notice. You may not even notice. You will think, well, I've been doing meditation, I've been doing gratitude all this time, and what is all that about? And you may not notice, but somebody will say, hi, you look so relaxed these days. You're so calm. And you'll say, oh, really? I hadn't noticed. Because the transformation is such that it changes you. It changes the way you show up in the world. And I'm mentioning this now because when you are in leadership of yourself, it transforms the way you show up, the way you demonstrate your gifts. It transforms mostly your relationships with other people. You're able to show empathy, which is so important these days because we're all going through such terrible times. You will have that. And Joyce, did you want to ask me any questions? Because I have gone on.
Yes, thank you, Annette. That is so much to take in. I just wanted to ask one question. For the people who want to be person B, to make a plan, but they just can't find the means, maybe they don't have that extra money to top up their pension or do something, what would you say to them finally?
The first thing is to make the decision that you are going to find a way is the mindset. And that's the first thing. Because form follows thought. The moment you say, I'm going to get to the other side, God or the universe creates a situation to take you to the other side. So it would be asking for help, free help, reading as much as you can, doing courses. But if you can, please pay for professional help. And it doesn't mean that, in fact, you may not even need to pay because the people, if you're looking at the financial only, the people who give this information is completely free.
Thank you so much. That was great. I hope you guys can take some tips from this and move on with your leading yourself to a better life. So self-leadership is all about learning and dissecting the stories that we tell ourselves. Sometimes the stories that we tell ourselves are not the true version. And so it is important to always work on being self-aware, becoming our own cheerleaders and progressing to success. I've got an amazing woman with me who specializes in youth transformation. She has over 20 years experience working with young people, one of my favorite things, passion for me as well, of all backgrounds. So she works with all backgrounds. She's a teen coach, practitioner. She's a speaker, founder of a life coaching organization called Greater Elevation. She helps teens in partnership with their parents to raise their goals, raise their aspiration, and create a brighter future for themselves. Currently, she's studying for a master's degree in coaching psychology so she can provide more value. It is on one of these self-leadership journeys that I met my friend, and I'm so proud of her. She's pushing herself despite being, all while she was being a mother of twin children. She'll tell you her own story. And I just want to welcome Jenny. Today she's going to talk about your future does not have to, or your past does not have to determine your future. Jenny, welcome.
Lovely. Joyce, just want to say thank you so much for the introduction and thank you for the opportunity to be on the platform today. Very much appreciated. So as Joyce has told you, my name's Jenny Beckford. I am a teen coach practitioner, and I'm just going to share with you my story, just really homing in on where my past, where I was in the past and where I am now today. So I had twin girls at the age of 23, and a lot of people thought, my goodness, your life is over, you're very young, you've had two twin girls at that age, what are you going to do? Now, at the time, I was working in a full-time job and was with their father, but we were very young, we were starting out. Now, as the years had gone by, I became a single parent at the age, well, my daughters were 6 at the time. I think I was 30 at the time. So I've gone from being with their dad for sort of over 10 years to now having to raise these 2 children single-handedly. And for me, I was a bit disappointed because my mother raised myself and my brother as a single parent, and she did an amazing job. However, I always said to myself that when I get older, I would do my best to keep my family together. However, that was not to be. Now, at that time, I felt really like a failure. You know, I missed having time to share with somebody the ups and downs of looking after my daughters and the emotions that I was going through. And it became a bit challenging. Now, whilst looking after my daughters, I then realized I started to overcompensate for being a single parent, which meant at times that I would put myself last and put my children first, as most mothers do, and there's nothing wrong with that. But it was a lack of self-care. So I was somewhat, you would say, neglecting myself and just forgetting about Jenny and just, you know, putting the girls first. So that meant at times that things that I wanted to do, I wouldn't go and pursue. So I became quite frustrated, and again, it was quite of a challenge to bring up these 2 girls single-handedly, and my identity kind of got lost. So then, after being in a job for 10 years, was working in the public sector and been in so many different jobs, in my late 30s, I decided that I wanted to go ahead and pursue a degree. Now, prior to this degree, I had set up a recruitment business with no business knowledge whatsoever and really went for it. However, due to not being able to tap into funding because of my age and having other responsibilities in looking after the children and also, bills and what have you, I decided, okay, I'm going to get into a full-time job. I then decided that I'm going to have a degree, go and do a degree, which was in business and entrepreneurship, so business and enterprise. So that would give me the sort of grounding to maybe go back and maybe pursue a business. So as I went through the degree, my daughters at the time were 16. They were going for their GCSEs. So we had 3 of us studying. I hadn't studied for many years. So again, I found that a challenge, but then was very proud to have my degree, got qualified, got a 2-1 at the age of 40. So I graduated, and it was a very proud day for me as my daughters were in attendance. So again, I got to 40 and still was not sure of what is it that I wanted to do in life. And then a few years on, I ended up, when I say ended up, I went into a relationship that really I should not have been in, and really kind of left me in a place where I felt really down on myself and not knowing what to do. So it was at the tender age of 43 that I decided to embark on a self-development journey. And what that meant is that I really needed somebody to help me to start to look at all areas of my life, because I was beginning to attract people and things that were not serving me. And I was a person who always judged people. I held on to unforgiveness for splitting up with my children's father. I didn't have a good relationship with my mother. You know, everywhere I went, it was turmoil and confusion. So then I discovered my first life coach. Her name is Laura Lyles. Joyce is aware of this lady, because this is where how myself and Joyce met, in a coaching community. And I decided to go for it. Didn't know about coaching, didn't know about investing in myself, but went to her event, saw her on Instagram, was always engaging, and went there with 300 women and sat right at the back. And then, unknown to me, about an hour later, the coach came on and said, "Is there anybody by the name of Miss Slimmers?" And funny enough, back in that day, that was my Instagram handle. A bit of a silly name at the time, but just thought I'll just put anything. So my friend said, "I think that's you." So I put my hand up. She said, "Come to the front." I came to the front, and she presented me with the book. I think it was called Trust by Ivana Van Sart. She said, "You've been showing up on my platform. You've been really positive. I can't stop thinking about you. I'd like to present you with the book." So for me, that was a sign, because that night was the night when I decided to sign up for her coaching academy. And what I did was, for 2 years straight, I invested in myself. I paid for her programs. And at that time, my finances were not of the best. I don't know where the money came from, but it showed up. And I said, I'm going to take 2 years for myself to work on my mindset, work on my internal, what's happening internally, and really strip away the old Jenny to rebuild a new Jenny. It was very, I would say, very challenging, painful at times, when I had to do things like forgiveness calls to people that I didn't think I should forgive, when I had to put the past to rest, and I had to look at how I'd been being, which was not a very nice person, to be honest. Because at the time, the relationship with my daughters were not really good either. So we were having lots of challenges. I couldn't even have a conversation with them without raising voices. If you lived next door to me, you would have thought, what on earth is going on? So as I started to work on myself in the Coaching Academy, I came upon my purpose. And that was for me to support young people. I'd been doing that for at the time, I think it was probably coming into way over sort of 8 or 9 years, 15 years at the time. And it didn't occur to me that this was a gift that I had, because all of the young peoples that I supported, they always were able to have positive outcomes. So I decided in the time of COVID that I was going to set up my own life coaching business virtually. Without a penny to my name, I had my laptop, Instagram page, and I said, right, let's go. At the time of being in my coaching academy and community, I forged some strong relationships with a lot of the women, including Joyce, who became what we call accountability partners, where we would check in on each other to make sure that we are sticking to our word on doing what we said we're going to do. Whether it's in relationships, whether it's in our health, we're going to make sure that we follow through. So support from accountability partners, and then started to get the bug to start investing in myself. Before I knew it, I was invested in business mentors, coaches, finance coaches, health coaches, you name it. I invested in myself on a high level. And why did I do that? Is to make sure that I'm adding value to the people that I come in contact with. So on the 5th of July in 2020, Greater Elevation was born. I then decided to start to coach teenagers, and then I thought, let's give the parents some support. And why did I do that? Because when I invested in myself and received coaching, my relationship with my children improved on a very high level. We were now able to communicate clearly. I was able to set boundaries. In saying that, I was able to restore my relationship with my mother, which we became more closer. I forgave my daughter's father and became a new person that was able to go out there and really represent for what a woman who's gone from weaknesses and challenges to now a stronger woman outside and also internally. So on my journey, I was able to coach young people in Jamaica. I then noticed that not only was I doing coaching, I began to deliver talks to various organizations. Before I knew it, I was speaking on platforms in Australia, America, Jamaica, and also Canada. And why I was able to do that is because, as well as coaching teenagers and parents, I was making sure that I was working on myself on a daily basis, by making sure that my mindset is sharp, listening to audiobooks, just really crafting the craft that I decided I'm going to go out to do. So I joined an organization called the Toastmasters, which helped me with my public speaking. I'm very much into self-development. And I thought that if I'm coaching teenagers and parents, I need to make sure that I am giving that example of someone that is following through what she is also putting out there. So what I want to say to you all today, that for those who felt that they have no direction in life and feel that they want to give up and they've had a rough past, do not give up on yourselves. But what I would say is really get to a point where you can tap into having a mentor. And if you do not have the financial resources, there are things that you can do. You can look up on YouTube, you can go onto Instagram. There is so much out there for you now than there was years ago when I first had my daughters. And what you need to make sure that you should do, I'll encourage you, always have self-belief in yourself and really hold yourself to that higher space and speak positively about yourself. Now, what I also want to say is don't be fearful in going forward and make sure that you are your biggest cheerleader. But not only that, surround yourself with a community that has the same kind of beliefs as yourself, because that's going to help you when you're facing those down days. Because I stand as a woman that I am, not because of all the work that I've done on myself, but because of the community that I have around me. It's helped me to start to go forward and not be scared to try new things. When I started off my business, was it perfect? No. But have I learned from it? Yes. And am I still learning from it? Yes, I am. So what I say to you is this: do not let your past define your future. You are never too late to put those mistakes to one side and start to tell a new story. And I'm really passionate in what I do in terms of supporting teenagers. I help the parents to connect with their teenagers to make sure that they have that connection and have that bond that I didn't have when I was a teenager with my mother. And what I want to say to you is, don't leave it until you get to my age when I'm in the 40s to restore your relationship with your teenager. It all starts from now. Okay? So I want you all to believe in yourself, move forward, and never give up on putting your dream into reality. And that's my story for today. Thank you so much for your time.
That is so amazing. I had one question for you, but you've answered everything. Never give up on yourself. Say good stories about yourself. I'm so proud of you, Jenny. Thank you for coming. Thank you for sharing your story. And I hope everyone will enjoy this story and learn from it. So I just want to thank you. And all the best in doing your masters. You're welcome. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. And we are here again. Welcome to the 24-Hour Self-Leadership Summit. My name is Joyce Peter, if you haven't been on before. And we are here to get inspired based on the topic self-leadership and how it has influenced us. We all know, as I said before, that self-leadership is what leads us to success. We've heard before how self-leadership can help retired people of 50 years and plus to have a better plan for themselves after retirement. We heard that due to self-leadership, your past doesn't have to determine your future. And now we have an amazing lady who I met back in 2005. She was about to go on an adventure, and I took over her class as a teacher. So she's a teacher, she's an author, and I'm not going to blow her thunder. Let her tell you her story. She's going to tell us how, as she committed herself to help other people, that the universe, or I normally say God, opened up ways for her. And as she worked on self-development, that she excelled, and she's now a proficient author, and she's doing amazing things, helping in the community. We met again about 3-4 years ago, and we were helping in the community in an educational forum. And so we just want to hear what Sade Fadepe, my friend for so many years, is going to inspire us and tell us today. Sade, welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Joyce. Thank you for having me. I'm so glad to be here. And it's interesting, isn't it, that this journey of self-development started the moment I handed my class over to you back in 2005. It's been an amazing journey. I've been up to so much since then. And it's quite coincidental that you're the person asking me about self-development. What have I done with myself over these years? I went back to work at Redbridge Primary, where you took over from me, because we were having an inspection year. Just before that, I had gone out of mainstream teaching and gone into consultancy, in which I had to work with the borough and work with teachers who were once my colleagues, and then I became a consultant, which in a way was daunting for them, and I was, I was just sneaking. So I was just really being very cautious of how I project my role as a consultant in comparison to being a teacher alongside them. So that was, I did have some obstacles at that point. But the moment as a family we decided to go on a journey to travel out of the country, we did not have any jobs. We were crazy. We were crazy people. We just thought, okay, we want to explore the universe. We want to go into, well, we went back to my parents' birth country, but a northern part of Nigeria, which is the Muslim part of Nigeria. Myself being a Christian, I'd never been to that part of Nigeria at all. So it was an adventure. Now, I found myself in a situation where I know that, yes, my husband had gone out working, but I needed to do something for myself. So this was unemployment. This was the beginning of my unemployment season. And so I had to tap into the relationships that I had built along the way to ask who knew who to get me to where I needed to be. The first thing I had to tap into were my skills. What skills do I have, and how can I be of benefit to my environment? Now, my environment, the environment that I found myself in, was such that reading the culture of reading was actually in a very critical state. For instance, I'm an early years specialist and a primary educationist, but in terms of the early years education sector, there were no books for the children to access that were indigenous to them. So even though my role was a reading consultant in which I had to train teachers, I actually did step into a space in which I put myself forward to look into the reason why reading was a problem. And I identified the fact that the children could not see themselves in books.
there was no representation of them. You wouldn't believe, Joyce, that in a country like Nigeria, the children's books that were accessible to them at that level were foreign books, were books from the UK, the kind of books that we read to children here in England, but nothing that represented them.
I can identify with that because I was raised in the Caribbean and I saw no books at all that had any colored people in it, so to speak.
And, and I think having taught here for a long time, I found that crazy, pathetic. I thought, okay, this might be a challenge. This might be something that I can tap into and work with. And so during one of the trainings I conducted, overnight I came up with a script that I thought, I'm going to share this with the teachers just so that they have an idea of what can be done. And just in case they wanted to step in that role of creating content for their children. So this is what I was thinking, not knowing that it was way beyond them. They weren't even thinking in that direction at all. So when I proposed it, the first thing that they said was, look, no one's going to buy these books. No one's interested in our Indigenous content. And so, how can we put money in a place where, where it's going to be, where they won't be able to regain the funds that they put back into the project. But luckily for me, and I had this relationship with other people in the country, I had somebody that sat next to me during a conference one morning, and he asked me what I did. And I said, well, I'm a teacher trainer by profession, but I've just written a children's book. And it just so happened that he said, are you sure? Is this for real? Because I've got a friend who has just opened a publishing company. I'm thinking, can this be real? Could this work? I got in touch with the publishing company and they went further to say, we have always dreamed of creating an Indigenous book like yours. And this is probably going to be the best project that we've engaged in to date. And, it's almost as if I put myself out there because I wanted to help. And then the process of getting to that stage where I'm creating content for children, first time round, second time round, third time round, and I become a children's author. Now, the thing about it really is I did not set out to become a children's author. All I did was to meet a need. As far as I was concerned, I was meeting a need. I needed these children's self-esteem to be boosted. I needed for them to see themselves as intellectual beings, not just children who regurgitate information, who can see other children in books but not themselves, which means that they need to start seeking for themselves. So the topic of self-leadership really starts with self. It has to start with you knowing that the motivation that you have within you is not just for yourself, but it's for other people. And when you step out of yourself to work or to serve other people, it's almost as if the universe works for you, for your good. This has been my experience to date. That, anytime I step out to do something for other people, I don't need to worry that much about my needs. For starters, I'm engaged, physically engaged. Hopefully, I'll get paid along the way. And I do get paid for what I do. It's not even hopefully. It's just the fact that we are here to serve. So self-leadership really is about serving others. But you can't serve others unless you identify the skills that you have within you. You identify your strengths, also identify your weaknesses, because, if you don't, you might get caught up along the way and offend other people. But true leadership does start with yourself. Let's think about the journey of, if you believe in the creation story, the Christian creation story, for instance, the journey of Adam and Eve. they're being put somewhere. And I love to use this parallelism because I had gone out to live in a place where I didn't know anyone. Adam and Eve were being put in a space, in a garden, and they had to figure out what they needed. They had to figure out how to survive. They had to figure out shelter, food. They had to be healthy. They had to build relationships. Well, even with each other, they had to build a relationship. So self-leadership really is probably one of the main understudied topics, so far.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
2 questions for you, actually. You mentioned that the people where you went in Nigeria, they couldn't imagine that somebody would want their book or would want their story. Would you say that is the first thing that hinders us from self-leadership, which is self-sabotage and the things that we say to ourselves?
I think you're spot on in identifying that. I think there's a lack of belief in what we can do as human beings, but not to talk about when you're being presented with content that doesn't represent you. That is automatically saying that this is what you have to be like. These are your models. Don't forget that children learn they start learning the moment they come into this world. And so what we present to them from an early age is important, where we're showing them the way. So if all a child sees when they open a book is another child that doesn't look like them, that is happy, that is, that looks as if they're in a space that, that is different from where they are, what would they desire? That's what they would desire. That's what they would desire.
Okay, cool. So we have to give them information to make them have self-belief.
We have to feed them with the information.
Yeah. And question number 2, please, well, not a question, but I'm asking you to please share with us some significant moments when self-leadership has influenced or guided your success.
Right. So some significant moments, I think one that I've touched on already was the fact that I needed to start feeling, so we call it self-actualization. I needed to start connecting with my environment. I'd gone to live in a country, didn't know anyone, but I was also a career person. So I did need to step out and seek work for myself. So just stepping out on itself, tapping into who I know, writing letters, creating proposals. I remember doing that so clearly and thinking, gosh, I've never written a proposal in my entire life before. And so I had to learn how to write proposals just to get the job done. So stepping out to become a consultant, a reading consultant, was a significant moment of my life. Another significant moment of my life was when I then became an author, and I by then we had come back into the country. And don't forget that I had been away. My writing career didn't start in England, but I'd come back into this space, and I knew no children's author that I could communicate with in the way that I wanted to. Yes, I had, we have the organizations, but we didn't have, I didn't have a body to support me. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to create a writers group, and hopefully I might be able to inspire some other authors, other people like myself, to start writing content for the children that matter to them. And so I started this, it's called the Kiddie Writers Group, started in 2018. And it was just myself and 2 other ladies who were just thinking about becoming authors. But as of today, there are 12 published authors in the writing group through the mentoring and the nurturing and just pulling ourselves together. It's really been a body that has sustained me, because companionship is also important. You need to share, and the more you give, the more you receive. And so sharing my ideas, I think, has become one of the key things that I love to do, and that has given me a lot of strength. up until the pandemic, I would get invitations for Black History Month. So what we're doing for Black History Month, come and read to us, come and celebrate Black History Month with us. And once the pandemic struck, that went, we didn't, no one was calling me. And I thought, okay, do I need to wait for other people to call me before we carry out a Black History Month event? I thought, I'm going to do something different this year. So last year, I embarked on a journey in which I would engage 10 children's authors for an event in which children across the globe can partake in engaging these authors, finding out about readership, finding out about heritage, finding out about anything that they need in terms of literature, culture, heritage. And you wouldn't believe it, we had an amazing event last year with people logging in from Zimbabwe to South Africa to Canada to, all across the globe, Switzerland. We're logging in to watch these 10 authors entertain them. And guess what? We've got another event this year on the 28th of October. And it's going to be another fantastic event with authors on our stage. So I welcome you and invite you to come along as well, Joyce.
I would love that. As I love writing for children as well. Yeah, thank you so much, Shade, for all this information. What I get from that is that you have to know who you want to help. You have to have an audience, and that drives you through self-leadership. So thank you so much for coming and sharing this with us. This is the final of my hour, and I just want to thank everybody for joining the 24-hour Self-Leadership Summit. It continues, so stay on for more inspiration via this platform, and we look forward to seeing you and hearing more. And it's so amazing that we need to say positive things to ourselves and just move forward to help those whom we need to help. So thank you so much, Shade. And thank you.
Welcome to the Self-Leadership Summit 2.0. I am Annalie, and this is my segment where we're going to be talking about self-leadership for children and youth. And I have a wonderful panel of speakers here ready to talk to you and enlighten you not only about self-leadership from the standpoint of the youth with Muhammad Talks, but also from therapists, parents, and other people who are working with children and youth and who are interested in children and youth. So today we're going to start with Fran Bruning. Fran is a personal development, transition, and executive coach, trainer, and motivator. And she has several coaching certifications and qualifications and is certified by the International Coaching Federation. They are the leading global organization for coaches. She's currently doing a master's degree in leadership, coaching, and mentoring, and she believes that no one should be held back because of their past experiences, and that developing self-belief is the cornerstone to success. Her life goal is to see everyone unlock their potential so that they excel with confidence and clarity. So Fran, as a coach that works with clients on developing their self-belief, which is an important basis for developing good self-leadership skills, how does our self-talk influence our thoughts and self-image and our ability to effectively develop our self-leadership skills? And how can we help our children and youth develop positive self-talk?
It's a very, very good question, Annalie, and it's something that's very close to my heart. And I think this thing is the dialogue we have with ourselves, especially if it's a negative dialogue, affects our capability to self-lead, and also how we come across to people and how people see us, and it affects our confidence. So if we've got this negative dialogue, and we always say, if we make a mistake, and our children, if they make a mistake and they say, oh, you're such an idiot, how can you do that? What's wrong with you? This negative self-talk comes out in how we portray ourselves and how other people see us. And I think the first thing we can do as parents is to lead by example. So we might say to our child, not knowingly, the child may do something silly and just drop something, and you say, oh, you're so clumsy, what's wrong with you? You might not even say it in a bad tone. You might just say, oh, you know, you're clumsy, just watch what you're doing. And this affects the child, and this then comes out in how they talk to themselves and how they think about themselves. So it's a vicious circle that goes round. So the first thing, as I say, is to lead by example. Watch how we speak to our children. Now, of course, we can't always control how other people speak to our children. And sometimes the way they speak to our children also affect this internal dialogue. And in fact, even as adults, things impact on us, and everybody has a different way of being impacted by what is said to them. So, for example, I, for a long time, believed that I have a terrible voice. I thought I had the most horrible voice because of something a teacher said to me when I was at school. The teacher made a remark, oh, Fran, your voice carries all the way down the corridor. And this stayed with me. I never told anybody the teacher said that, and I never put two and two together, in fact. I didn't realize this is why I thought I had a horrible voice. It's only until a client said to me, Fran, your voice is so calming, I really enjoy listening to you, that I thought, okay, not everybody thinks I've got a terrible voice that carries. I can speak, and I wouldn't be here today if I didn't come to that realization. Now you may say, oh, you're lucky, you worked that out. But on the other hand, if our children show some form of hesitance, or they change their character, or something changes, perhaps you notice something as a parent, the body language, the way they react to something. So, for example, suddenly your child, it's a silly example, but maybe suddenly your child only wears closed shoes, refuses to wear sandals or anything else. And you ask the child and they'll say, I don't know, because this is a typical answer, I don't know, but there might be something behind. I had somebody remarked on their crooked toes, and this affected them and affected the way they saw themselves, the way they spoke to themselves, how they impacted. And this is the self-leadership I'm talking about. So maybe as a parent, you could probe a little bit without being intrusive, saying, is there something else? Is there another reason why you don't like wearing closed shoes? You've got the shoes. You've got such beautiful feet, or something. We obviously can't control what other people think, how they react, how other people talk to our children, but to keep the communication lines open and to notice that there might be something that's blocking them. I think that's the main thing. And another thing that a parent can do is to share their own experiences, because we take things for granted. We take for granted people see things the way we do, or they experience it the way we do, and everybody's unique. So to share your experiences, how you see things, how you've gone through things, this could be a good takeaway, is to lead by example and to share and communicate.
Thank you so much, Claire. Yes, I think we often don't realize how much our own self-talk, and we do talk to ourselves aloud, affects our children. You know, you drop something, you say, oh, Annie, you idiot, you know, and your kids hear that, and they assume that when they drop something, they're an idiot too. So yeah, I have to watch my negative self-talk all the time, because, and even you don't mean it negative, you're just used to saying it, and you don't even mean it, but your kids can hear it that way, can't they? So thank you for that, Fran.
You're welcome.
So we're going to be going to Andy. Now, Andy's experience in this field is not so much as a professional, although she is a professional coach, but today she's speaking as a mom who, at a time when there was no support from family and very little information, found out that her daughter had been sexually abused at the age of 7 and then coerced into silence at knife point. And for 6 years, she remained silenced. And as parents, Andy and her husband were totally unaware of her pain. When the dragon was released at age 13, their worlds were blown apart, and it was time for them to be proactive and turn the world upside down to find a solution. Andy, how did you manage to help your daughter recover from teenage PTSD and become a self-confident young adult that can now exercise self-leadership and be successful in life?
Well, it was a very, very long road. And like Fran says, as a parent, you have a responsibility to be a leader for your children. Looking back, the first signs I can say that we noticed as parents was she didn't cry. And this should have been a red flag, but when you don't know, you don't look for the signs. And we had no clue what those signs were. So I, one summer, hired an au pair because I was a working mum. The au pair had brilliant references, but little did we know that she was going to invite her boyfriend round while I was out at work. So at knife point, and we don't know how many times, he sexually abused my daughter. And he basically said to her that he would attack us if she said anything. So as a 7-year-old, her response was to shut down. As parents who didn't know what was going on, we acted like everything was normal. So she went to drama lessons. She was very musically talented. So she was a member of the National Children's Orchestra. She played for the Queen at her Jubilee. So we were doing all these things. And Charlie's reaction, she became her own leader from the age of 7. Although she shut some things down, she became this amazing, talented, creative child. I mean, she was a talent on the double bass. As I say, she did drama. She's a fabulous horse rider. She competed as a child. So we were driving her around the country with her pony, doing all these amazing, wonderful things, absolutely blind. I mean, in hindsight, it was probably the best thing that we ever did because we didn't know. At 13, she was at school, we'd moved area. I get a phone call from the head of the school, and it wasn't a conversation that I was expecting. I basically got pulled into the school. The police were called. We were not allowed to see our daughter. So we were in one room and our daughter was in another room with the police on her own. No school representative was with her. We were guilty. We were deemed guilty because most abuse is from within a family. So we were treated like we were the abusers. And eventually, my daughter was in this room with this police lady saying, no, nothing to do with mum and dad. I want to see my mum and dad. And the police said afterwards, she was so mature and was a leader in her own right, saying so convincingly, mum and dad, nothing to do with my mum and dad. I need to see my mum and dad. So we were eventually allowed to see her. And it was like our world had been blown apart. And I was the one who hired the au pair. So as a mum, the guilt I had that I instigated it. If I hadn't had the au pair, it wouldn't have happened. And that was my knee-jerk reaction of going, oh my God, I'm to blame, I'm to blame. But I then realized I had to step up. I had to step up and be a leader for my daughter, because she was being the leader of her own life. She'd done all these incredible things, and you just looked at her and go, how have you done all those incredible things? I mean, she was top student at school. She was doing all this with all that trauma behind her. So after that happened, we then was in a very difficult place, because I went to my family. Now, I come from a very middle-class background, and we told my family what happened, and they basically did not believe us. And my dad is still in denial to this day. So I didn't have any family support. The school basically, we pulled her out because we were accused of not being suitable, because my daughter was not deemed. She had something, her copy book was blotted. The children bullied her and said that she was, a whore. The teachers sort of slightly agreed. I mean, this was a good school in Cambridge. This is one of the top academic schools in Cambridge. So we had no choice. We pulled her out of school. Best decision my husband and I made. So we became leaders, and we were determined that this was not going to define us as a family. So we went through self-harming, suicide attempts, and they wanted to take Charlie away from us. And this is how they seem to cope with anything to do with post-traumatic stress disorder, anorexia, bulimia in this country. Put them in a institution, and take them away from the parents, because the parents can't cope. And I was determined that didn't happen. So we put into place, I got her exercising, I completely changed her diet. As she self-harmed, I made that a really special thing, that it wasn't something that she should hide, that if she wanted to self-harm, she had a special drawer with all her implements that she wanted to self-harm with. And she would sit down and talk to me about the feelings, the pain, the emotion that was all behind it. And together as a family, we became leaders together. And Charlie would help us and talk about how she felt. We would then talk to her about how it was for us. And since then, I have spoken to a lot of families, and I have really, without having any professional help, I have helped them see that it's nothing to be ashamed of, but people don't speak about it. And still today in my family, this subject is never, ever brought up. It's under the carpet. And I have a very, very good best friend who is a nurse, who helped me from a medical point of view. But as I say, the leadership we learned together as a mum, a dad, a daughter. And today, she is awesome. She has gone back to be a maths teacher. She got a first-class degree at Loughborough University in maths. You know, she has show jumped in Europe and come first on her beautiful horses. She She has defied all odds, and it was one step at a time, one talk at a time, one word at a time, to give her the space to recover. And as a parent, it's so important to me that parents listen to their children, spend time with their children, understand their children, because you might miss something, and hands up, I missed something major. But actually, by missing it, I gave her a foundation of success that she could build on by not knowing. So I actually look back on it and go, we were quite lucky that we had that time where we didn't know, because we didn't treat her any differently. And the one thing she said to me, and one thing she still can't stand today, is when people find out, they treat her differently. She's a person, I'm a person, my husband's a person. We just want to go, come on parents, step up to the plate, be there for your children, be the leaders so your children can be leaders too. And she's just been given head of wellbeing at her school, and she's in a big comprehensive school. She's only been teaching for 12 months. And, you know, as a family, I am very, very proud. And my dream is to build a foundation where we can help more families follow this protocol of being leaders, being out there, leading from the front. Because however hard it is, however emotional it is, it's made a big difference to our family. This tragedy, this awful thing, has actually made us one of the strongest families in the world. And I just want to say, anyone going through similar things, I'm there for them. I'm happy to talk to you, because you can do it. You can step up to the plate. You don't need the support behind you. You can do it on your own. It's lonely, but it is possible. And that's what we need. Parents need to be leaders to show their children how to be the leaders of the future.
Wow, Andy, what a positive message coming from such an absolutely tragic incident. And I am here to celebrate with you that your daughter has become a young lady that is a leader and is helping others. And I know that you, as a mum, are going to help many mums and children through this terrible tragedy. So thank you so much for sharing, being vulnerable, and telling us your story. I so appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity, Annalie.
Thank you so much, Andy. So from Andy, we're going to go to Joanne. Joanne is also a mother and has a totally different background. Joanne is an intuitive holistic coach, and she's working with parents of children and young people with additional needs. She has over 10 years experience as a psychiatric nurse, and she's a person-centered counselor. She's also a Kundalini Reiki practitioner, gentle release and spirit points practitioner. And she's the mom to 3 children who each have different complex and additional needs. Now, Joanne, I've been working with children with additional needs for many years, and I often found that parents overcompensate for their children, and they underestimate their children's ability to self-regulate and self-lead when they have additional needs. And as somebody who's working with children like that, who's a mother to children like that, how can you help parents to help their children to become more self-reliant, self-sufficient, self-determining in their future.
Hi, Annalise, thank you. So I want to talk today briefly about the concept of emotional self-regulation in young people, how we can help them to develop that skill, and how that impacts the pursuit of self-leadership. So I'm a mum of 3 children who each have different complex additional needs, and I spend a lot of time every day supporting my children with developing this skill. Now, why is emotional self-regulation such an important skill to develop and for us to support our young children with developing, and how does it impact self-leadership? Well, when we look at self-leadership, we're looking at an individual's ability to be in control of their life, to be in the driving seat of their life, rather than just be a passenger. And that's what we want for all of our young people, regardless of any challenges or whatever circumstance they're in. We want them to feel empowered. And emotional self-regulation is the ability to manage our emotions and also our impulses. So if we think of a very young child, then obviously it's very clear to see through the developmental stages that emotional self-regulation is something that they struggle with and they have to learn. Think of a 2-year-old toddler having a tantrum because they can't understand or process their emotions at not being able to pursue a certain task, for example, or like my daughter, not be able to have an extra biscuit when she wanted one. She was unable to manage that emotions, so it affected her emotional state. And as a parent carer, it's really important that we help our young people develop this skill and understand that the process of developing this skill may take a long time. Each person and child is individual, regardless of any challenges that they may have. So, as with any skill, each person learns at a different pace, depending on the resources that they have. Each person learns in a different way, and the way that we deliver that may alter depending on how they learn. It's also important to understand that we need to be there to model this for our children to learn by. So I don't know about you, I'm 42, and it's taken me a long time to learn how to manage my emotional well-being, my emotional state, and my impulses. And there are times when sometimes I'm still challenged with that, but I've developed the skills to be able to manage myself. However, I do know a number of adults who still are challenged in this area, and I'm sure you do too, because it takes time. Now, as a parent carer, how do you support a young person when they are emotionally dysregulated, when they are feeling challenged? There are a number of things that we can do, but they all start with you. They all start with how you approach the situation and how you react to the situation that's happening around you. Now, when we're supporting someone with emotional dysregulation, they're having big emotions and they're expressing themselves, may be accompanied with some challenging behaviour, some behaviour that is undesirable to us, maybe some behaviour which is unsafe, but challenging nonetheless. And the reason that behaviour is entitled challenging behaviour is mostly because it is challenging us. The person that is supporting or the person on the receiving end of the behaviour, we are challenged, we are not comfortable with the emotion that's being shown. And that really can trigger something inside of us. But it's important to remember that this isn't about us. This is about supporting our young person to develop the skills that they need in life. Because if we're emotionally dysregulated and we are heightened in an emotional state, we can't make clear choices and decisions. How many of you have made a decision when you've been angry or when you've been upset? You've been so concrete in that moment that that's the decision you're making and that's it. And then actually when you become calmer, when you become regulated, you may have regretted that decision or maybe realized exactly what you've done and the implications of that. So there are lots of ways that we can support our young people. And the first is for us to be the silence in the storm, for us to meet that young person exactly where they're at and to be calm, to be non-judgmental, and to really respect the emotion that they're showing and really respect what it is that they are demonstrating to us. Now, every behaviour is to meet a need, but it's not really important at that point in time necessarily that we dig into knowing the ins and outs of exactly what the cause is. The most important thing is to be the calmness that that young person needs to support them to feel safe and to help them to come back into themselves and to process that emotion in their body and to help them to learn from that when they're in a calmer state. Now, if you're finding these situations challenging to deal with, this would be an opportunity to maybe reflect on how it makes you feel and how you are managing your emotions, and in turn how you react or deal with these situations. Because every opportunity that comes in life and every opportunity with our young people to support them in developing this skill is an opportunity for growth. It's an opportunity for learning for them and for us. And on this road as a parent carer, we are there as an equal, I believe, to support our young people and to really help them become empowered and help them take control and help them understand and in turn develop their self-leadership in their life. Now, practical things that you may want to look at are perhaps looking at any sensory needs that the child or young person may have at that point in time, or any sensory intervention that you can provide for them to ease their discomfort and help them to regulate at a quicker pace. It's also really important for you to be with the person and show that you are there for them, that you really are there to help them, and that you know that they're there and you know that they want to communicate something to you. They may be emotionally dysregulated because they are trying to communicate an issue to you. Perhaps they don't have the words. Perhaps their communication style is one that is complex and challenged. And when we're overcome and overwhelmed, we all have difficulties communicating, whether that's verbally or not. So really bear in mind, first and foremost, that this process can take a long time. Do not cap your young person or your young child when they are emotionally dysregulated. It's very easy as a parent carer to do that because the experience is uncomfortable. We want it to stop. We want to stop them doing and being as they are. And we want to speed up the process of regulating them back to that calmer state. But actually, we don't want to teach our young people to suppress their emotions. And we don't want them to feel neglected. We don't want them to feel disrespected. And we don't want them to feel that they are unheard when they are being challenged at these times. You can sit and you can work with your young person when they're calmer. So if we look at the assault cycle, for example, you can Google that. It's about choosing when that person is in the appropriate emotional place to work with them, to talk with them, to explore the challenges that may be led to that experience. And also trying to dig into what would be helpful for them to learn from each time. It is a practice which takes skill, and it is something that we all learn every day from. So please be kind to yourself. Please be kind to yourself and know that your intentions are good. You are doing the best you can for your young person. And if you would like further support with that, do feel free to reach out to me or to reach out to anybody else that can support you with your own emotional regulation, self-regulation, because we are the model and we are the blueprint for our young people. And whether we acknowledge it or not, how we are influences how they are. So it's really important that we are the best we can possibly be to guide them through to be the best they possibly can be.
Charles is a philanthropist and human rights activist and founder of the Suki 222 Human Rights Campaign, an international organization advocating and helping implement practices that provide a minimum of 2 gallons of clean water per person per day, 2,000 nutritional calories in 2,000 square feet of secure shelter. He's had a successful career in building materials and real estate, and retired in 2005 to become a human rights activist. His work today has provided over 35,000 people with clean drinking water. Charles, it's so nice to welcome you back to the summit. And can you please tell us what is your message to the youth with regard to self-leadership as somebody who's been really successful in life and as a philanthropist?
Well, thank you, Annalie, and thank you to the panel. The most important thing to realize, I think, whatever age we are, but particularly those young people, that we do face threats and challenges that no other generation has faced. We also have information that no other generation has had. So I think in order to be a self-leader, to lead yourself, it's being part of something larger, something that serves your classmates, your school, your community, ultimately humankind, as well as the other species on the planet. As I say, we're faced right now with mass extinctions. There's not, that's authentic information. And that's what we need to do. So as we build our focus on what we're going to do, we have to look at how we're going to pay for it, how we're going to pay for our water, our food, our shelter. And then we take on responsibilities to take care of others. I can tell you from experience, taking care of others is the greatest joy, having children and taking care of those children. And I'm about to be a grandfather. And I've heard wonderful things about being of that generation. So, and I have no doubt, and I hope to add to it. So to be a self-leader now means much more than it did when I was 10 years old or 15 years old, because that information is in our hands, and we see how that information is shared, right? So it is never too late to do the right thing. And the right things, if we look at data, we all have a smartphone. If we look at where the data came from, and we align with people that are supplying that data to where we can see that they're authentic people, that the what we're reading, what we're seeing on our social media actually has some bias. I mean, we're all getting really good at picking up Photoshop in different outrageous images that we see. Like, wow, I can't believe that's possible. Well, we hear the expression, if it's too good to be true, it's probably not true. Well, if we're saying we want world peace, if we're saying we want human rights that are clearly defined, and those that aren't familiar, look at the Sustainable Development Goals that the UN puts out. That is all about the children and future generations. We're not going to do anything overnight. But if we do come together, the youth, us of a more mature age, we won't put anybody in a classification, but we are all in this class of survival and using our resources so that we become great ancestors, and empowering the children and allowing that creative creation, that creativity in people, in the youth that know how to use these tools, right? So if they can become trusted, if we can become trusted, if we can develop trusted metaverse so that everybody can share what's going on and how it impacts the greater society, how it impacts the coral reefs, how it impacts the birds, the butterflies, and have a sustainable planet. So, being a self-leader is doing the right thing. And I promise you, if you're doing the right thing and you're looking out for others, you will become a leader. Besides the fact all you need ever is to be the leader of yourself, if that's what you're doing. But my experience in life is by doing the right thing, people take care of you, right? They reach out, they communicate, and they give you responsibility. And as you get responsibility, you're able to pay. And as you pay, there's different ways of contributing back to the greater good. So I just put a coin in there for taxing at this point, or tithing, or whatever we do, as we do get the abundance of this current flood of consumer goods that we're just polluting the planet with. Look at what's right for your community, and I want to invite everybody to join the Human Rights Campaign of Suki 222, because it is about creating leaders. And I'll just close with the app Clubhouse that so many of us are on, and the different social media platforms, has quickly led to 22 countries, leaders within those countries coming forward, many of them under 25 years old, and helping their community. So let's get together, look at what is authentic, what is necessary, and let's come together and do the right thing. Thank you. This is Charles Holstapel, and the website, just so you know, is Suki, SUKHI.org. Hashtag 222 Human Rights. And we do have a podcast coming up, and we're excited about that. It'll be late September. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Charles. And I think projects like yours are amazing opportunities for young people also to volunteer, and through volunteering, develop their self-leadership skills. So thank you so much for that. And also just making us aware again that as parents, we need to help our children to respect and love the environment, because they are the ones who are going to be the leaders of the future and manage our environment. So thank you so much, Charles. Mohammed, you've gone onto your side. Can you turn it the other way around again?
Okay. Is this good?
That's good. Thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. I am Mohammed. I'm an entrepreneur, public speaker, content creator, marketing specialist, IT support specialist, certified negotiator, certified public speaker, and author of Life Essentials. By me, Mohammed Talks. So today, I'm just going to speak about the relationship between having the motivation and the right habits, and the link between those two, and the link between those and self-leadership. When you can lead yourself towards a battle, you can lead millions of soldiers. So, in my idea, what I believe is that the first thing that you need to understand and know and comprehend is that motivation on itself is not enough. Because motivation can help you get through the tough times. But what motivates you to get through those tough times is the ability to take action. Ability to take action. Those 4 words are one of the most important words you're going to hear today, unless you're hearing from me in my other videos. So what you're going to do is you're going to use motivation to boost your ability to develop great habits. For instance, you're super motivated because that one public speaker is waking up at 5 a.m. in the morning, just doing what he does, waking up early in the morning, the early bird gets the worm. What you're going to do is you're going to set an alarm, and you're going to have that motivation, set your mind, have a great winner's mindset, and go wake up at 5 a.m. Heck with it. Wake up before then. Wake up at 4 a.m. so you can see how it is to be the super early bird. Wake up at 3, that's too much. 8 hours, 7 hours of sleep. Take as much sleep as you want. Just do what you need to do. So how do you use motivation to develop good habits? Number one is you have a winner's mindset. Now, what's the difference between a winner's mindset and most people's loser's mindset? A winner's mindset is a person who understands that if I fail, I learn. If I stick to something new, if I stick to something that I already know, I'm just repeating myself. If I don't make the change and do something new, I'm not going to learn anything. If I fail, it's all right. If I stick to something great and amazing, yeah, that's good, but we always need the change. Learning more is better. The loser's mindset, on the other hand, is if I fail, I'm going to quit immediately. All I should do is just stick to what I know and what I can do best. Even if I can't get money from that, I'll just do what I know since, I'm comfortable in there. And the big difference is that, here's the thing. You talk about people saying that they can get out of the comfort zone and comfort zones are bad, but how are you comfortable speaking on stage and ... That's not comfortability. I'm not comfortable doing that. I'm confident while doing that. No one's comfortable being in front of millions of people and being judged in their minds. It's harder to know that they're judging you in their minds than to see them and hear them actually express it. So what you're going to do is you're going to be more comfortable in many other different situations. Be more comfortable on stage. Be more comfortable in front of the camera. Be more comfortable giving your ideas out there. Because if you're not successful, that's on you. And if you're not working towards success, you're being selfish because someone out there is going to need you when you're successful. So the most important thing is that you learn how to have a winner's mindset. And you use that. Now, what's the link between these two and self-leadership? If you're motivated and if you know how to develop good habits, you can use that in self-leadership. Whether you're leading yourself only, whether you're leading your family, friends, army, anyone you know, you can use these skills. Of course, the first one is pretty obvious, to use motivation and habits, because that's what makes you learn more skills. The second one is the ability to learn rapidly and to get everything correctly. That is a skill. It's mainly the skills that you need to gain. So, good habits, motivation, and the ability to skill gain in the quickest way possible. Experience transforming. And this is something you won't hear anywhere else, so this is exclusive. So, experience transforming is when you transform, in the literal manner, your experience from the past and see and match the dots and see the different situation, but same problem. So you can look for the same set of skills that you need to solve that problem. And that's one of the most important things that you ever hear today and in this hour, the hour you're watching it. So the next thing is the ability to read. Now, I know this sounds super crazy, like who doesn't know how to read, but reading is not going and saying Life Essentials by Muhammad Yunus Habib. Yep, I've read the book. What I say is, don't tell me how many books or pages you've read. Tell me how many sentences you have understood. The ability to read is the ability to extract information from just a simple sentence. For instance, Life Essentials. What does that talk about? It talks about the essentialism of life. And it's probably going to include some topics that revolve around problem solving in life. You see, that's a skill that most people don't have because they don't see its importance. Now, I'm Muhammad Talks, and I'm always here listening, and I'll see you guys later. Be sure to drop a like, follow the video, and yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. And it's been an inspiration to see how much you have improved in your confidence, in your skills, in your self-leadership, in your knowledge, in your public speaking over the past year. And you've been an inspiration to me because let me tell you, Mohammed, I did not want to do public speaking. I really did not. And like you said, we are doing ourselves and other people a disservice when we don't get out of our comfort zone, build up our confidence and skill up. And if hearing you speak is not a kick where we need it most, then nothing will be. So thank you so much, Mohammed, for sharing and being an absolute good example to us all in self-leadership. And I know we'll be speaking soon again. And by the way, congratulations on publishing your book. And I'm looking forward to the next one.
It's a pleasure to speak on great stages like this. And yeah, thank you very much. And everyone stay tuned, for you're going to be learning more every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. I think you need to be a host on the next summit. Deborah, I'm so glad you can make it. I know you've had a bit of a rough time with your health lately, but if ever there's somebody who shows self-leadership and doesn't let obstacles get in the way, it's you, and I'm so glad you could make it. So Deborah has dedicated her life to the service of others, and at an early age she knew it was her desire to be an advocate and spokesperson for people facing injustices. And that desire to ensure all people have equitable access to education, food, and life necessities helped shape her mind at an early age. She's the founder of Victorious, a nonprofit foundation with a mission to empower people with disabilities while helping to implement community inclusion programs. So I know that you are a Girl Scout leader and you love
Boy Scout leader, actually.
Kids. Sorry?
Boy Scout.
Boy Scout. Oh,
Boy Scout.
Boy Scout leader. Okay. And you love working with youth. I know you're just always so passionate when you talk about the youth. So I want to know, how do you help young people find the leader within themselves?
First off, thank you for the question. Am I echoing because I have it playing back in my ears?
No, you're fine.
Okay, great. So first, thank you so much for the question. And it's always a pleasure to be here on stage with so many amazing speakers. And interesting you asked me my work with youth, as last night I was speaking at our troop, well, actually it was a meeting for 3 troops, focusing on citizenship and society merit badge. And a big part of the discussion was on leadership. And how do you public speak? How do you involve one another? How do you hear voices? And more importantly, how do you lead through self-confidence? So as I came in just a little while ago and hearing Mohammed speak, it was impactful, and it was exact age of the youth that I was speaking to last night, actually from 7th grade to 12th graders. It hit every nail on the head, so to speak, of the motivation and that mindset. But the element that I'm going to focus on today is something that some of you know, I've been working on a good deal this past year. And that's the development of my own self-confidence. So that is something that I've had challenges with over the years. And although you can't quite see from the video, I do use a wheelchair. Right now he's quiet. I have a service dog next to me. I have full braces and the whole slew of other devices, which some people in this room have actually seen. I'm looking over at Charles. He sees some of these elements. It's very hard to be confident when people judge you as lesser than because of your appearance. And for me, that's been an enormous struggle. And it's served, or truly, it's been a disservice in my leadership, in my ability to motivate, engage, and inspire other people if I was so focused on the fear of how others interpreted me or how others turned around and looked or judged me for what they thought I could or could not do. So this past year, I've rededicated myself to focusing inward because I do believe that in order to be a good leader, we have to learn how to love ourselves where we're at this moment in time. And I love that I'm seeing heads nod because I know this isn't a unique story. We might have different origins, but many of us deal with a loss of confidence in some way, shape, or form somewhere along our journey. You know, for me, growing up planning for a career in politics, I had that self-confidence as a speaker. And as the years changed, my disabilities changed, I still had that confidence up until about 10 years ago with the onset of myasthenia gravis on top of my other conditions. It made me question my ability to speak, my ability to inspire, and more importantly, just to connect with people that are listening. And over the years, I've realized it doesn't matter what our challenges are. We all have them. Reconnect on the fact that we all walk this journey of life and we all have good days and bad days, sometimes more than others. But ultimately, it's about how do we pick ourselves up, brush off that dirt, get back up again on the horse, so to speak, or whatever it is that we're doing, but realizing we have a voice. Our experiences matter, and how we utilize these experiences can benefit others along the same journey. So for me, I am a mom of 2 teenagers. I have a 16-year-old and a 12-year-old boys, cat and a dog, and my husband, all males in my house. But I've learned that despite every time I fall down, there's always somebody there to help me get up again. And they're always there to support me. And more importantly, I live my life, not just for me, but for the impact that I get to create on my kids and all of the scouts that are not technically my kids, but kind of my kids, because some of them I've known for 10 plus years. I am going on 12 years as a scout leader. So for me, learning how to be self-confident is not just about myself, but it's about teaching others how to find that leader within themselves, because every one of us has it. Sometimes it's a little scary to engage that person. Sometimes it's a little scary to get on that stage and talk to others. And I'll be honest, despite as many years as I've been speaking, I still get nervous. I still got nervous last night on stage in front of all the scouts. And their heads were kind of funny when I mentioned how nerve-wracking it can be speaking in front of each other. And they all kind of looked at me like, you're nervous up there? And the reality is, yes, but I do it because it helps share the story, helps others learn the value of becoming the leader you always wanted to see within yourself. To learn how to see within yourself all of the beauty that you bring to the stage, the floor, the platform, wherever it is, whether it's within amongst your friends, group of friends, or in your family, or on a public speaking stage. We get to impact the world through our experience. We get to show how we've transformed over the years through our experiences. And somewhere, somebody is listening to that story and resonating, even if only in part, they're resonating to the message of self-improvement, of self-empowerment, of self-love, and ultimately developing our own personal self-leadership skills that will hopefully impact those around us. And then as I look here on this stage, I see so many amazing leaders, so many people giving back to our communities and through their own personal stories and experiences. And I can't imagine being here without so many wonderful people by our sides. And it's because of our groups like this that we get to connect with one another, learn from one another, inspire and empower, and take a little bit of everybody's message and bring it back and apply it to our own personal lives. So for me, the ability to speak my story, speak my truth, speak my personal transformation, especially this past year, as I've learned to love myself the whole way that I am, imperfections and all, there's a lot of them, all the imperfections and all of the successes, but loving myself as all that I can bring to a stage and all that I do get to do. It's been a blessing. And it's my hope that I get to teach others how to love and appreciate where we are today. Not where we're going to be tomorrow, not where we were yesterday, but where we are right here and now, being mindful of the journey of life and being mindful that every one of us has something of value to contribute and are amazing leaders in our own right. This is me having challenges ending when I conclude a sentence.
And me having challenges unmiking. I'm so used to Clubhouse, I'm trying to unmic on my picture. But yes, we muddle through our challenges, we celebrate our victories, and together we support each other. And let me tell you, every single person here has impacted my life. Joe is the only person who I've only just met through Fran, but each of you has been a blessing in my life and has helped me in my journey over the past year and in my own self-leadership. And let me tell you, it's never too late. It's never, ever too late. I'm an old lady. I'm turning 60 soon. And I've done things in the past year that I never, ever dreamed I would. So if you're listening, if you think that you can't develop your self-leadership at an older age or at a younger age, or because of this challenge or because of this circumstance, then you've heard from so many diverse people today that it is doable, it's possible, and you owe it to yourself and those around you to do your darndest to just do what you can to develop your skills and be brave, get out of your comfort zone, as Mohammed says, and go out there and be victorious, which is what Deborah is teaching us to do. So thank you so much for joining us for this segment of the summit, and we look forward to seeing you again the next time. Bye.
To be here with you, and this was my suggestion, because normally I would always love, I was always thinking about if Nick Vujicic was sitting now here with me, and Les Brown was sitting here with me, and Craig Walker would be with me, and all the time I was thinking, wow, that would be amazing. But guess what? They are not here. And guess what? I don't care either. Because, look who's here. Rosanna is here, Bob is here, Alexia is here, and my mentor, Dr. Marina, is here. And she was the one who said to me, when I was talking about Les Brown, I was sitting in front of Les Brown, and she said, no. Wait a minute, my friend. Les Brown is sitting in front of you. That's an honor. And for me, it's an honor now to have Dr. Marina to my side, Alexia, Bob, and Musana. Who had ever thought about such a beautiful hour together? Together to talk about the dreams. And why are we talking about dreams? 80% of the people in the end of their life will say, if I only had lived the life I wanted to live. And when I heard that message a long time ago, I thought, that cannot be true. That cannot be true that 80% of the people will say at the end of their life, in the last weeks, I wish I had lived my own life the way I wanted to live my life. Because we all know that we start to live our life told and taught by others. But most of the time, that's not your life. And then what's happening, and we talked that about a lot in Dr. Marina's rooms, we become slightly different. We lose ourselves because your father, in my case, told me when I was really young, you will become nothing, You are nothing and you will stay nothing. And why did he say that? Because he wanted to toughen me up. He wants to prepare me for a world that's gonna eat me alive if I stay a dreamer as I was. I was born a dreamer. I was born a dreamer. So he was right, but he was not right. He was not right. We all know the story, and I'm not going to talk about that story, but I'm going to talk about the story, my surviving story. Why did I survive? I survived because the fire inside of me was brighter than the storm and the fire around me. I'm much better. Dr. Marina is always saying it beautiful. I became the miracle. You can wait for a miracle, but you become a miracle. Guess what? I think I am a miracle. And guess what? There are so many miracles here. Look at them. I've got them in my session. All miracles, because we're still here. We're still here. And what are we doing? We try to make the world a little bit better, day by day. Dr. Marina's rooms, inspiring, motivation, being you. And I had to learn it the hard way. I put it all in one book, Threats and a Dream, Never Lose Your Drive. All about failures. Nothing more than failures. Failures, failures, failures. Guess what? I need to make those failures. And we all had to make those failures. To lose the doubts. To lose the doubts. If you doubt so much as I did, you become a different person. I lived a life that was not mine. Now, finally, with the help from Dr. Marina too, I thought, wait a minute, I am a miracle. I am a miracle. I'm still here. Against all odds. Against all odds. Because 26 years ago, 2 nurses were talking about me. And they said, what a shame. Look at this guy. He's not going to make it. Guess what? They were wrong. They were wrong. I'm still here. And I'm stronger than before. And look, Alexia, stronger than before. Musana, stronger than before. Bob, don't know much about Bob, but look at him. Look at him. He's still here and he's doing the best he can do. Dr. Marina, been to so much. Still here and helping us. So we're going to jump into this session because I'm honored to be the leader today because, you know, I have to pick up the mic to be the leader I always want to be. And I am the person I want to be. I am the gift to the world I wanted to be. I didn't know I'm going to become a dream driver. Well, the world pushed me. And Dr. Marina is pushing me. And so many other people are pushing me. But I start to listen to the right people. And when you start to connect with the right people, a lot can happen. You can improve so much. So, Dr. Marina, let me know how we're going to do this for the next 55 minutes. We cannot hear you, Dr. Marina. You're unmuted.
Of course. Of course. But you know, the most important conversation you have is the conversation with self. So even before, if I was, let's say, muted, I would panic. But now I don't anymore because I have good conversations with myself all the time and I enjoy them. And, you know, Frank, we all compare ourselves to others in our social worlds. And whatever it is, we are comparing our looks to those of celebrities. We had a lady who joined us and she disappeared because she didn't want to put the camera on because she's still comparing herself with one of those celebrities we see in the media. or we compare our talent to those of our friends and people we know. And social comparison is a theory that explains the tendency we have to make comparisons between ourselves and others. But what we don't do, we don't compare ourselves with ourselves. So I learned to compare myself with myself and compare myself with who I was 5 years ago, 20 years ago, an hour ago. You see, because we are changing, we are transforming ourselves into these beautiful creatures. And knowing that when we take a closer look at how social comparison works and how the comparison we make influence the views we might hold of ourselves, it is very clear to me that I have to see myself with a fresh pair of eyes. Actually, I start seeing not only myself, but everyone with a different set of eyes, with my heart. Because when you look at the world with your heart, you see things that are not visible to the naked eye. And to me, accepting my superpowers, right? So I can see with my heart. Who would have thought? Nobody taught me about that. I discovered that by myself, and you discovered that. So knowing that accepting yourself is about knowing yourself makes a huge difference. And it's always about unlearning what others taught you, because we've been learning so many things which are not helping us in any way. Definitely not helping us to feel in total alignment with who we are destined to be. We've been conditioned to think that you are going to be successful as long as you align your values, your beliefs, and actions. But that's just half of the truth. And like any half truth, that means that it's missing. Something essential is missing. Missing the fact that you have a calling that you say yes to, and when you say yes to your calling, everything changes. You start to see with your heart, and when you say yes to your calling, you realize that it's not about being successful to be happy. It's the other way around. You become successful when you are happy with what you do, with who you are, with the people you are with. And accepting yourself is the very fabric of feeling in alignment. So for me, being part of a community that I love, a community that I connect with, gives, most of the time they're total strangers, right? So, but that includes myself, because every single time I listen to other people, and you know I'm a professional listener, I listen a lot. I don't speak much, only at our inspiration rooms, but I listen all the time, and that gives me an insight into understanding that there is more to each one of us, and I see that clearly. And accepting that for myself, it was a big challenge. But when I spoke in front of many people who were there, I don't know, definitely not for me, but they end up celebrating me because they asked me to speak, and I couldn't say anything. I was muted as I was on Zoom. So then I just click a button. It's just a button.
I jump in there straight away, Dr. Maria, because we all love that joke you always make, you know, I'm not a good speaker, and we know that it's different, but you just make the explanation. You listen so much. And I listened for the last 1.5 years also on Clubhouse, and already now a year, I listen to you and I listen to the people in your room, and it changed my life completely. I thought I had my speeches. I was ready. I fired up. I did the training with Les Brown. I did the training with Andy Harrington. And I thought, yeah, this is my time. I'm going to jump in. I'm so glad that I didn't do. I'm so glad I didn't do. Because I still had to listen. Start listening. Because I know my story. but I don't know other stories. And because listening to these other stories, it changed my story completely. Completely. And I'm so happy because now I really can stand in front of the mirror and say, hey, friend, come out. You're good to go. You're good to go. And we're all good to go. But sometimes we don't know. But we need that little thing that Alexia told me, that little thing that Musana put to you, the lot Dr. Marina gave to me. And Bob is going to share, because I already see that Bob is going to share amazing things. So, I'm not worried. And let's go into it because, we're all dream drivers and we all know, I want to know your dreams. And let's go to the topic. And the topic is coming to terms to your true selves. And I want to offer the first one to Alexia because, I heard so much about Alexia, and she is one with nature, and she's trying to save nature. And well, I think that's the most important thing. So I'm going to mute, and I'm going to ask Alexia to jump in.
Thank you, Frank. Thank you for having me as one of your speakers. An honour to see you face to face. We will do it in person at some point. Why do I call myself the Earth Healer? That goes back to Dr. Marina's question about myself. I wanted something that showed me how I was changing, because we're all constantly changing. I'm talking on here and we're changing all the time. Our body's changing all the time. And I suddenly realized I care about the earth. How do I get other people to understand? We got all these great speakers. We see all these things on TV, but it needs to come to your front door. It needs to be something that you can see. And I realized that the biggest problem we have is what we use, how we use it, and how we get rid of it. And there was so much of it in the streets, and people were going around saying, oh, I'm fed up with this. Oh, I wish somebody would do something about it. I wish the council would do something about it. And I suddenly realized that was my lesson to remind me that things can change. So I picked the most difficult area I could find near to me because I didn't want to start too far afield. And there was drug takers there, and there was fly tipping there. I wish when I'd started this, I'd taken more videos and more pictures, because I take pictures of this first area pretty much every day. It's almost immaculate now. Last time I cleared it up was last week. I picked up 6 pieces of paper, 2 coffee cups and 4 cans. Before that, just to clear the edges around the edge of the playing field, that was all I could do. My trolley was so full up, I didn't know what to do with it. So this is what my journey is to help people to see that what we do here affects all of us. If you drop that plastic carton in the river, that can work its way out to the sea. Sometimes they get missed, they don't get picked up. That could end over with Masana. But on the way, that is gradually breaking up and becoming smaller and smaller. And as somebody said to me one day, well, I only dropped my cigarette ends down the drain. I said, yeah, but that technology is only as good as the man that built it. What have we missed? If we want to have a great life, we need to take care of this planet. And that's what I want to show people. All this depression that is around right now. We all talk about fitness, we talk about food, we talk about health and well-being. Best thing you can do is make sure you just keep clean outside your property, because you don't know that piece of paper. I think in most places in the world you can get a Kit Kat. That Kit Kat wrapper has got plastic in it. that can blow. There's a organic field half a mile away from you. That might end up in that field. You can't, I worked on a farm for a lot of my life. We can't walk around every field every day looking for it. So it starts with us. It makes you feel better. It makes the people around you feel better. I'll finish it with just this one story. I met a lady last week and she said, excuse me, she said, do you get paid for doing this? I said, no. She said, how long have you been doing this? I said, well, it'll be 4 years in January I've been doing this, pretty much 7 days a week for 50 minutes a day. And she said, well, I moved somewhere else, she said, but I've moved here because it's so much cleaner. She said, and the atmosphere and the houses around here have started to change. People started to take pride in their gardens, in their houses, starting to decorate them. So this is a simple way the universe has shown me how to keep track of what I'm doing for myself. And that doesn't mean what Pete Cohen calls the duck. I call it the gremlin, which is the mind that goes where we don't want it to go, saying, I can't possibly do this today. That's my personal reminder, but I'm helping the planet and I'm helping as many people as I can on the way. So I will just end that with love and thank you for the honor of allowing me to speak. And I'm done speaking.
Whoa, yeah, I knew what was coming, and still, it always amazed me when people, of course this was not your dream, but now it is your dream, because it's your calling, and when you see that things are changing, it is your dream, because, you know, saving nature is everybody's dream, it's my dream, and probably from everybody. So, Alexia, well, the world must give you a reward, just like Dr. Marina is waiting for the rewards. But yeah, we're going to have a reward day somewhere. It's going to happen. And I want to say thank you that you want to be a speaker instead of Les Brown. And, you know, I think I love you more because Les Brown, I know what's coming. And I knew what was coming with you, Alexia. But still, it really come to me. It really took me. And this message, wow. You know, from the moment I heard you, I picked up much more rubbish on the street. Every time I go to the shopping center, I pick up so many pieces I see. I put them in a bin. And that was only because I heard you speak. And I did it before, and now I do it much more. And I show people sometimes when they throw something away, normally I would go to them and they're probably going to have a fight because, you know, I'm going to say to them, hey, you, I do it differently now. I pick them up in front of them and say, hey, listen, you can do it yourself. And that's working. And what you're doing is working too. So again, thank you for being in my session because it made my session complete. And let's go to Bob. Bob, are you ready? I want to know, coming to terms with your true self, when did you come to terms with your true self, Bob? Please give us an insight.
How much time do we have? That's usually the problem I have with Dr. Marina. I talk too much and I go on because she unleashed a whole lot of power that I was keeping inside. And it was right here when she shared the main slogan, I think, for rich woman is share your story, change your story. And I first met Dr. Marina on these channels here about a year ago. And I was really taken in by all of that. And I had a pretty strong sense of these things because I had studied them most of my life. I never actually heard Les Brown. He's the one who is now the one that everybody talks about. But I can tell you that sharing my stories here, the things that I was doing, prepared me to completely change my story. I'm 77 years old. When I turned 75, I made this innocent decision to change my life. And that was 2 years ago. And I'm an architect. I've had my own company for about 35, 40 years. And I was wondering if there was something else I'm supposed to do. And I had been studying A Course in Miracles, so I'm very familiar with miracles that Dr. Marina likes to talk about. And I now am on Clubhouse every morning for about an hour and a half with my son, who also is a student. And we have a group that comes and shares with us. Each morning we read a lesson. And there are 365 lessons. So we're at lesson, I think it was 246 this morning. So you can know that we have 365 lessons. This is the 246th day of this year, because we started on January 1st at that point to read those lessons. But it was Dr. Marina who made me feel that I had something that was important, primarily by getting me to expose what I was thinking and feeling, all of which I had never said to anyone. I've been trying to write a book, quote unquote, since I was 21. That's a long time ago. And I'll talk about that a little bit in a little while, but just to say that here, I began to really take seriously what she was saying. So much so that I, in a sense, exited her meetings because I became so involved in something new that was truly changing my entire story. At the end of last year, in December, 9 months ago, a man asked me to go on a Zoom meeting just like this, except he only gave me 1 minute to introduce myself. He said, I only have 1 minute left here. Please introduce yourself. So I did, and I stopped talking after a minute. He told me later that it's the first time anyone ever stopped after a minute. And that impressed him to find out more about me. Because I'm an architect and because of my experiences, he decided to make me a partner. And I am now working on changing things in a whole country. Architects generally design a few buildings here, a few buildings there, maybe some apartments, which I've done a lot of. We do a lot of humanitarian work. I did. And so I attracted the kind of attention that people who are extremely wealthy want, because to use the big bucks, frankly, that are circulating around, and to get those, you have to be doing humanitarian things. The UN has actually listed 17 humanitarian things that any good development would do in a city or a country. And so I am now director of operations for a company named GGL, which is about to start mining the gold and other minerals in the country of Liberia in sub-Saharan Africa. And if you had asked my mind, Bob, what do you want to do? This would not have been on that list. But because it was my heart, and I found out what he was doing, that he had been working for 7 years. He is actually a chief of one of the clans there. And he wanted to do something better for his people. The country of Liberia is the 8th poorest country in the world. And right next to us, above it, and you notice I said us, is Sierra Leone, which is the 11th poorest in the world. And now I'm getting ready to sign papers for a bank I'm going to be a part owner in 2 weeks. I'm going to Liberia at the end of next week. We are developing broadband. We're bringing solar electricity. We're going to design communities, houses, hospitals that can take care of things like malaria that people still suffer from. We don't know about it in the United States. It doesn't exist here, but it does exist there. And we will have clinics. We have sufficient understanding that there's enough minerals underneath the ground that we own that we can do these things. At the end of next week, I probably will have met the president of Liberia in person. Something else that's happened is that the president and the vice president of my country, United States, have determined that they're going to spend $500 billion in helping sub-Sahara Western Africa. And they're going to have a meeting in Washington in December. And they want to know what ideas to use. We have a system of ideas that have been developing for 7 years through 4 different organizations. And my partner, Vernell, he's also a Black pastor in Savannah, the one who is the chief. He's been working with government people in Georgia as well as government people in Liberia, and we have lined up so many things in order to make it flow. I'm 77, as I said. What in the world am I doing? It was funny because I talked to a group of about 60 people on a Zoom session. They were all Black except 2 or 3 maybe. And there were about 4 or 5 women, Black women. And I explained how we were actually going to bring all 17 of those humanitarian principles for humanitarian principles for any country to Liberia. And I said, there's only one that we're not going to be able to do. I said, the one is gender equality. And I paused and I said, we cannot achieve true gender equality in Africa because we know that the Black women are far superior to the Black men, to everybody else, is the way I put it. And there was a pause, didn't last long, and they started clapping and laughing at the feeling that because I talk from the heart. The Black woman has been more misaligned and misunderstood for the heart that she had that continued to nurture. And I see my friend Musana nodding. It's so unfair. It's so unimaginable. It is, and it's very personal to me. And you might ask, how could it be personal to you, Bob? Well, my wife had a very famous aunt, some of you might know, Kate Smith, who sang God Bless America, brought it to the United States, was on radio the first half of the last century, and she was called a racist 3 years ago when Black Lives Matter was at its height. But it was done by and she's passed away. She died in the 80s. And they made a statue for her in front of a hockey stadium in Philadelphia. And this guy, a member of BLM, put a shroud over her statue, called her a racist for 2 songs out of 3,000 that she sang. And because of a couple of the lines in those lyrics, that made him decide, and it was sung in 1932. He did not get elected, number one, but they took the statue down and it's still in hiding somewhere. And the thing that bugged me the most was that the people who wanted to know about how the family felt, and I was representing the family, were people on Fox News, for example. I'm not going to get into politics here, but I can tell you that they were wanting to blame the Black people for that. And all I wanted to do was to get up with this guy and talk to him and explain to him that in that very same song, she says to, the song takes place in a cotton field. She is a white person who is a mistress, whatever, and talking to the slaves, which took place in those times. She said, people don't appreciate that you taught us how to sing. Kate Smith was one of the most celebrated singers in the world when she finally passed away. You taught us how to sing. You taught us how to dance. And other things. Saying it right now is giving me a chill because I'm saying it out loud right here. Thank you for the opportunity to say that. But that's my very, very personal story. The other things that are happening, the amazing things that are happening in Liberia, I'm going to summarize because I don't want to take up too much time. That's always been my fault, right, Marina? When things go wrong in Liberia, there's a three initials that people say, oh, TIA, this is Africa. Things happen in a slightly different way. If you're an American, oh, well, this is Africa. I said, it's about time for us to turn that around. We're now going to say, this is Liberia. We're going to TIL because we're bringing to them with their own self-funded money that is under their ground right now that they couldn't get to. But there's one way that it is going to happen, and that's because Vernell, my partner, being a chief, talked to all the other chiefs. There's about 15 of them. They're the only ones who own private land. And he created a holding company, and three of the chiefs have already donated now a total of 250,000 acres to this holding company. The others are waiting to see once we get going, and they're going to be giving us enough to be 5 million acres. This is a private company. All of a sudden, the government is very interested because we're doing something for the people. This is truly of the people, by the people, and for the people, the way the governments were supposed to be. And we're doing it because ain't nobody else doing it. This is what Liberia is going to become. It's the only country in all of Africa that was never a colony for a reason. When black slave owners and white slave owners came around looking for slaves 200, 300, 400 years ago, they said, not here, buddy. We'll fight you if you think you're going to get some slaves from this country. And that's the way Liberia became Liberia. And James Monroe, our own president, and that's why we have the capital is Monrovia, he freed thousands of slaves in 1822. They're now celebrating their bicentennial this year. Those slaves were sent, free men now, in 1822. Do the math, 1865 minus 1822. And they populated, so we have indigenous people and we have those people, and many were from the Caribbean. So there's something really unique. Yesterday, I talked to someone who is in California. He's a filmmaker. He wants to build a studio in Liberia. I said, y'all come here. That's Southern drawl when I need it. And I think that he's probably going to do that. So that's it. It's working from my heart. It's how I've changed, Marina, because you never heard any of these things. It happened in December. And in that 1 week in December, and I'm not going into the other story, I promise, I spoke to someone in Clubhouse who's looking for an architect to design communities, 7 communities in the Himalaya Mountains. That's next year, maybe. This is the way life is going for me. I didn't make any of those things happen. I exposed my heart right here. Dr. Marina laughed with me and maybe even cried a little bit with me and was upset with me, but not very often. But she was honest with me. And with all of that, really a few months changed my whole life. So if you share your story here, it'll change your story. Thanks.
Whoa, Bob. I'm so glad that Les Brown had no time for me. Because, look, first Alexia, and then Bob, and Musana is still waiting. It's living my dream. And for the last few months, I'm living my dream. And the best is still to come. And we know that the best is still to come. When I listen to you, I know the best is still to come. And it doesn't matter how old you are, because, if you are open for the miracles and you become a miracle, wow, this is amazing. This story is really, I knew when Les Brown would speak, I knew what was coming. But this made my day. This made my dream. This is, whoa, that I have you in my session, Dr. Marina. Dr. Marina, thank you. And
yeah, it's all her fault. It's all her fault.
Yeah, it's all her fault. Yeah, it's a big fault. She's pushing me. And, one day I'm going to push back. And no, I know she's amazing. And we all know she's amazing. And some people don't see it. They don't want to see it. They're not ready to see it. But I see it. And I'm ready to see everything. Also what you are doing. Because this is so much to my heart. This is my heart. This is, you speak in my language. And please keep us posted for everything you do. Because, there's more to come, and there's much more to come. So thank you, Bob, for being here in my session. Thank you. And there we go. Look, who's there? Who's waiting for us? Musana is there. Come to terms to your true self. Well, he's got something to say about this also. So Musana, please unmute and tell us and give me your best, because it's gonna be.
Wow. I'm just out of words. I don't know what to say. I don't know where to begin from. I don't know. This has always been my dream, to see Dr. Marina, to see Alexia, to see Frank, to see Bob. Wow. I'm just nervous. I'm just excited. Thank you so much for making my dream come true. This is a real miracle. And I'm so excited, extremely excited. Who am I? From Africa? Wow. This is really amazing. I can't believe it, but all thanks to Dr. Marina, you have made me to be who I am right now. Frank, you have made me who I am right now. Alexia, your beautiful words, they always inspire me. You have made me to be who I am now. And I'm looking forward one day, let it not be just a Zoom, let it be a reality where I can be next to you all and we can really rock it out like we are rocking it tonight. It's really beautiful. The room is really hot. Bob, you have just spoken out what is in my heart. The love you have for Africa is beyond my imagination. And thank you so much, Marina, for connecting us, because it is this is a community that has impacted, that has made us to make it possible that our dreams has come true. And it is really a miracle. Miracle is something which is spiritual affection. So it has not now, it's not a spiritual, now it's a physical affection, because we are seeing one another, we are listening to one another. We have been on Clubhouse listening to voices, but tonight, it's all about the perception, the reality. I just can't believe that oh my God, it's really beautiful. Wow. And Bob, can I join you? We go to Liberia, please. I don't know if he can just accept, then I join him, because sure, what's happening in Africa, I'm from Africa, I'm from Uganda, but the truth about Africa, what he's mentioned, and then he said that gender equality, we don't believe in gender equality here in Africa because of that kind of the way we have been ruling the women. There has not been a beautiful room for more so the women. They have not given them a chance to have that kind of voice, to have that kind of space to express themselves, like they can generate, they can create a compound community, they can generate something. They have been put in a situation that they are supposed to be women, they are supposed to be padlocked, seated at home, doing nothing. So surely it can take a lot of years to create that system within our community that women also have a big role to play when it comes to development. And surely the reason why we don't believe in civil revolution is because of our culture. The superstitive culture that we have here has really created a lot of mess. That's why you see men overdue and over respect women, because they take women to be people who are of less use. They take them to be in this kind of procreation. Their work is just to produce, stay there at home, take care of the children. They don't know that they have the ideas, they have the ideology. Now look at Dr. Marina, look at Alexia. If it was not them, we wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be inspired if it was not a woman. But because I believe in that kind of a community that every person's life matters, you give a person a chance to express what they can, you are going to listen. Now you see what Dr. Marina has done to us. She has really impacted us. She has made us to be what we are right now. So I just say, Bob, please, people need to create something. You have to do something also here in Africa when it comes to gender equality. That people can understand and then respect women and also give them honest chance to express what they have, to express what they can. Because we believe in the power of unity. When we are united as a team, like this beautiful community, we can create another nation. The power of words, wow. Every person's words here has been so massive and massively encouraging. I'm a kind of a person who have lived a life which is really rotten, that if I start expressing it out, I start crying. But because I met the people who matter a lot, who understand the side of humanitarian, that's why they had to encourage me. They uplifted me, and then you have put me in a level where I feel like I cannot be the same as I was in the back. I'm looking forward to be a better person than I was in back, because in back there I was a person who was full of grieving and crying. But right now I'm a person who's focused, who's generated, who has the goal of changing the community. Yeah, here in my community, Bob said that it's Liberia which is really poor, but the truth is Africa's policy, because we have been conditioned that politicians can solve our problem, but the reality is they can't solve our problem. They have created more problems to our life, to our living. That's why you see things in Africa are not working out well, because the policies and then the politicians, when they come, they think about themselves. They think about overdoing people and intimidating people. At the end of it, we are overexploited. So we need people who are humanitarians. Like every person who's here is a humanitarian. Nobody is a politician here. We are humanitarians. People who want to impact our community. People who want to create a space where people can really believe and understand the power of togetherness. And I thank Dr. Marina for this creation, because it's all because of you. You have made us to be who we are. It's because of your commitment, your love towards people. You want people to be like you are. You want to impact the community so that they can really be surrounded by beautiful things. So it's really amazing. I really thought, I'm thinking about something that Dr. Marina and Frank, why can't you make it a routine that every Saturday we come here and we'll be sharing? I felt like we should not even end, that kind of conversation that you people just continuously have and talk and you just feel laughing, happy. This is kind of a healing to people who are grieving. When you come here and see people smiling, you end up smiling because it's something which is touching your soul, and then at the end of it, you go back and then you feel a new person. So I just say, Dr. Marina and Frank, please think about it. Let us have this routine every Saturday. This time we should be locking it so that we can give enough time to Bob to explain out more about humanitarian, Frank to explain more about inspiration, Alexia to explain more about the unity, that kind of love, that kind of, it locks us. And then Dr. Marina, wow, you are just we are just on our top. You are the one who's driving us, and you are driving us well, safely, and we are really going to reach our destiny without any struggle and any problem, because we are believing and we have a lot of trust in you, Dr. Marina, because you are the best driver. You are the best driver of success. You are the best driver of inspiration. You are the best driver of impacting. You are really impacting a beautiful place. And then I feel like I just need to embrace every person here because of what you people are doing. This is something which is extraordinary. And I just say, may the Lord who we serve really give you all the strength, continue impacting you, continue giving you this kind of grace and this kind of love. And then the kindness you people have, the kindness you have created the world. Sister Alexia said something that she has got the revelation of helping the world, of helping this planet to be a better planet. I just say, may the God increase that desire you have so that you can do it more and more and more. And then at the end of it, when we are no more in this life, people who will be here, they will always talk about us, and then they will say, just though they left, but they are really regents. Let us be regents of this world. Let us be regents to other people's life, and then let us impact our community so that people can really be blessed, and then they can really have that kind of spirit, and then the kind of commitment. Because if I start talking about our stories, I have a lot of things to say. Every person here knows that. I can't stop talking about, I don't know what to say, but if I start talking about things that we supposed to do and things that we are supposed to create in our community, we cannot stop, because we know what it means when we all come together. We know what it means when we become an impact to other people. So there's something that I just want to share here about myself, how I build my resilience. How I built my resilience, it was about, I stopped procrastinating. When you procrastinate, you can't focus. You just need to focus on the present, on the future. You don't need to look back. What happened? What happened, happened. Focus on now and focus on what is coming next. And then you have also to take care of your own body. The more you take care of your own body, is the more you become resilience. And then if you don't take care of your body, it's very, very hard for you to cope up and then move from one step to another step. So you need also to work out all the time. Work out about your habits. There are some habits which sometimes make us not to overcome, which sometimes makes us not to get our success. More so the habits of hatred, the habit of selfishness. Those are also habits. Me, I call them habits, because how can you be selfish? How? How can you just hate people for no good reason? You have to work on those kind of habits, because you don't know when and how you became here, but it was by the grace of God. And then also the most important thing is be prayerful. Always wake up in the morning, pray. Thank God for the gift of life. When you are going to sleep, thank God for the gift of life still, as He's going to put you in the next day, because it's really beautiful. So, and then sometimes you need also to connect yourself to people who are always positive. Every person who's here is positive. Dr. Marina, you are absolutely positive. Alexia, you are absolutely positive. Flang, wow, I can't say nothing about you because you are completely positive. Bob, oh my God, you have just touched my soul because of your positivity, the attitude, the commitment to support the people who are really suffering. You may think about Liberia, but you need also to connect with us in Uganda, because in Uganda we are not also fine, because things are hard. Really need to connect up with us here in Uganda, and then we see how we can really change our community. And then let us be that agent of change in the whole world, not only here on Clubhouse, but in the whole world. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you so much, Frank, for this space. Thank you so much, Dr. Marina. Thank you so much, Alexia. Thank you so much, Bob, for all your beautiful words. I've been inspired, and then it has really touched me, and then I'm just in love with all of you. Thank you so much for creating this space for us. And I love you, I love you, I love you all. May the God I serve, the God of mercy, protect you and be with you as we meet again. Shalom, shalom, stay safe. God bless you.
Wow, Musana. Thank you. I would never, ever expected to have my session, such a session. And when I hear you all talk, I'm going to show you. I hope you can see this a little bit. This is a photo made 26 years ago in prison. And this same prison is now a four-star hotel. And if you look at these guys, most of them are doing life imprisonment. Do you see how they look? And the one with the racket, tennis racket, yeah, that's me. He's smiling the most. How fake? How fake can it be that moment when somebody said, you want to have a photo in prison? Look at the smiles. Nobody was happy. Nobody was happy there. I'm telling you, nobody was. But guess why I'm smiling? I'm smiling because the first time I felt free. I was free. I was locked up for 11 years. Guess what? I felt free because I knew I will come out. I don't know why, but I had to come out because I was not guilty. Of course I was guilty. I say it the wrong way. I was guilty. The jury found me guilty. So you must be guilty. So I believed I was guilty, but not of the charges. Not of the charges they lay on me, but I was guilty of not being my true self. I was so guilty, and that's brought me to jail. And when they locked me up, that was the first time I was free. Finally, I was free. All the time I thought I was free, but that was not me. I had a mask, and that guy with that mask brought me into jail, searching for myself. And in jail, I found myself. I found who I was. Of course, it was not easy. And if you ask me, how did you do it? Well, I don't have a clue. I don't have a clue. But I wrote it all down in a book. And maybe you can find out how I did it. And that's why I wrote the book, because I want to show and warn everybody. If you're not yourself for a long time, and you live in a prison with the door wide open, you can end up in a prison with the door locked. And then it's very difficult to come out. Well, I had a miracle. Because of a miracle, I came out. And they let me out. And I'm now my true self. Only because there was fire inside of me to find that real me. We all have to find that real me. And being you, if you are happy, look what's happening around you. When you are you and showing your real happiness, doing what you love, everybody around you starts seeing it and they become happy. And that's what's happening here. Look at this. Musana said it the right way. If the rooms every morning end with Dr. Marina, I always feel sad. I always feel sad because I want to stay there for 24 hours. I want to stay there for the rest of my life. But no, we have to walk the talk. We have to spread the good news. We have to build on that. And that's why Dr. Marina found me, because she said, this is the Bible. Let's put them in every household. And finally, she's right. She's right. I need those people around me. Look, I always say, you need 5 people in your life. When you end up with 5 people in your life, when you die, you are lucky. When you have 5 people you can rely on, you're so damn lucky. You can trust a cheerleader, a mentor, a coach, a best friend. It doesn't matter who it is. But if you have 5 at the end of your life, you are blessed. And please, that's why we have to spread. That's why I have the dream driver. Please bring your own dream driver and show everybody that dreams can come true. But we are the dream. You are the dream. Look what Bob is doing. Look what Alexia is doing. Look what Musana is doing. And look what Dr. Marina is doing for me and for so many other people. You know, I'm an orphan. You know, my mother died 10 years ago, but I felt that she sent all those beautiful people to me to become me. And now I go into the world because I've got a family. And who is who? Who cares? Who is my brother? Who is my sister? Who is my next mother? Who is my grandmother? Doesn't matter. The role is there. The persons are there. I let them into my life and I trust them. And I trust myself. I can stand in front of the mirror and say, listen, hey, you're okay. Let's go. Let's go outside and knock on everybody's door and say to them, come out of your prison. Your door is open. Get out and be the gift you were always meant to be. Dr. Marina, thank you so much. This was such a pleasure, I never thought that day will come. If you see this guy in that picture, would he ever thought that I'm sitting here and talking to you like this? Well, this is my dream coming true. But I'm going to dream bigger. I'm going for the next dream. But this was certainly one of my dreams. Thank you, thank you, thank you, Dr. Marina.
Well, Frank, you know, you are not going to get away with our reading from the Bible of the 21st century. So please just open it and read something for us. Thank you.
There we go. We all know that pain is relative, and everybody around you and me is going through their own pain. And it's their pain, their own pain. It's the pain we know nothing about. And most of the time, that pain is masked with a smile to protect the vulnerable person inside you. But let's make a deal. I'm talking here about that so many people don't have a sign on the back. They don't have a sign. I'm sad, I'm happy, I'm a criminal. Nobody has signs. So we know nothing. And that's why I say, because we have to treat everybody the same, because we don't know what they're going through. And that's what I'm talking about. But let's make a deal. Whatever is going on in the person or not, we have to treat everybody as if they're wearing a sign we can't see. Mental health issues are invisible illnesses that don't always look the same from the inside. Do you agree with me if I say that you can have everything in the world you want to have, but still be unhappy? And that it's not because you're hard to please or you're just never satisfied. No, it's because pain, sadness, and depression do not discriminate. We often make the mistake of thinking the answer of our happiness lies in having the life of somebody else, without realizing that many of the people we wish we were are going through struggles so painful that they wish they were somebody else too. This is so true. But we don't see it because there are no signs. There in jail, nobody showed any signs. But the moment I started to talk to those inmates, it was very different. And all the pain and frustration came out immediately. And I couldn't believe that there were no signs of this before. But if I look at myself and how good I was at hiding the signs, there must have been a lot of other good actors and actresses. As I look back at my life, maybe the answer I would give now is kindness. And not the kindness you give to others. What I mean is the kindness you have to give to yourself. I was often talking with myself with the voice of loneliness. And most of the time that voice was self-critical, pessimistic and negative. To others, I was always talking confidentially. with understanding and positivity. It was helping others, which gave me a good feeling. But the voice that was permanently speaking in my head was the voice that was controlling me. It was forever telling me that I wasn't good enough for any reason I could find. And that was one of the main reasons I became depressed. And why did I pick this part? I could have picked so many other parts, but this is so what I did to myself. I did it to myself. I locked myself up in a prison with the door closed. And that was it. And behind that door, I had to find a way out or stay there. I start fighting back. Throw the mask off and become myself. And that's the question. Come to terms to your true self. Accepting yourself. When have you first accepted yourself? Well, locked up for 11 years. There I accepted who I was, but that was not me. That was the guy with the mask. The real me came out of the prison. And that prison cell is now a 4-star hotel. Maybe not because of me, but I was there. I left there something beautiful. And you know, we're all unique. And when I see those 5 people here, we all found ourselves. We're doing what we love. And that's what counts. And that's why Musana was so happy. And when I am happy, because I'm really, you make my day. You made all that suffering in jail go away because of 5 beautiful human beings. Thank you. I hope I can call you my friends, but because you are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'm going to cry. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. I am Barbara Molnar, and I am a grandmother of 2 and a mother of 4. And I am a fine artist who attended Parsons School of Design in New York City. I am a homeschooler, a teacher. I am a foodie. I spent about 20 years in the food and wine industry in New York City, in France, in London, and I raised 4 children, or I'm still raising one, who I am currently homeschooling, who has a deep desire to go to the Olympics as a freestyle skier, who is dyslexic. And that is one of my areas of interest in helping children who are gifted with dyslexia. And I believe they are gifts. And because of his gift, he is able to ski the way he does. I have been on a television show, 48 Hours, in regards to homeschooling and childcare. I discovered Waldorf education back in the 90s in New York City when I was in the restaurant business. And from there, I believe my interest pivoted, my nurturing and my desire to educate with a sense of joy, a sense of fulfillment and kindness is so important in our education system, that is lacking, I felt. And from there, I also was in fashion for a few years. So I have quite an interesting background. I've been in very many different diversities, communities. I have had that privilege back in art school, in the restaurant industry, in a Waldorf school. And I believe that all of that has helped me to become the person that I truly wanted to be, which was a person who had something to give back. And one of the things that I focus today is on mental fitness, emotional fitness, and well-being. I am also known as the credit stage. It's something I pride myself in my financing liaison, because I really want to help women and families get back on their feet if they've been through some life experience that caused them to be without and not being able to take care of themselves or their children or their families. So I am credit sage as well as an emotional and positive intelligence sage. It is something that I have been practicing for over 25 years. And I enjoy and love what I do. I love working with children and with moms and even with fathers. It's not only women and children, because men and little boys are part of families and grew up as well. So this is an area that have to understand that mental fitness is a human condition. It is not only for people who've suffered certain traumatic experiences or may be considered, I don't know, weak or whatever today we talk about as far as narcissism and all of these labels that we have today. In any case, mental fitness is a human condition. We all have something we need to work on. We all have a story. We all have a voice that speaks to us and sometimes doesn't say very nice things to us. But this voice, we can shut it down. We can keep it quiet. We can get it down to 5%, and we can focus on our sage, on the light side, our emotional intelligence, which is where we're going to make the differences in our lives and in our children's lives and in our planet. Because if we're coming from a place of love and kindness and nurturing, then we can look at any situation and even a person, and we can see them as a little child or as someone that is in need of love. Then we wouldn't be able to come at them in an angry, aggressive, difficult way. And that's what I'm here. That's my work. I would love to share more about what I do or work with you. You just need to contact me. I am Barbara Molnar. I have a credit repair site called alineacreditrepair.com. So alineacreditrepair.com, that's right. Or Barbara at barbaramolnar.com. That's me. That's how you reach me. Or you can see me in Clubhouse. I'm a GW3 Clubhouse member. And I look forward to hopefully meeting you and speaking with you and learning more about you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a great joy. Take care. Hello, good morning. I am Barbara Molnar, and I am a grandmother of 2 and a mother of 4. And I am a fine artist who attended Parsons School of Design in New York City. I am a homeschooler, a teacher. I am a foodie. I spent about 20 years in the food and wine industry in New York City, in France, in London, and I raised 4 children, or I'm still raising one, who I am currently homeschooling, who has a deep desire to go to the Olympics as a freestyle skier, who is dyslexic. And that is one of my areas of interest in helping children who are gifted with dyslexia. And I believe they are gifts. And because of his gift, he is able to ski the way he does. I have been on a television show, 48 Hours, in regards to homeschooling and childcare. I discovered Waldorf education back in the 90s in New York City when I was in the restaurant business. And from there, I believe my interest pivoted, my nurturing and my desire to educate with a sense of joy, a sense of fulfillment and kindness is so important in our education system, that is lacking, I felt. And from there, I also was in fashion for a few years. So I have quite an interesting background. I've been in very many different diversities, communities. I have had that privilege back in art school, in the restaurant industry, in a Waldorf school. And I believe that all of that has helped me to become the person that I truly wanted to be, which was a person who had something to give back. And one of the things that I focus today is on mental fitness, emotional fitness, and well-being. I am also known as the credit stage. It's something I pride myself in my financing liaison, because I really want to help women and families get back on their feet if they've been through some life experience that caused them to be without and not being able to take care of themselves or their children or their families. So I am credit sage, as well as an emotional and positive intelligence sage. It is something that I have been practicing for over 25 years. And I enjoy and love what I do. I love working with children and with moms and even with fathers. It's not only women and children, because men and little boys are part of families and grew up as well. So this is an area that we have to understand that mental fitness is a human condition. It is not only for people who've suffered certain traumatic experiences or may be considered, I don't know, weak or whatever today we talk about as far as narcissism and all of these labels that we have today. In any case, mental fitness is a human condition. We all have something we need to work on. We all have a story. We all have a voice that speaks to us and sometimes doesn't say very nice things to us. But this voice, we can shut it down. We can keep it quiet. We can get it down to 5%, and we can focus on our sage, on the light side, our emotional intelligence, which is where we're going to make the differences in our lives and in our children's lives and in our planet. Because if we're coming from a place of love and kindness and nurturing, then we can look at any situation and even a person, and we can see them as a little child or as someone that is in need of love. Then we wouldn't be able to come at them in an angry, aggressive, difficult way. And that's when I'm here. That's my work. I would love to share more about what I do or work with you. You just need to contact me. I am Barbara Molnar. I have a credit repair site called alineacreditrepair.com. So alineacreditrepair.com, that's right, or Barbara at barbaramolnar.com. That's me. That's how you reach me. Or you can see me in Clubhouse. I'm a GW3 Clubhouse member. And I look forward to hopefully meeting you and speaking with you and learning more about you. Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's been a great joy. Take care.
Well, it's a real joy to be here. My name is Jaira Taylor. Many refer to me as Bernard, but in the business world, many refer to me as Jaira Taylor. The word Jaira actually means provider. It's something that a name that I actually adopted when I was very, very young. It's a Hebrewic name, which means provider. And when I think of how I grew up, I've always been reliant on my faith and always had a desire to inspire and encourage others. But today we are talking about the leader within. And what I'd like to do is just briefly, if I may, talk about some of the events in my personal life that actually led to my personal development and growth, and many lessons that I actually learned along the way. So going back in history, when I was very young, around about 6 or 7 years old, my father had a nervous breakdown. My mother at the time was a nurse working full-time, and this was unexpected. My mother was very, very young, and as you could quite imagine, my hero, which was my father, was broken. And I remember one day coming into a room, and I looked into his eyes, and I saw a look that I'd never recognized before. It was the look of someone that had gone 12 rounds with life itself and been beaten up. And he didn't say a lot, but I looked at him and he looked at me, and I could see that he was somewhat confused. And this now released the inquisitive sound or within me asking him, what is the problem here? You don't seem yourself. There seems to be a major situation going on here, but you can't explain. And I didn't have the vocabulary to be able to understand what was going on, but I soon realized that my father had hit a very low point in his life. As a result of that, I remember on that particular day, as family members were gathered in my house or my parents' house with concerned looks on their faces. I remember the doorbell rang and I was going downstairs and I met my mother, who said, "I want you to stay downstairs." And in came two gentlemen that I now recognize as ambulance men, and they went straight upstairs. And before long, they led my father downstairs. There wasn't a commotion, but they led him and my mother into an ambulance. And I remember as a young boy saying deep down inside, "Father, please don't go." And I then recognized later that my father had a full nervous breakdown. Family members were put in place to try and look after me and my sister as we were dealing with circumstances. Now, as you could quite imagine, that was very, very difficult for a young man, but it sparked the inquisitive nature inside of me in terms of asking burning questions, such as, what will my future look like? I was yearning desperately for someone to take me by the hand at that young stage in my life and just to lead me and to speak to me and reassure me that everything would be okay. So very shortly after that, my father returned from hospital. I believe it was a few months later, and he was under the influence of medication. And I, being young at the time, didn't really grow up with a father that was able to communicate with me the way that most fathers, or should I say good fathers, that wants to educate, support, and encourage their children would speak. So I started now looking, I don't know how or don't know why, but I knew that I was in trouble. And I knew that I had to start looking for people that would speak into my life and encourage me, support me. And I then gravitated to, I remember it was a young man that was so much older than me. His name was Gary at the time. He was about 17 years old. He was riding a motorbike and we'd said hello a few times. He lived on the same road in the square where I lived, and I would knock on his door. And one day his dad, when I knocked on the door and said, "Is Gary there?" And his dad says, "Gary isn't in at the moment, but can I make a suggestion?" And I paused and I listened to what his father was about to say to me. And his father said, "I think you need to find somebody your own age group, somebody your own age that you can relate to." Turns out I was leaning very heavily on Gary because I was trying to grow up. I was trying to understand, and he was too much older than me. And his father felt that it was inappropriate. But as a result of that, growing up, I then went through periods of my life where most of you, if you probably went through anything like that, I became self-conscious. I began to ask questions. I felt a little bit embarrassed about the fact that my father had had a nervous breakdown. I didn't quite know how to deal with that. My mother, as a woman, I didn't feel that she had the ability to be able to speak into my life as a mother, speaking from a man's perspective, but she did the best that she could. So I then leaned on the gifts that I had. I remember growing up in a church environment and I could sing a little bit. And I remember one day being in a church environment, singing, and people listening to my voice as a congregation was singing this song, and the opportunity came for members just to sing and express this song. And I remember as a little boy just singing this song, and for the first time in my life, I saw that people's attention was focused on me. And little and behold, from that moment, I believe the pastors of that church actually asked me, could I then come up onto the platform and to sing, and just to sing different songs. And that began to encourage me. A lot of people would not appreciate that at the time, but this was me expressing confidence in myself and saying, aha, I can do something of which I'm recognized and celebrated. Well, fast forward, a few years ago, I found myself in a situation where I had to step up to the plate and then save the same woman that had nurtured me, encouraged me, and spoken to my life and played her part in nurturing not only my dad, but my sister and myself, and being the rock of our family. That was my mother. And I don't know what happened, but fairly recently, over the last 5 or 6 years, she went through dementia. I'd already plotted my course by then. I'd already started studying business and studying graphics design and made up my mind what I wanted to do in life as a budding actor. And by this time, I'd already spoken many times on radio and already given many keynote thoughts, and already in an educational environment, now encouraging and inspiring others to be the very best that they could be. And I also spent some time nurturing budding recording artists, as this was part of my training as a fully qualified sound engineer and now lighting engineer. I spent a lot of time reassuring people in and out of the studio that they can do it, that they can be the very best version of themselves, that they can express themselves in the way that they wanted to express themselves, be heard, be celebrated, and appreciated. And as I was celebrating other people, little did I know that I had to dig a little bit deeper. Because one day, as I was going about my business in terms of mapping out the life plans that I had for myself, my dad called me one day and he said that your mom had wandered away from home. And for most people, this wouldn't be a strange thing. But the only thing is, my mother was now showing signs of dementia. And we were trying to nurture and encourage my mother and trying to support her through this situation. And when I got that call, it was around about 12 o'clock, and my father began to tell me that my mother left early in the morning, around about 7 o'clock in the morning, as she usually does, to go to work as a nurse, and she hadn't returned, and he was now concerned. I said, Dad, why didn't you tell me this before? Why didn't you tell me this before? And as a result of that conversation, we called the police and they could do nothing because she had not already been missing for 24 hours. And by this time, as you could quite imagine, we were frantic with worry. We were panicking, wondering and thinking the worst. And eventually, the police said that they would take on the situation and they will send out a search. I got in my car and I was driving around and trying to nurture, trying to encourage my father and trying to look for my mother. And we just could not find her. Turned out that when they found my mother, now I live in a city called Birmingham in England, if anyone's familiar with the UK, and they found my mother some 2 hours away, 2.5 hours away, the next morning, as we were now thinking the worst. They found my mother in Wales. And we could not, to this day, figure out how my mother had got to Wales. And the interesting thing is, my mother, they found her in the middle of the night, walking down the middle of a 70-mile-an-hour expressway, or motorway, as we call it, in the UK. and they had to shut the motorway down. And my father, as you could quite imagine, he was dependent upon my mother to make key decisions, and he was not able to make any major decisions because now he was becoming emotional, and all of the decision making was bounced to myself. And I remember my mother had a social worker at the time, and when we'd driven to Wales and picked up my mother, drove back to Birmingham, she was totally oblivious to what had happened. We called an emergency meeting, and it was said that my mother had to go into a home for her own safety. It was then that I saw that look in my mother's eyes that said, don't do this. She could see that her clothes were being packed up and that she was going to be moved out of the family home. And she had that pitiful look on her, in her eyes that says, please don't do this. And all I could say with that same look that I gave my father all of those years ago, I have to do this for your own safety. I have to do the best that I can do now to protect you and to look after you. And my mother went into a home, and as you could quite imagine, my father didn't cope very well. From being well adjusted in life, he now fluctuated between being okay to bouts of depression and everything else. And bearing in mind, I didn't bring my sister into the frame. She too was going through difficult situations of her own, as well as, I didn't mention, that my sister had a daughter that was living with both my parents because her mother wasn't capable of looking after her. And as a result of that, I was just thinking, oh my gosh, I'm now in a very difficult situation where, as the baby of the family, I'm now having to step up and look after my whole family. You say, well, why is this crucial? It's crucial because I now knew that I had to make major decisions as regards to my father. I had to make decisions as regards to my mother. I had to make decisions as regards to my young niece that now moved back in with her mother that wasn't really fully capable of looking after her daughter. And it meant now that I was having to now watch everybody very closely and micromanage the situation very carefully, because if I didn't, everything would get out of control. And if I didn't think that I had an awesome responsibility on my hands, when I one day went to the home where my father now was staying with my mom because he wanted to be with her, because he felt that she had supported him at some of the lowest points in his life and he wanted to be there. And from a point of going in for just a respite, it turned out that he said, I will stay with your mom. And now I was having now to look after my parents' affairs. And it only dawned on me the gravity of the situation when one of the senior managers of that residential home called me one day, looking at my sister and making an informed judgment as regards to what my situation was, looking in from the outside, looking at my father, looking at my mother, looking at my niece, said to me something, and I knew exactly what she was saying. She said, you are juggling many balls at this moment in time, but if you drop any of those balls, everything could potentially become very difficult very quickly. And it was then that I realized that I had to put my career on hold and I had to look after my family. I mean, it was the right thing to do, right? Many people probably would have turned their back and said, well, you know what? I know that my mother and father has brothers and sisters. Let them step in. Let them do what they can. But you know how it goes. in situations like this, usually sometimes people just sit on the sidelines and they will then criticize and they will then say what they feel you should do, but they're not in your shoes and they're not walking in your situation. So it's easy for someone then to step in and tell you what they think that you should do. And that's exactly what family members did. They didn't want my father to be in the home, and how dare you put, one of my family members, how dare you put our uncle, into a home. And, then it was a case of I was speaking to my aunt in the States and saying, what would you do, or what advice have you got for me? Everything is falling on my shoulders. And if I don't do the best that I can, the government is going to step in and take everything. And as you could quite imagine, I had to now get legal advice now as regards to protecting my parents' assets. Well, turned out that I did the best that I could as a son. But the real point that I want to make is it taught me from a distance. It taught me about being sensitive. It taught me about looking at someone's situation and having a sense of humanity, having a sense of desire to do the right thing. Because one of my clients fairly recently demanded a lot more, didn't say it, but I could see the situation. I met Michelle. Her name is Michelle Hemmings. I met Michelle Hemmings at a business meeting. And Michelle was one of 5 people around the world that had a lungs transplant on the same day as 4 other people, and she was known as one of the famous 5. And she now set up a charity and was actively now promoting her charity because she was ever so grateful for every day that she was given the opportunity to be able to live. Because when I spoke to her and when I began to talk to her behind the scenes as we were talking about potentially working together, I knew of her. I didn't know much about her story. But as I began to talk to her, it was a case of I knew that her intentions, her desire, her aspirations to want to help, support, and encourage others, I knew her heart was in the right place. And she came to me and she said, "Can you help me?" And she had a team around her, but the team was not as effective as they could be. Everyone was getting on with their business, and she was having to now be as careful as she could to mind her own health as she was now running her charity and now doing interviews and radio interviews and TV interviews, and even managed to even find other people that had gone through similar situations. And she was now putting on her second charity ball. And she obviously knew that I was involved in events. And she came to me and we sat down and we spoke. And when she told me her story, I absolutely fell in love with Michelle. Fell in love with her because she had a heart of compassion. She enjoyed every day, every moment that she could have. And I knew that I had to do the right thing to try and encourage her. And I did that. We sat down, we talked, and I did everything that I could. I set the infrastructure in place for her charity events. And even on one of the Zoom calls, her daughter was on the call and certain people from her management team. And they said, "Thank you for what you are doing for our mother. We could see that you have a heart of compassion and that you are doing this not out of a sense of getting paid, but you're doing this because we can see that you are going over and beyond the point of duty." And that came from being empathetic seeing my parents struggle, watching my sister go through her situation, watching my niece that was dependent upon me, which has now graduated with a psychology degree. She's now started her life and is able now to move on and be able to now live her life and help and inspire other young people that are going through difficulty. When I saw Michelle's situation, I said, I've got to do the best that I could. And I drew on how I felt. I drew on how I felt when those people said to me, if you drop any of those balls, it could be difficult. The event was set up and everything was put in place. Tickets had gone out. People had started buying tickets. Michelle had started advertising the event. And I said to Michelle, make sure you look after yourself. Make sure that as hard as you are working, that you are not running yourself down in the process. This was me almost like speaking to Michelle, almost like she was a family member. And she said, okay, I hear you. And the sad thing is, during the COVID period 2 years ago, Michelle overworked and she caught COVID and had to go into hospital. And I was hoping that everything would be okay. This was literally 2 weeks before the event. 2 weeks before the event, got a call from Michelle's friend. Her friend was Donna. And Donna said, Jaira, I've got a little bit of bad news. Michelle has gone into hospital and she's not feeling very well at this moment in time. Maybe she's been overdoing it. And everybody started to send Michelle their best wishes and wishing her the very best, hoping that everything will be okay, and left it to the last minute to tell everybody, because we were hoping that Michelle would come out and Michelle would be there, because many celebrities were going to be there and literally put money into her charity. And the sad thing is, unfortunately, Michelle did not make it through. She didn't make it through and she didn't come out of hospital. She died. And I asked myself the question, is there anything more that I could have done for Michelle? And many people gathered together and said, we've still, no matter what, we still have to go and put on this event in Michelle's honor. And one of the touching things for me is when Michelle's daughter, she didn't know me, I didn't have a relationship with her, but she rang me. She said, thank you. Thank you for what you did for my mother. And I said, it was my absolute pleasure. Your mother was an amazing woman. And it was a pleasure to serve your mother and to do what I could. Michelle has left a wonderful legacy behind, a legacy of which many will continue to celebrate and remember for time to come. I will always remember Michelle. And when I have the opportunity, I will always talk about Michelle with fondness. But leadership, that vulnerable child that was young, that knew what it was like to be broken, knew what it was like to want to do the best that I could, hoping to get the best advice, the best support. I knew that I had to try and do the best that I could to support my client and to help her and to support her through a difficult time. And when I go to bed at nights and I think about Michelle, I ask myself the question, could I have done more? My conclusion is, I know from the depth of my heart that I did the best that I could to show leadership, to be supportive, to encourage her, to tell her that I believed in her by giving her my backing. And also to be empathetic because I could draw on my personal emotions based on the experiences that I had had. Being a human being, being a humanitarian, supporting someone that loved life and lived life to the full. Like every day, every minute, every second was precious. And you know, every second was precious because Michelle will never be forgotten. And I feel that when I get involved with clients now, the key question I very often ask is about your why. Why do you do what you do? Is it just about the money? Is it because you want to make a difference in other people's lives, a transformational difference in other people's lives? Or is it because you want to leave a legacy that other people will remember and know that you did what you could to support, to encourage, and to make a difference? And in conclusion, what I want to say is this. Because of the events in my personal life, I feel that it has shaped the man that I am today. A man that is always desiring to over-deliver, to do the best that I can, to go over and beyond the point of duty, to make a difference. And for someone to say, we know that you did the best that you could. The payment arrangements we're still working out. That her daughter is still working through a process right now, probate and a number of different things. So it was never about the money. I was quite happy to support Michelle, and when the money came in, because she didn't really have the money, but I knew that if I could get her going, many people would fall in love with her story, and the money would pour in just because Michelle was lovable, she was authentic, she was real, and she was the sort of person that you would invest in. And I said to her daughter, as and when that time comes where you feel that you want to move forward with your mother's legacy, I'm more than happy to play a part in helping her legacy to remain alive. I'm Jaira. It's been an absolute pleasure. Dr. Marina, thank you for the privilege of being able to share my heart and part of my story. And with that, I turn back over to you.
So good day, wherever you may be, beautiful people, beautiful souls. Thank you for joining us on this Self-Leadership Summit with Dr. Marina and Rich Women's Magazine. My name is First Lady Saba Chavez. I am the Senior Celebrity Publicist, especially to minorities, so Black and Brown Hollywood. I am the owner of the PR and Arts Agency. We are a full-service agency focused on consciousness and sustainability with brands, businesses, and artistries. I grew up in the industry. I have 35 years in the industry. I started as a Gerber Huggy Baby and then continued on in the arts through the entirety of where I am today. I am blessed to create and maintain the legacy of so many of your favorite celebrities. including being partnered with one of my partners of almost 18 years, Malik Youssef, which has allowed us to, as a team, to be at 8 Grammys, 28 nominations, 7 Emmys, a Tony, and a Peabody. It's truly an honor and a blessing. I was asked to take over and step into the position as a senior celebrity publicist almost 7 years ago through a friend of mine by the name of Jonathan Clarity. Now, Mr. Clarity continues to work with us at the PR and Arts Agency behind the scenes as he's retired, but continues to care so deeply about so many of our celebrities and legacies that are standing. And I am fortunate enough that I also am a speaker, a teacher. I'm a Reiki practitioner, a healer, very much an empath, a visionary, and very much an innovator. So I am grateful for all of my skills and talents. Growing up, my mother is a doctor of geography and geomorphology, and my father was a special education teacher as well as a soccer coach, and so much more. My friends kindly refer to him as their Gandhi. And so I'm just always grateful that my parents and of course my grandparents, I truly believe this life here, I am my grandparents, they have all passed on now, but they instilled so much of their love into me. And when I was going through some of my hardest situations in life, I was gifted to be able to spend time with my grandmothers and them as they transitioned into their next space as a soul. So I definitely feel like I carry my grandmothers and grandfathers with me. My grandfather just passed on late March at 96 years old. He built 60,000 homes along with Frank Lloyd Wright, and sat on the board of American Architects. Now, why is that important? Because he instilled a lot of the faith that I have today in me. He also, when I asked my grandfather, how did you build 60,000 homes? He told me simply action. I asked him, when we feel like giving up, what do you do? And he said, you keep going on and keep going on and keep going on. Simple blessings like that, simple, what we call in Spanish, and I can't think of how we say it, but like consejos, which are basically just words of wisdom that you and lessons that they have learned that they pass on to you. I think one of my greatest blessings in life has been being able to care for my grandmother for the last 6 years of her life before I stepped into opening the agency. She was blind, and for once in my life, I slowed down from going 5,000 miles per hour to literally 1 mile per hour, and holding her hand and walking with her and helping to not only be her eyes, but also hear what it was that she wanted to share with us and what her legacy would be and how she wanted and viewed the world. And so I'm so grateful for that opportunity, because as much as I was there to help her, little did she know, she was also healing me. So I'm very grateful for all the opportunities that I've been given with my family. When it comes to self-leadership or self-awareness and self-love, these are practices that I have learned through growing. And I never say we're going through something, I say we're growing through something. So if you can imagine, a child with growing pains, and we hear the babies cry as the teeth are growing in, right? It's that same growth. It's an uncomfortable place. And so being comfortable in being uncomfortable is one of the greatest things you can learn, so that you can grow to be your highest self. One of the other things that I've learned is that we're only in competition with the us of yesterday. So as long as you're showing up each and every day just to be the best you, that's all we have to worry about. Now, December 23rd, 2011, 11:33 p.m., And we're going to talk about some serious things. So this is a little bit of a trigger warning. But I am a thriver, let me say that, of domestic violence and sexual assault. It started at 6 years old for me, and it ended about last year. And I have been on a continuous healing journey. I've always learned that the work is always going to be within, outward. And so many times I retreat to places of peace where I find peace. Sometimes it's just my home. Sometimes it's a, warm country by a beach. Sometimes it's the mountains. Sometimes it's a simple just walk with my dog and my son. But I find that the more that I continue to do work within, I heal and elevate, and I'm allowed and giving honor to my other sisters and brothers who might be experiencing or enduring such a painful process and may feel like they have lost hope along the way. I am here to encourage. I am here to inspire. I am here to help all of us heal. So that vision, December 23rd, 2011, 11:33, came to me after 3 days of being in a coma and being raped. At the time, I didn't know I was impregnated by my rapist. Little did I know really what was going on, except that I had this beautiful vision in my mind, and I drew it out because I always keep paper and pen next to me, and I put it on my dream board, and I began to meditate on that. And what I saw was divine feminine, divine masculine, hovering over this beautiful triangle and equilibrium. You all will see it on my meditation album and my book, as it will be the design for both. But learning the process since 2011, the practice, we always hear practice what you preach. And what was that message? That love is the highest vibration and frequency in the universe. And when we apply love spiritually, mentally, physically, and financially every day, we start to really see the gratitude and give the gratitude for how powerful love is. We start to realize that we're on a spiritual journey, not so much a religious journey, but a spiritual journey, and that we truly have the capacity, we have the ability to choose how we want to live, and if we truly are alive. And so when we start applying love spiritually, taking time to meditate, taking time to possibly do, for me, I'm a Reiki practitioner as well. So also giving love and being love and showing up for people, but also just being a force, in that spiritual space, right? Not being in judgment of one another, but allowing people to express and help them find modalities of healing, like sound bowl healing, Reiki healing, massage healing. I've always been allergic to medicine, so I chose at a young age to have to take a holistic route. My mother is also an organic farmer, so I truly believe that food is our medicine. And when we start eating the right and correct foods, we can then have even a healthier, more vibrant body and being, and then we also raise our vibrations and frequencies in the universe. So just making time to meditate, to pray, to take a walk, whatever feels good for you spiritually, just making sure that you have that daily spiritual check-in. Now, when we talk about mental, what does mental mean? Checking in, having a good surrounding of friends. I say 5, 50, 150 people around you should be forward focused. They should be in a positive state, or people who inspire you or encourage you, or are there just to be a phone call and to help you in times of need so that you don't feel alone, right? And it's very important when we're doing our mental work. Sometimes it's just reading a book. Sometimes it's just writing, but having practices that help with your mental, or sometimes you can play like different word scrambles and stuff like that, just to keep your mind fresh. So mental. Now we go to physical. Obviously, the physical part is so important. And as you can see, I'm currently healing from a surgery 3 weeks ago. Why is our physical so important? First, the body is 90% water. And what we know is when we drink water, energy transfers through water. There was a doctor, Dr. Emoto from Japan. He's passed on. But his work is very phenomenal because he would take the vibrational frequency. So say we're saying love and we freeze this bottle. Underneath a microscope, we can see what that emotion looks like in the form of a snowflake. And so he's actually created these cards. Well, what else did he think with that? Music, orchestra, music, different sounds and frequencies that can heal the body. Dr. Emoto's work is part of the work that I practice today, realizing that water is such an important element. And when we are truly drinking the right amount of water, we start to see our bodies flushing, we're using the restroom maybe a little bit more, but we're keeping a physical health up and we feel good. A lot of times when we head to the doctor's office, the first thing that they put us on is saline solution because many people are dehydrated. So the importance is that you take your weight, you divide it in half, whether you drink 12 to 16 ounce bottles of water each and every day, divide that, and then that's the amount of water that you should be drinking on a daily basis. So some people it's 6, some people it's 9, but it really goes by your weight. So I always say start, drinking as much water as you possibly can within those limitations, because sometimes it's too much, sometimes it's too less. Also, just eating healthy, vibrant foods. Seasonal eating is very important, finding fruits and vegetables that are growing. Local honey is an important thing, especially for allergens. So we could go on and on and on, but what I've learned is that there is plant medicine, and plant medicine is here to help us. And we so often turn to something that will give us a temporary fix, but not something that will cure us. The focus should hopefully be on becoming 100% cured. And what we know is that any disease, cancer, brain tumors, can't live in an acidic body. So we want to get our bodies as alkaline as possible. So the diet should go first by your blood type, and then slowly working into those herbs and having more of an alkaline diet. You can see the effects very quickly. It always takes 3 weeks for any person who is trying to change a habit, whether it's physical, mental, spiritual, whatever it might be. It always takes about 3 weeks. So even that exercise regimen, we always want to give in on the 2nd week. But if we get to that 3rd week, all of a sudden the momentum, the energy has all aligned, and we're going to feel more vibrant. So also taking time, at least 20 minutes a day, just to get a little bit of exercise, even if it's only walking around the block one time, or small increment steps, just doing stretching and maybe some meditation or yoga, different things that feel good for you and help you feel better about your body. And I always laugh because my sister, and who's here with me today, Denaya, has been with me as I cured from full nerve damage, migraines, I've broken my ankle, was told I could never have children, and the alkaline, changing my body to alkaline really did help everything for me, and I was able to actually have a son and become pregnant. So I'm really grateful that I have spent so much time doing the work within outward, right? So that is just a little bit about it. Now, when we talk about financial, I want to be very mindful, because one of the things here, this was probably my hardest lesson. I was always taught that, you use what you have, don't ask for much, giving limitations. Mom, I want to have this. Mom, I want to have this. Mom, I want to have this. These are the things. Instead of maybe raising me in the way that she did the best she can. Let me say that first and foremost. I'm very grateful for my mother. She might have not been the best mom to me, but she's the most phenomenal grandmother. And I thank her for all that she does for us on a daily basis, especially with me and my son. However, we've always had somewhat of an estranged relationship. I always laugh and joke because she's a Leo and I'm a Capricorn, which is a fish and a goat. So you can imagine a lion and a fish and a goat. That's been the dynamic of our relationship. And so financial literacy is something that is so, so important to me. Just because we're not taught how to become business owners, we're not exactly taught how to manage and have credit, how to necessarily be financially stable. And so applying love to that, right? Saying, I love that I have $5 in my pocket versus I hate I have $5 in my pocket is giving a energy, which we know everything is energy, to our finances. And so then we start to realize that if we take the actions that are necessary, even if it's just one step a day towards reaching out or recruiting clients or whatever it might be, being of service will allow that abundance to continue to flow. Now, we also use a lot of I am affirmations in all of the areas that I've spoken, where we can say, I am a money magnet, I am abundant, I am an abundant goddess, whatever feels good to you, but just affirming. And when we say I am, we are using those affirmations from the divine. We're invoking the divine God or goddess above us and within us. And we are saying, I affirm that I am this person and I am worthy and I am loved and I am supported and I am protected and I am abundant. So these are very great and phenomenal practices. Now, spiritually, mentally, physically, financially, when we apply love and that filter of love, it's always like those rose-colored glasses, right? Where we are looking now at the world from a different perspective. And it feels so good to eliminate words like hate and can't out of our vocabulary, because then we know that we're part of this abundant process that the Most High wants us to have. There's enough abundance for everybody in this world. If we can take our skills and talents and remember that we are so uniquely made, there's only one of each of us in this entire universe, in this planet. So we are uniquely made to bring those 5, 10 skills to the forefront and utilize those to help co-create a better world. Now, when we talk about the divine masculine and divine feminine, there's never been a time like this before, my darlings, my loves. There's never been a time like this before. It's been in divine masculine for many, many, many years. So what we are experiencing now is consciousness. It's a mass awakening into the spiritual beings that we are. And it's a beautiful awakening that's happening. While everybody was freaking out during the pandemic, I was like, it's time to travel. It's time to go to places that other people are not going and doing the work, right? That's necessary. As a love, as a light, as an ancient goddess, it was important for me to travel during these times. And what I saw is in the midst of chaos, and I would always say to everybody that called me, I would say, you know, in this chaos, and when this chaos happens, all chaos has to happen for peace. So we had to have this crumbling so that we can rebuild together, together a new world, a new and better foundation, together in consciousness and sustainability, because Mother Earth is hurting. So this time is called the divine feminine time. What better of a more beautiful energy than the mother energy that can hug the entire planet and bring love and help it vibrate? I truly believe that the ascended masters, Jesus, Allah, Buddha, whoever you may believe in, Gandhi, Maya Angelou, Dr. Wayne Dyer, these people were philosophers and ascended masters, even Dr. Emoto, and they all wanted us to learn that love is the highest vibration and frequency in the world. And when we apply it, our life, our everything changes. We start to see the abundance, the good in everything. We start to realize that even people who may hurt us deserve love and may be hurting more than we are. So when people ask me, how did you thrive through DV and SA? Well, it's very painful. You know, it's very painful. It was growth, right? However, I would apply that level of love and I would forgive, not because necessarily my attacker deserved forgiveness, but because I deserve peace. And so I learned to live in a place of gratitude and forgiveness and realizing and surrendering to the divine order of things. And just saying everything is always in perfect and divine order brings in an immediate peace to us. When we surrender, We can set our intentions, but we must surrender and then let go. And I mean, let go. Not think about it, not even really, you don't even have to say anything. These are some of the most beautiful manifestations I have experienced in my life. Things that were unspoken, but things and, standards that I had set for myself, and hoped for my team or hoped for others, or even, for an event or things like this. And it always manifests right on time. How did we get there? Well, because we were taking the actions each and every day, moving forward with that application of love, trusting in the divine process, and sending love out into the universe. And of course, what we send out does return. Planting good seeds, being kind. You don't always have to be right, but it is important that you're kind. And so saying simple things like good morning to people, being a light in their life is so very, very important. And so this is part of self-awareness and self-leadership, because the practice of every day waking up and going the extra mile and applying the love that's necessary, taking those unwarranted, phone calls that were unexpected, having unexpected conversations with a neighbor. But we never know when we may be being receiving inspiration or being an inspiration for others. So it's always going to start with yourself. The work is always going to be within, outward. It's important to have good people around you. Like I said, those 5, 50, 150 people around you should somehow be inspiring and forward thinking and encouraging. Very important things. And if you don't have good people around you, find some. There's great social media platforms that you can find so many people around the world, like Clubhouse, Facebook, all these different places. LinkedIn is a great one. And people who are serious about what they're doing. These people will be people who are communicators, people who you can communicate with and will stay actively in communication with you. And also there's a level of accountability there. When you start building with leaders or you start building with forward thinkers, these people are going to be there for you and show up, and you will be there for them and show up for them. And it's a great life. But you do have to eliminate stagnant energy. You have to get rid of the naysayers as quick as you possibly can. And as much as it pains me to say that my parents were my first naysayers in my life, they were. So imagine having parents who were jealous or hurtful of your dreams, or saying, not necessarily being so supportive. You learn that you have to become resilient, and that there is a level of self-awareness that has to take place, self-belief that has to take place. And then once you realize, I think, a lot of that and grow through it, you start to realize how truly blessed you are, and you give gratitude. And then you can go back, like me, to your parents and say, I love you wholly, I forgive you, I realize you were doing the best that you can at the time, and I hold no grudges against you. I'm grateful. And so these are practices that we can even bring to any of the people who have hurt us, or people who, we call haters. And I always often hear, if you don't have any haters, you're not doing something right. And I believe that. For me, sadly, I've experienced a lot of that. I've experienced a lot of people who, by my awakening, by me being who I am, it shakes a lot of feathers, because I come off as confident. I come off as this love. I come off as empathetic. And so you have people who will take advantage of that. And so I also had to realize to set those healthy boundaries in place. Now, if I could tell the 6-year-old Saba something, I would tell her, baby girl, self-love and self-care are mandatory. Up until I've always practiced self-love, and I've always cared, but not to the level that I am currently. Self-love for me has been, I would say, mostly the last 2 years, it's been the most beautiful experience, to self-love, to self-care, to say, no, these are my healthy boundaries and I'm not going over them. I'm not going to let you run over them. This is who I am. And standing in that power and that peace and realizing that once I self-love and self-care, then I can show up whole for others. Then I can really come from a place of clarity, of understanding, and also of awareness, in the sense that I know, my intuition, I allow my intuition to guide me very, very much. I appreciate the fact that I've always had discernment. I've always been a visionary. But now with the self-love, I can empower those parts of me that weren't empowered before. And what does that mean? I can show up on the screen today and talk to you. I feel good enough. I feel energized enough. I feel confident enough. I feel loved. I feel empowered. So because of that self-love and care, I now can show up for others and be me and be happy with myself. Happiness is something that it was also one of the things that I had to learn, because I fought depression my entire life. So I had to really, really start to really look at those pains, and I didn't have the money necessarily to get a talk therapist or to get different therapy from different places. So I always turned to nature. I turned to our animals. I turned to art. One of the best feelings in the world is to be surrounded by art. And so the celebration, even in the mission statement of the PR and Arts Agency, is that we are celebrating and helping to create and maintain so many brands, businesses, and artistries consciously. So we do Art Basel every year. This will be the 9th year of Art Basel. I'm also the advisor to the City of Miami Arts and Entertainment Culture Board. I was able to put the president in position 2 years ago, who is a phenomenal artist, Marvin Weeks. And I get to work with so many great artists. And these artists are bringing all of their skills and talents to the forefront now. And it's needed more than ever. First, music heals, poetry heals. Meditation, sound bowls, these things heal. But now imagine adding the element of a picture or the art of breath work, the art of intentional eating. So last year we did the art of sustainability and consciousness, the arts of sustainability and consciousness. We had a sustainable fashion show. We did the art of technology, which brought out the metaverse and brought out the virtual studios, and brought a lot of people who are more, introvert in nature, but are the artists that are showing up in the metaverse. And so they were coming out to join us as well. We did the art of music. We did the art of sustainable fashion, which was phenomenal. We had sustainable fashion designers there, and we're able to display, and do a fashion show in sustainable fashion. And it brings up topics, right, that are necessary, these conversations that are necessary to be had. The art of plant medicine. We went into that and how important plant medicine is and all the different plants that we have. There's so many places around the world and all these different locations that there are plants growing that can help us heal. And when you become local and you understand what plant medicine you have, we all have plant medicine around us. We just have to become aware that plants are there and they're here to heal us as well. And so as we start our journey, we start to learn these things and celebrate arts in a beautiful way. And so my hope is that we continue to co-create a more and beautiful world and planet together, with our sisters and brothers, and embrace one another, that we continue to apply love, that the leadership that we are showing up and delivering is one of service. I believe the servant leader is always the highest leader. So you're any person who serves and helps the people. I really believe in treating the janitor the same way that we treat the CEO, with kindness and love. And every person is a soul, and we should all feel good. And so you find different ways, right? And you find better people if you just believe and you step out, and on that faith, over fear. And faith and fear can't live in the same place. So it's going to take the goddess in you or the God in you, and connect to that God and goddess above, and the angels and ancestors are always here to protect you. And if we thought about how many ancestors and angels walk with us, I think that all of us would never feel alone again. And so it is up for us to do the work. Energy is real. So taking time to set your affirmations and set your intentions for the day and throughout the day, checking in with your emotions, are all beautiful practices that can help one show up as their highest self. We can look at, and you guys can all look at, what low vibrational and high vibrational frequencies are. We're ascending, and we're doing this together. So there isn't a mass awakening happening in consciousness right now. So the other practice is being kind with your self-talk, looking yourself in the mirror and saying, I'm beautiful, I'm worthy. Having people around you, like I said, that can help you navigate when you're not your strongest is very important. And the people that you pour into, the people that you share practices with. I can't say enough of my tribe and my soul tribe, local and around the world, who just, continue to keep me inspired, and have reminded me of things that I've taught them along the way. So when I'm weak, they can help me be strong. And if they're weak, I can help them be strong. And this is what I feel like we should all want for our sisters and brothers. But it is going to take you to have a tunnel vision focus. If you're manifesting any dream, vision, idea, and as much as we want to bring our favorite people with us on our journey, it's okay to outgrow people. And when we think of the people that we love, and whether they're with us or they're without us, just remember to send them love and light. Love and light. It's all we have to do. And just surrendering, to the process, and knowing that if you're going to go to the next level, not everybody can go to that next level with you, and if you think about it in a sense, I know my little brother had a friend, and it's very sad, this story, but he had a friend, and they were teenagers, and they were showing off to some girls, and he asked the friend, can you swim? And he said, yes, I can swim. And he got out into the middle of the river, and he started to drown. And my little brother jumped in to try to save him. And as he was being pulled by the undertow, my little brother almost went under with him, and he kept trying to dive in. And sadly, we lost his friend to that undertow. But the important thing is that is a lesson in life. You sink or you swim. And, the divers had to literally pull my brother out of the river because he kept trying to go in and find his friend. And sadly, we had already lost him. But the importance is that you keep swimming, that you keep going. If you fall down, get back up. I have 2 plates and 11 screws in my right ankle from when the baby was 6 months old. He's now 4, and just the most vibrant, intelligent, beautiful little soul. I'm so honored to be his mommy. But, I had to learn to walk with him, and so I've had many trials and tribulations, but they've all been lessons. And so I can't look at my life and say I regret anything, because I truly don't regret anything. I'm so grateful for where I am right now. I'm so grateful for each day being a learning lesson, and a new lesson, and a new outlook on life, a new opportunity to continue to lead, to continue to serve, to continue to show up, and trust that all is in perfect and divine order. And so, yes, in conclusion, The self-leadership is always going to be the practices. It's what you do in the dark. It's what you do when nobody's around. Your practices, are they good or are they bad? Are you operating from your ego or are you operating from your soul? The hope is that we are operating from our soul and riding our ego like a horse, not operating from the ego. And a lot of times the ego can literally be that bump in the road that we keep hitting time and time and time again. And so it is important that we learn to train that ego by operating from our soul and having a healthy dialect, a healthy life, so that we can navigate not from a self, but from an awareness of all, and know that we're truly all connected in this world. So imagine you just being this little, this little ball of light. And I always say, Maya Angelou used to say, there's a little ball of light inside of all of us. And nobody should have access to you. That's the God or goddess within you. And that is where we have to pull from in our times where we're our lowest, is that little ball of light. Now, if you can just imagine that after we've healed and we've self-loved, we start just illuminating in all of this light, right? And so we are then light, and we can show up and be light. We have been programmed. So the importance is that we unprogram ourselves and we start believing in our intuition. We all have the same capability to tune in to the Most High, and be led divinely on our path. And taking time to relax, to reset, are very important things. Allowing your body, your mind, your spirit to literally guide you, and be so selfish to the point of self-love and self-care that you can literally say, no, that red carpet event is not more important. I am having a mental, health breakdown, or I'm not feeling my best. Now, it's important that you show up and show out and you still keep going, but it's also equally important that if you feel not 100%, to take that time to meditate, pray, rehydrate, and try to get back on that horse, and show up, right? So being aware, being in love with yourself, being aware of your surroundings, being aware of what it is that you're practicing. These are all beautiful things in your self-leadership. And also just, finding, it's important. I always tell everybody, grab a piece of paper and a pencil when you get on the phone with me, because this is going to go fast. Because a lot of the things that I see is that we all have to build a foundation, and we want our house to be in order. So with that being said, a lot of times we don't have the proper foundation set in place for our businesses, or whatever it might be that we're trying to step into if we are an entrepreneur. So it's very important that we look at that we make sure that that foundation is built correctly. And it's okay to go back and tuck point if you have to. It's okay to fix whatever is, out of shape or out of order, because it's the awareness, right? It's that knowing that it's all good. And I credit Chief Nomo, who's like a spiritual father. He's in Ghana now with his wife. But I remember Chief Nomo about 2 summers ago holding my hand for about 15 minutes and just saying, daughter, what's for you will always be for you. And that's a beautiful saying, that what is for me or for you will always be for you. So it allows us to relax and realize that the love, the care that we give ourselves today is what literally will change our future. Because as long as we're in the present, which is truly an honor and a gift to be present right here in the moment, we'll be able to show up with that love, that light, that inspired self, and be able to lead from a place of love, and a place of inspiration, and a place of wholeness. And Some days are not going to be great. Some days you can only get from the couch to the bed, but that's okay too. As long as you're moving forward and just taking one step today towards your dreams, ideas, visions, even if it's just painting a picture, it's a beautiful practice. So continue to love on yourself, continue to listen, continue to activate your intuition. And remember to apply love spiritually, mentally, physically, financially to every part of your life. Each and every day, take a moment for each one of those areas to be loved on with respect to divine feminine and divine masculine within us. That balance is a beautiful balance. And so recenter, realign, allow yourself to feel and be whole, knowing that we are loved and supported in all that is. And I look forward to hearing your story and what it is that you're doing to help co-create and make this a more peaceful, loving planet. May love, light, blessings, grace, and abundance always be with you. I'm Saba, First Lady Chavez, and you can find me at 1STLADYCEIBA or at the PR and Arts with the S agency. So PRANDARTS agency, AGENCY, on Instagram, Twitter, and our website is PR and Arts Agency, and the Saba Chavez website will be coming soon, as well as my poetry and meditation album. I thank you for spending some time with me today, and I wish you blessings of love and light on your journey. Thank you for spending, again, so much valuable time with me. Bye.
Are you sick of pretending to be someone else? Are you ready to live a free, joyful, and powerful life? Isn't it time to stop being dominated by what other people think? It's time to live your life. It's time to be your true, authentic self. And if you are like most people, you want to create a life that makes you happy. The fact is that truly joyful, happy people are those who live authentic lives. You don't need to wear a mask. You don't need to pretend to be someone else. And you certainly can't let the opinions of others command you. You can be free to be the person you made to be, free to live an authentic life, free to love yourself for who you truly are. And yet, so often, we want to be authentic, but we don't know how. The how can be the hardest part, to let your true self be seen, be heard, be you, without fear, without shame, and without the need to apologize. First, ask yourself, do I really want to live an authentic life? Do I really want to be free from the opinions of others? How would my life be better if I was aligned with who I was destined to be? From the time we are young, we are told to be someone else. Be smarter, like her. Be well-behaved, like him. Speak up, quiet down, study this, don't go there, work harder, take it easy. It's like living in a cage. If you are like most of my clients, you desperately want to break out, to be free, to let your true self shine, to develop a healthy self-concept, to start living your own life. What if there was a simple solution, a way to break free, spread your wings, and experience authentic joy? Now there is. Introducing Be You, Destiny Course Correction, the step-by-step program for letting go of what others think and living as the real you. What is it? This powerful self-course contains 6 modules with 49 lessons, leading you on an exciting journey to true, liberating, authentic self. It's a journey of reflection, clarification, courage, self-acceptance, and love, a journey to the true you. In this life-changing course, you'll discover how to shed the harmful expectations of others, how to discover who you truly are and not who others want you to be, how to unlock your true passion, how to build unshakable self-esteem that no one can tear down again, how to let go of mistakes and learn to accept yourself, how to embrace your individuality, how to love yourself with all your strengths and weaknesses, how to find your true life purpose and stop wandering from thing to thing, how to show the world the real you without fear of what others think, how to shape and create the joyful life you always wanted by living authentically, and so much more. This powerful journey could absolutely change your life. In 20 years from now, you might look back at today as the first day your true self blossomed. When you are set free, when you stopped being what others wanted and became the person you were destined to be. This is your moment, your fork in the road, your door to freedom. The key to the cage has been given to you. You can either open the cage or throw away the key. It's your choice. Will you become your authentic self or continue living as you've always been? You could try to learn all this on your own, but it would require hours and hours of reading, researching, and you wouldn't have the guidance of a trusted expert. Plus, you wouldn't really know if you are making any progress. After all, it's hard to honestly evaluate yourself. Or you could be taken by the hand and guided on this life-changing journey. Here's the breakdown of the 6 modules. Module 1, knowing and understanding yourself. You'll learn how to gain a true understanding of who you are. You'll unveil your personal identity, discover your deeply cherished values, and learn how to tap into your deepest passion, finding out who you want to be, and then charting the way forward. Module 2, giving your self-concept a makeover. Once you understand yourself, you'll give your self-concept a full makeover. You'll discover the power of reevaluating your past, building and maintaining unshakable self-esteem, proactively increasing your self-worth, and determining who you really want to be. Module 3, learning to accept yourself for who you are. It's a beautiful thing to accept yourself without judgment. In this powerful section, you'll learn what it means to find true self-acceptance. You'll come to terms with who you really are and let go of your past mistakes and learn to forgive yourself. Will help you eliminate your negative self-image so you can create a beautiful new soundtrack for your life. Module 4, learning to love yourself. Through a series of revealing self-questions, you'll tap into the power of writing and meditation. Module 5 is about determining your life purpose. To help you find out what you should focus on for your life purpose, you'll learn how to make your purpose an integral part of your life, and you'll discover the amazing benefits of finding your life purpose. Module 6, living authentically. In this final session, you'll learn how to leverage everything you learn so you could finally live authentically. You'll dare to be yourself, reveal your true personality, and find the courage to express your feelings. You'll present yourself honestly, unlock the power of your inner voice, and develop the courage to create originality. To top it all off, you'll create a compelling vision of your future. A live in-person workshop costs $500 to $1,000 for a 3-day workshop, and complete digital courses like this cost over $299. But today, because you are here right now, you are going to get access to this entire life-changing program for just $99. And you'll get the entire system, all 6 modules and 49 lessons at $299 value. Plus additional resources, reflections, and affirmations, a $99 value, plus modules to help you go over each module, a $49 value. You'll also get priority email support at $199 value. Finally, you are going to gain a meaningful understanding of who you truly are. Priceless. It's time to create the authentic life you are always meant to have. You'll become a more authentic friend, child, parent, co-worker, and finally, stop beating yourself up over past mistakes. It's time to embrace the life you deserve, to become the authentic you. The choice is yours. Remember, you are getting the complete 6-module course, the additional resources and affirmations, so you can easily implement authenticity in your life. But will this actually work? Yes, it absolutely will. This 30-day action takers guarantee ensures that all the risk is on me. If these courses don't empower you to unlock your authentic self, I'll refund your money. As simple as that. It's all reward, no risk. Your authentic life is waiting for you. You can finally be free to be who you are destined to be. Click the button below to get started. If you have any questions, please ask. I'm happy to help. I want you to live your authentic life. Just click the button below and get started.
Hello and welcome to this session of the Self-Leadership Summit. I am your host, Tia Stegeman, and I am the CEO of Your Empowered Life, and I am a part of the team here at Rich Women Society. And it's with great pleasure that I introduce you to my speakers today on today's session of the Self-Leadership Summit. Self-leadership is an important part of my own message, because to be empowered, you have to take leadership of your own life. You have to step into that shoe of being the leader and owning all your stuff from the past and the future and everything. So self-leadership is a topic very, very near and dear to my heart. And today I've got a beautiful panel of guests that are joining us. And all the way from my country of residence, from my country of birth, not country of residence, my country of birth, my countrymen, my fellow countrymen, we have got Rainier and Catherine. And Rainier and Catherine, I'm going to read you their bio pretty quickly. They are part of a beautiful, beautiful team. Rainier Jooste and Catherine Wolf are the founders of Acronyms, a platform dedicated to serving the purpose of love. With 40 plus years of personal development experience between the two of them, they have traveled a journey from anger, not enough, resentment, to the freedom, peace, and happiness that comes from a consistent self-love practice. Their work is the applied practice of acceptance to cultivate a state of presence. And through many modalities and much experience, they've put together a formula that gets to the root cause of the mental and emotional blocks that interrupt the natural flow, peace, abundance, presence, and love that we are. And today they help female entrepreneurs to fall in love with themselves, to create epic relationships, radiant health, and radical abundance with their signature 90-day formula. Absolutely love that. And thank you so much, guys, coming to us from what looks like a wintry Cape Town, a wintry part of South Africa. You're just about to go into summer and we're about to go into winter, so you're on the other side of the world. Thank you, and welcome to today's session. Now, Rainier and Catherine, you've both walked a journey back to that journey of self-love, and, share with us the role that self-leadership played in truly coming back to self and loving self, and how you help women embrace that concept of self-leadership as they come back to loving themselves. So Rainier and Catherine, welcome and thank you, and please do share with us.
Thank you, Tia. Thank you for having us. I think self-leadership is such a vitally important thing, because like you say, we really are leading ourselves always. It's just, how are we leading ourselves? Are we leading ourselves with our ego, or are our emotions leading us, or the circumstances around us leading us? Or are we taking responsibility for ourselves and the way that we show up, and leading ourselves with love first rather than the ego first?
Yeah, I think that's a good explanation of us starting to lead ourselves, because it's so easy to be led by the world outside, like us just wanting to be good enough. So we just put on the mask and play the role and present this show that the outside world needs to see, so that we have got this justification, this verified, like, okay, I am good enough because I get to fit into that role. And instead of just fitting into these different roles, like really stand for something. So life is going to happen, as she says, like these emotional states are going to come and go. And how do we get to show up for ourselves and focus on business, if it's business that we are busy with, when on the side the family thing is happening? So it's really being able to be in this place of personal power, that this is what I give to myself, and this is what I'm dealing with now.
Oh, I love that. I love that, that concept of personal power. And it's hard for people at first, though, to identify the difference between ego, right, and really the true self, right? Because we know that the egoic perspective is a perspective that comes from walls and from, protection and all that kind of stuff. And so how would you facilitate somebody going into, stepping into that leadership and leading from the right perspective? Is there a way in which you would facilitate this? I mean, how do you guys work when you're taking someone through this journey? Just enlighten us, right? Because I'm sure there are many, many women here who have built, such strong walls of protection around themselves. So many entrepreneurs, especially, that have built these walls of protection around themselves that might want to get to that place where they want to step into leadership, but is it true leadership or is it ego? How would you help them and differentiate through that?
Well, I think that the biggest difference between leading ourselves with ego or leading ourselves with love is the state of openness of the heart, right? If the heart is closed, if the heart needs to protect itself or coming from a place of being vulnerable in some way, being fearful in some way, then we can't possibly be leading ourselves with love. Then we are leading ourselves from a place of ego. So how open is the heart? And in terms of the work that we do, it's very much about coming back to what is the state that the heart is in, and how do we open up so that we can be more fully in this present moment, which is where love is.
Yeah, true. So it's really easy to focus on how to lead the outside and what formulas and processes need to be in place for the outside to happen in a very specific way. But we can only give what we've got. So if we have those formulas and processes running inside of ourselves in a space where we keep ourselves open, an open mind and an open heart, loving to ourselves with whatever happens outside, there can be a simple question as, what would love do now? And being able to show up from that space. That is how we get to lead the outside, but it all starts on the inside. Everything always gets turned around and let's focus on this, and then we do that. Because doing it the other way around will end up in disaster over and over again.
It's a consistent practice of bringing ourselves back into this present moment and building a practice so that being present and anchored into the now, rather than being in the mind with a story of something in the future or the past, is really the greatest tool that we get to cultivate. Because when we can practice doing this in the easy moments in life, when the going really gets tough, and when the ego really wants to push through and pull us back and close our hearts, we have that practice of coming back to the now to anchor us. And the greatest tool that we have to do that is the breath, because this breath is what we have right now all the time.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And so tell us a little bit about your story, in terms of, we believe people's stories should be shared. And I'd love for you to share with us a little bit about your own story of how you came into doing this work and why you do the work that you do. Why were female entrepreneurs? Why not men? So please do share with us.
I'll let you go first.
So for me, it was a journey of really experiencing a lot of hurt, and the only way that hurt could be expressed, me as a boy, as a child, as then growing into a man, was with making noise and not sitting and crying and feeling about it. And I got really good with this whole anger fighting thing. And while doing it, something inside me was like, no, this is not the way. But yet I really got to do it. And there came a point in my life where I was like, okay, this is not it. Like, there must be another way. And and I got to study a whole lot of different modalities. But the one that really got to turn everything around in a very short period of time was neuro-linguistic programming, was really getting into my subconscious mind, and on a deep subconscious level got to the root cause of what those emotional states had me stuck in, and got to release that. And with experiencing that release, like my whole life turned around, and I truly believe that if this could work for me, it could work for anybody. And really passionately driven by serving, by sharing this, like there is another way, we can be free. It's like not needing to be stuck in those low vibration emotional states that get us to destruct and destroy as far as we go. There's nothing loving about it. And that is the one way in which we all have been programmed into. And this other way, this loving way, kind, caring, compassionate to myself, that's really the message that we get to share, but not in words like to understand it, in really come and experience this experience with us. That's rather what we offer than some intellectual understanding of something.
I really had a master's degree in intellectually understanding, and went into business and into leadership, and showed up as one of those A-type women who's super ambitious and can lead a whole team of people and can make shit happen in the world. But at the end of the day, I really did a huge amount of damage to myself and the people around me, coming from that space of needing to control and needing to make stuff happen and needing to prove and needing to do a million things, and burnt myself out many, many times, until I got to a point where I had I call it a cosmic smack, where I had an injury and I had to stop absolutely everything that I was doing, and finally got to a place where I could look at myself and look at how loving I was being to myself, look at the way that I was showing up, whether that was actually good enough for myself, whether I was, and how I was treating myself, the impact that had on everybody else, and finally take responsibility for leading myself with love, for really practicing self-compassion and acceptance first, because that's the environment that I want to create for myself, and sharing that with other people. And in doing that, I've really seen the difference that makes in what I create, in how I lead, in the impact that I make in other people's lives, just because I'm now showing up for myself first.
You know, so many things of what you guys have just spoken about so deeply resonates with me, because it resembles a lot of my own journey. And I think that's why, you know, when I first met you guys, I absolutely fell in love with you guys. And I was like, oh, I love your work, because it so resembled a lot of the journey that I went on myself in the last, 10 years. And, Renee, I did a program a while back now where I realized that I was so conditioned to create drama. Every time there was an upset in my life, my conditioning was drama. Oh my gosh, I was like the drama queen. I would throw stuff down the stairs if I lost my temper. But that was, I made a lot of noise. Like you said, there was noise involved. Like I needed to make a lot of noise to be heard, to be seen, to be myself, to be, just to be heard basically as a kid, and also to get a reaction. Right. And so when you were saying it, I had to laugh, because I was like, yeah, that was me. I learned that, I could make noise, and I became really good at making all that noise. Right. And very much what you've said, Catherine, in terms of, that self-love journey and being that empowered woman and going out there, but destroying half your world as you go along, right? You're like a whirlwind, and I sowed a path of destruction myself. And that was part of my journey, has been reconstructing my entire world. And like you say, and just loving self, being kinder to self. And one of the first things, funny enough, when you said NLP, do you know one of the first things I did in my journey? I used to call it Monster Mom, right? I was Monster Mom. Part of my story is Monster Mom. The day I found myself on the stairs, throwing stuff down and turning around and seeing these tiny little eyes staring back at me, terrified. And I thought, oh my God, what have I done? Like, my children are so petrified. They were petrified of me. And that was a day that was a big turnaround for me. And one of the first things I did is I changed my language. I started to speak softer, and I started to speak kindly, and I started to call my children my lovies. And I deliberately started, I didn't call them by then, I started to change my language to a softer, kinder, gentler language. And that was the day that a lot of our lives changed, because I just decided enough is enough. But funny enough, I started with speech, with calling my kids my lovey, my sweetie, my darling. And they were like, what? With this woman, right? But yes, so thank you so much for sharing. And thank you so much for joining us today. And, I know there are a lot of people that will be highly impacted by the work that you do. And I absolutely love and support everything that you do. And I wish you all the best on your journey. And thank you for standing up and being the leaders, right? For leading yourself so that you can lead other women in the process as well. So I love you guys. I thank you. I honor you. And thank you for joining us today. And as part of our summit experience, you will be able to connect with all our speakers. We will have their details available. But that was Catherine and Renee from Pacarina. You can look them up online, and you can look for their details on all our summit pages. It will be there. Connect with them, and allow them to speak into your life and share their message. So Renee and Catherine, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you, Tia.
Thank you, Tia.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So our next guest is the lovely, wonderful Vignes Mistola. And Vignes is a mom of 4 and an online parenting coach. She is originally from Singapore, and Vignes has been living in Finland with her family. So she helps busy working parents have a happier, more peaceful home through gentle parenting methods. And so Vignes, thank you. And thank you for joining us, and welcome on our stage today.
Thank you.
So, parenting is very much a leadership position. And
it's something that I come from a completely different climate. I was raised in a very autocratic environment, more so in my home, and also a very conservative Sri Lankan Tamil family. And so I just think about it now that there are only amongst my cousins, there are less than 10 of us. Oh, I think I might be the only one who is married to someone completely different culture. I mean, it used to be like, my parents would tell me from a very young age that if you want to make us proud, you have to marry a Sri Lankan Tamil. And it was that close-knit a community, and they're still having arranged marriages. So and it couldn't even be someone from the sub-Indian continent. So very, very traditional. So everything was planned for you from the time you were born, as if I didn't have any brains. So, and nobody questioned it. Nobody wondered why. And although I lived in a multicultural society like Singapore, which is rather modern, but in the 1970s, multicultural, yet the different ethnic communities kept to themselves. And of course, being Singapore, everything worked like a well-oiled machine, because that was the way. And then my parents were even more concerned about our studies, because they were teachers. They were also very highly respectable people in the community. And a lot of the parenting that I was raised with, I grew up with, I was always told that it was for your own good. So as a child, and looking around, you just think this is normal. And I never questioned it. And what we call now in Finland child abuse, okay, that was what they used for your own good. And that didn't seem right to me. And so I started to question. And a thing with leadership is that I saw, like my mom, right? She had no voice. Although she was a teacher, she had no voice. Dad made all the decisions, and Dad was ruled the home with an iron fist. And it just didn't seem fair. I just grew up seeing my mom crying, my parents arguing, and whenever my brother and I, whose brother was 2 years younger, I still have those images flashing through my mind, even at this age. Okay, and my eldest is 19, and I remember being told, "Oh, nothing is happening. Just nothing is happening." Okay, I was like 3, and I remember my little brother 1. And okay, we just got on with our lives, and all these sort of are somewhere hidden, buried in our body, and you keep seeing this all the time. And then you are told along the way that you have to marry a Sri Lankan Tamil man. And then my mom was always saying bad things about my dad. My dad would say bad things about my mom, and they would always do it with me. I don't know why. And then I started to question this whole thing. What is this going on? Why are children, why are they telling me everything? And yet they're all the time they're telling me to marry this kind of person. And I thought then I started to do a lot of thinking, but it got really clouded. And when I was 19 years old, I went to the UK. They decided that was the thing to do, because I will go to the university, I will study anything that I could get into, because I was going to get married off when I come back. It was all a plan. So I didn't know this plan. And so because they paid for this education, there was a price to pay for it. And that was my freedom. And so when I came back, I was given some time, but I think like 2 weeks to find work. And then I didn't find work. Well, who finds work in 2 weeks? And then my brother comes to me in I think like a month or something after I arrive, and he tells me when we are together that there are talks about an arranged marriage. And I was like, what? And I had my first taste of freedom when I went to the UK. I'd never been to a disco. I never tasted alcohol. I was like, whoa, this is nice. And I'm not a bad person, because I was raised with bad girls go and do these things. Good girls stay at home with mom and dad. So when I came back from the UK, finally, after 4 years, I didn't feel like I'd done anything wrong. And they got me a job through a relative with a nice salary. They were looking for a man. And that's when I saw lots of warning lights just flashing in front of me. I was like, God. And I couldn't say anything because they paid for my education. And this was the price. And I didn't want to accept it. And so I decided at that point that I was going to take care of my destiny. If it meant, lots of fighting in our home. And one thing that, you were talking about, that how you lose it, and, like drama queen. I used to express, because I wasn't allowed to show any emotion and I had to be the good girl. I used to cry a lot. I used to cry over everything, just crying. And people used to come to me and tell my parents, oh, there's something wrong with her because she's crying all the time. And it's funny because when I began this journey where I started to take charge of my life, there were no tears to come because I used my voice. The crying was a sign of helplessness. And I knew that I wanted to help other people, especially other ladies in my situation. And also men, you know, the community, people are marrying within their community. They are marrying second cousins. I mean, it's so unacceptable. And my grandparents, for example, they are first cousins. And most of their siblings married, most of my grandfather's siblings married my grandma's siblings. But we are talking about this day and age. Nobody is married. I mean, it's nobody even questions it. But I do know the logic behind it, that they want to keep the wealth in the family. And my parents wanted to also give me a house. They wanted to bribe me with a lot of things. And I even wanted, this is so unusual, that I took charge of my own life, and I decided that I was going to make it happen my way. If it meant that I have to pay them back, I have to. So along the way, I met my Finnish husband. And I'm so glad that I met him when they told me not to go to the disco, for example. You know, so I met my husband later. He moved to Singapore. We did something quite unusual. We were living together because I had fought to move out of our home. And they put a lot of hurdles in my way, because they didn't know that he was coming up. But they put a lot of hurdles in my way to move forward, to move out. But then I got over those hurdles, had a well-paying job. I bought my own place, and then my husband, he was my boyfriend, so he came to stay, and we said we'll check it, we'll see whether it's going to work. And then we got married along the way. And then he was talking about his childhood, which just seems so unreal. Not even a light smacking on the bum. You know, I mean, that's his childhood. No guilt, no shaming, no being made an example of. And I was like, and you turned out all right. You have got a master's degree, you have a great job, you're a nice person. And I was like, oh, whoa, is there really this life, this happy world? And then we talked, and I knew that I didn't want to raise my kids the way I was raised. I knew that. And I wasn't my mom. And, you know, a lot of girls want to be like their mom. I was like, from a quite young age, I started to question, do I want to be like my mom? You know, we were not even allowed to go out of the house to buy feminine products. Dad bought everything. I didn't know how to buy feminine products until I went to the UK. I didn't have a choice. He controlled all the salaries. He wanted to control my salary. And their biggest regret, I remember for a long time, was sending me to the UK because I got myself a brain of my own.
Oh my word. It's incredible. And the courage it must
courage
be, right?
I'm all by myself, you know, and it wasn't like, and I knew they were waiting for me to fall. You know, most parents want their kids, want to empower, and they're like, they are there. If you fall, it's okay. We're going to, you know, be there through good and bad times. My parents were waiting for me to fall. And I didn't. I never went back to them. Even after I bought my own place, and 4 months later, the story of my life, I was put out of work. So I had a mortgage to pay. I had no job. And I remember the construction worker coming because I had ordered for a renovation, bathroom renovation. And he's asking me, what do I work as? And I said, I don't know. I remember that. And my husband hadn't moved to Singapore yet, but he decided to move anyway. And we decided that we had discussed that we're going to make this work. and he moved from Stockholm because he was working for General Motors there. So he moved, and together we put our heads together and we started a seminar business. I was from a conference industry, so he was the marketing person, and I was the person who did the business development, got the product, and we made money. But it was so draining at the expense of our relationship because we worked all the time, and there was no like free day. We talked about work all the time. So that was one of the reasons why we decided to pack it in and move to Finland, where I could possibly be at home with the kids because it's quite child friendly. We have 10 months maternity leave. That additional you could get some money to just stay at home. He could build a career, like he didn't have to work for, he could work for someone. So it would be less stressful, less draining on our relationship.
Like a completely different world, basically like a completely different world. But if you think about it, Vinyas, and if we've just kind of bring it to a conclusion, all of that happened in your past, all of those incredible stories that kind of I'm sitting here going, oh my word, really? All of those things have brought you onto the path that you're on today, right? Where you are empowering all these parents with these gentle parenting methods. So that was really the gift, isn't it? That this past is actually, your past is your biggest present, right? It's your biggest gift.
Yeah, that was my learning, like the best university or whatever I could learn from, that what I should not do.
Yeah.
And so when my kids came, I had to consciously parent them. I changed my language. I thought, how could I do it differently? How could I empower them rather than make them feel bad?
Yeah.
And so I have, and that's what I would like to, I'm trying to teach parents to do, to empower the kids.
Right.
We are only there for a certain number of years, by their side. I mean, until they move out and get their own. And the best gift you can give the children, give our children, the next generation, is all those skills that they could stand on their own 2 feet. I mean, I couldn't even buy feminine. I couldn't even go to a shop and buy feminine products. I mean, it was that bad. And
but I feel almost that it's a very fine balance that we need to find in teaching our children the leadership skill, because I think what have happened is, like, you were unempowered. We are very much unempowering our children now by doing everything for them. There is definitely, for what I've seen, there is a definite school of thought around it, so where your parents were dominant and disempowering in their domination, there is also disempowerment in disabling children. I often have this discussion with my 15-year-old daughter, and I'll tell her, stop doing stuff for your sisters because you are not enabling them, you are disabling them. And as parents, it's a very fine line, we have to tread. But Vignes, we can carry on forever and ever and have this conversation. I absolutely love parenting. I love talking about it. But, it's been fantastic hearing your story. Oh my gosh, we never heard this last time. And so I'm really, really happy that you came and shared with us.
Thank you.
And, I think you are doing an incredible job going out there and, wanting to empower parents, to empower the future leaders, right? Our children are the future leaders, and and not through dominance and not through screaming and kicking and and I think there are many people in the world that need your message, and your story should be told and your story should be heard. There are generations of people out there that need to hear what you have to say. So thank you. Thank you for coming on today and for sharing with us. And, I think we need to make sure that more of your story is told and more of what you have to share with the world is said, because not just in India, Sri Lanka, and all those places, there are hundreds of young people that need your parenting tactics, and it's going to take a lot, right? Because it's generational stuff.
How many generations? Yeah.
A paradigm that needs to shift, especially in those countries. And I wish you all the best because you've got a big job ahead of you. So
thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Really, really appreciate you and really appreciate your time. And if anybody wants to know more about Vignes and her parenting strategies, her gentle, kind parenting strategies, then please do reach out. You can look for her on LinkedIn, and you can find all her details in our on our website for the 24-hour summit. So Vignes, thank you so much. Right, now our next guest is the wonderful Rebecca Padgett. Am I saying that correctly? I do hope so. With a background in medical work and a career in the NHS, Rebecca uses her deep care for other people's well-being to help and inspire them to be the best versions of themselves. She is passionate about physical and emotional well-being and transformed her own health and positive mindset and CrossFit. So Rebecca left her job, embarked on a journey of self-enlightenment, and discovered that she can too, just like we've heard from everybody else, create her own destiny by design. She has a passion for finances and now helps many people as possible achieve financial freedom through self-belief. So Rebecca, thank you so much for joining us today, and welcome. And wow, just hearing from you and reading that must have taken a lot of courage and self-leadership, right, to do that which you've done and achieved so far.
Yes, indeed. It's very nice of you to invite me to be here today, Tia. Thank you so much. And I'm very overwhelmed by the speakers who've just spoken before me, and I think they're just wonderful. My journey was actually very straightforward. I studied medical school, and then I traveled around the world independently, very free, choosing where I wanted to work and with whom. And everything was going to plan until I met somebody who was actually quite an abusive person and destroyed me, destroyed my self-confidence, my self-belief, destroyed everything that I had ever been. And that relationship went on for 14 years, and that produced 2 wonderful children. And when I finally had the courage to realize and see that this was really not okay, I decided to leave the relationship. And I think that's when my self-leadership began. I decided this is not good enough for me or for my daughters, and I decided to leave with nothing. I walked out of the house. Obviously, the relationship was finished and everything had to go through court, and it was very nasty. But what it did, it was very much my rebirth. I started to become Rebecca again. I had sort of parked her up for 14 years, and that destruction in the middle of how I had been before and how I wanted to be again was so clear to me, and particularly for my children. I wanted to show them that life was actually really wonderful, and living how we had been living was never going to be the case for them. So I started then to study more my mindset, my reason for being, because I had lost all of that. I had lost all the trust in my own decisions. I couldn't make decisions. All of those things had been taken away from me. And slowly I built back up, and I went on to a fantastic course to study my mindset and positive thinking. And I've applied that now through everything I do. So my choice of vocabulary, my choice of thoughts, my choice of decisions, everything I do now is with that positive mindset, always at the fore. And I've seen the repercussions of that within my parenting as well. So having been in a very dark place for a few years, and my daughters came out of there with scars, and I think everything timed itself at the right time, because I was able to then rediscover myself and lead them along a more positive mindset and towards happiness. So alongside all of that, I have been working in the medical world for the NHS, helping everybody, but not myself. So I had to stop and take time for myself, which is what I have just done. And I'm now very, very adamant that I want to help people re-believe in themselves, re-believe that they're worth, to be confident in their decisions and their choices. And that is very much my mission. I particularly like working with single mothers because obviously that's where we were. And along the way, I've also discovered an interest in finances, which is totally different world. But that's where I'm sort of going now. I'm helping people, because when you're finding yourself in a situation like I had nothing. I had no house. I had no belongings. He burnt everything. Everything was gone, and I had to rebuild everything. And I think having a financial security and a belief in yourself that you can achieve something financially is so important to rebuild that confidence and rebuild your own leadership of your life, because that's what we're doing. We're going towards our dreams and our goals, and we can't do it if we're carrying all of that baggage that's holding us down. So that's pretty much my journey at the moment.
And I think it's hard, right? It's hard to take leadership of your life if you don't actually believe you can, right? It starts with that self-belief, doesn't it? Because leadership is a courageous step to take. Self-leading, even stepping into leadership and leading a group or leading a team or leading a family is often a very courageous decision we have to make. We have to dig deep and muster up the courage to do hard things sometimes.
That's
Would
true.
you say that, that almost precedes self-leadership, right? The belief structure, the self-belief, the self-confidence, all of that stuff is almost a precursor to
Yes, that's right. I think the leadership, you can see it at two different points. But in my professional career as a leader, I was leading my team. I was training everybody. I was making sure everybody was managing their jobs accurately and managing their own lives as well along the way, which spills into professional life. But the leadership of your own life, you tend to put on the back burner because you're just ticking over. Life ticks over. You get up in the morning, you go to work, you got the children, you take them swimming, and you actually forget your true self. And that's where I went in deep, and I discovered that I have far more potential than I ever allowed myself to imagine. And that's now being able to be expressed, and therefore I'm able to help people believe in themselves again. I think when you have any kind of knocks in life, it's difficult to get back up sometimes. But everything is there for us to be able to do it. And the world is such a beautiful place. If we believe in ourselves and build that self-confidence back up again, we can do anything we want.
Yeah, absolutely. I completely agree with you. And I think, the more of us that are out there spreading this message, and the more of us that are actually there supporting people to take that first step of self-leadership, right? Because it is a courageous step. And I think, even listening to your story and hearing what you were saying about, leaving that abusive relationship, and that is often what I come across, is that, people in abusive relationships, many of the women I work with, I actually, a lot of the women that I encounter through some of my mentoring platforms and stuff like that are women who have stepped out of that and are now helping other women, right? And it is a massive step. It is a massive step to take that self-leadership, to say, look, and actually believe in yourself enough to say that I can create this world. I am in charge of my destiny. Yes, I mean, listen to what Vignes was saying earlier around breaking the paradigms of her cultural expectations, right? So not only is it our own stuff, it's also our cultural expectations. It's also the environments that we find ourselves in, right? And leaving behind those environments. So yes, I think there is a definite need. And I'd love to talk to you just really briefly around the money, the financial side, because for many women, I find that this is a big thorn in their side. For women especially, because we've not been taught about money. It's almost like we were skipped out deliberately my brother got taught everything about money. Oh my word. He, from a very young age, he was entrepreneurial. He was given the opportunities to sell things, to do things. He was almost pushed by my granddad. And I look at him today, and he's multi-businesses and owns several homes all over the world and all this kind of stuff. And I think if only I had similar kind of training, right? But I never did. I wasn't even ever taught to budget or anything.
No, neither was I. Neither was I, and that's the whole point. I think it's bypassed, particularly maybe in my generation, where, like Vinny's was saying, her father controlled everything. He was the salary earner. He distributed the money for the housekeeping. He paid the bills. He decided if we went on holiday, which car we were going to buy, and everything. And with love, I respect him 100%.
Yeah.
But that's how it was, and that's how we have been raised to believe it's the case. It's the fellas who go and do the work and who earn the money. But life has changed, and it's not the case anymore. And women are still, on the fringes of financial awareness and getting full control of what actually we can do in the society at the moment. I mean, majority of people who work in investment are men. But I came across a wonderful lady called Danielle, who was the top leader at Citibank in London, in the world, actually. She worked in London. And she was female. She was the only female doing that job. And that was absolutely outrageous at the time. This was talking about the beginning of 2000s, 2002 about. And she was the leading lady at Citibank. And it was unusual, to say the least. And now, thankfully, people are catching on that females actually do have very clever brains and can work in finances. But the reason why I've come into this is because destitution from being in an abusive relationship, which you have to leave to save your life, means you have nothing. So how can we build that back up? Because you can only do a part-time job because you have children to look after. You have no backup. The in-laws suddenly have disappeared out of the picture, and you have to find better means of being able to support yourself and build a better future for your children, for yourself. So that's where I got involved in the investment side of banking, which is wonderful when you know the safety nets to be put into place and do it all accordingly. And that's what I enjoy doing the most, and allowing those people who are venturing into that to believe that they are able, that that hasn't been taken away from them completely, that they're going to be given their job seekers allowance money and get on with it. No, there's a far better life than that.
That's wonderful. And what a great message. What a great message. And I look forward to seeing the change that you bring in that world, because I believe that we need more financial leaders. We need more women who are financially astute, who are financially literate, so that, and then passing along those skills so that other women can be pulled up, right? It's like Dr. Marina Nani always says. She always says, leave the door behind you wide open, right, for the next person, and then reach out your hand and bring those up. And just as we all do that, if we all reach out behind us and bring up that next person, who knows what a different world this could be, right? What a different world it could be. So Rebecca, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure and delight to have you on with us today, and to get to know you a little bit better and hear a little bit more of your story. And I look forward to hearing more of you. And you and I have spoken about doing some podcasts together and stuff like that and everything else.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely. So
bring me up, Thea.
So thank you so much, and thank you for joining us on this session of the Leadership Summit. Again, Rebecca's details will be below. We have all the details of our speakers right throughout the summit, 24-hour leadership summit. And so if anything that Rebecca said today touched a chord, if it's something that you felt like, I need to reach out to this woman, I need to connect with her, then please do so. We are passionate about sharing other people's stories so that we can make a difference in the world together. So thank you again to each and every one of our speakers. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Vignes. Thank you, Rainier and Catherine. And thank you, the viewer, for joining us on today's episode, or today's session, actually not an episode, today's session of the Self-Leadership Summit. We look forward to connecting with you again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sharon Rosenblum, and in June 2020, my world was completely turned upside down. After a long battle with cancer, my husband sadly passed away at the young age of 41. To the world, he was one, but to me, he was my world. Never in my wildest dreams was I prepared emotionally, physically, or psychologically for the journey ahead with 2 young children. Grief is a journey which can be very dark and painful. And that was the day that my light and fire completely burnt out. Other people used to say to me, I know how you feel, but nobody knows how you feel apart from you. And I felt totally overwhelmed and just didn't want to be here anymore without my best friend and my soulmate. I felt so completely empty without him, and I had a huge hole in my heart. Bedtime was the worst time for me because that was when I felt most alone. I used to go to bed at night, close the door, and when I got into bed, I felt the pain most. I was totally lost and alone and had no one to talk to say how my day had been, no one to have a hug with or any intimacy, and I felt my heart was in bits. Everyone is unique and we all grieve differently, and there is no right or wrong way to grieve. It's not linear, and for me it was a very dark spiral, which so many people get stuck in, including me. Unfortunately, no one likes to talk about death, and it's really a subject people avoid. I had no idea how I was going to cope with 2 young children who were also grieving. I was just existing in the world rather than living, and felt totally lost and broken. But I did cope, and I'm now a psychotherapist specialising in bereavement, grief and loss, and a very proud author of the book Widowed with Kids. I wrote this book in 2020, and Simon, my husband, would have been 60 then. And at first I wrote it as a tribute to him. And I was explaining that how grief can be the darkest and most painful experience in life, which I got so stuck in for nearly 17 years. And then halfway through, I just got the light bulb moment, thinking that this book can help anybody that is grieving. And as you know, in 2020, during the pandemic, there's been so much loss. It's not only just loss for a physical person. People have lost their homes, lost their jobs. I lost my independence. And I started to work on myself. And when I removed my mask and started to love myself unconditionally and find a way back to joy and happiness, and that's when I discovered what my purpose is in life. What I now offer to others, I wish would have been available to me. I got so stuck in my grief and sadness for so long. Unlike the Japanese art kintsugi, which puts a broken bowl, like broken bowls that get smashed, they put them back together with gold. And I believe it's my soul's purpose in life to support, guide, and encourage you to rebuild your life and put your broken pieces back together. I haven't walked anyone's path, but I would be so privileged to support anybody that is grieving. And I'd like to share a poem with you, because it is really how I've gone from the darkest place to where I am now. Excuse me reading this, but I can't remember it all off by heart. Grief never ends, but over time it changes. I was born with greatness in me. I had it all within me. I've changed my story and I've changed my life. I'm not existing anymore in the world. I am living. I'm not running on autopilot. I'm dancing in the rain. I'm not comparing myself to others. I'm comparing myself to me. I am unique. I am me. My seed has been planted in the correct soil, and with the sun's love, that seed has blossomed into the beautiful rose in bloom. I have found unconditional love for me, which is so magical. The nights are not lonely and the roads are not dark, and I thought that love was for the lucky ones, but I have found that deep within me. I love myself inside and out, and I love the people around me. I am authentic and real, and I am open to learning and growth. I love who I've become. I feel so empowered and free. It is magical, it is joyful, and I'm at peace with me. I love my new life. I stood still for so many years, and that was all fear-based. I've moved forward in healthy ways, and life doesn't happen by chance, it happens by design. I failed many times in life, but I've learned so much from all my mistakes. And with a lot of courage, internal strength, and change, I continue to grow. I'm not my pain anymore, and I love my broken and cracked parts. They let the light in. I am perfect, whole, and complete. I have changed my story. I have changed my life. I've changed my belief system and I've found my purpose in life. Excuse me. Life is a playground and there will always be obstacles in the way. There will be sadness and tough times, and losing yourself is part of living. What got me here will never get me there. I am safe within me. I love who I've become. I am happy. I am joyful. I'm at peace with me. I am powerful. I am free. I love my life. I love who I've become. I am magical. I am me. I have others in my life with hearts who I love, and I'm so grateful to surround myself with positive, inspirational people. I am empowered. I am free. I love my life. I love who I've become. I am magical. I am me. I am free. Love is an inside job, and finally, I am home, deep inside me. And we are all different flowers from the same garden. My surname is Rosenbloom, and I honestly believe I am now the rose in bloom. And thank you. That is how I found self-leadership. Thank you. Next guest today is Maggie Watts, and she is a beautiful woman whose husband died, unfortunately, of pancreatic cancer in 2009. Her mother-in-law also died from it in 1969. And the reason I connected so well with Maggie was my husband also died from pancreatic cancer. And as soon as I heard this, we did connect. She's also a pancreatic cancer campaigner. And Maggie, if you'd like to share more about how you've found self-leadership and how you became a pancreatic cancer campaigner.
Thank you, Sharon.
Maggie.
Thank you. Thank you for asking me to join you this evening. It's a privilege. Yeah, so you know the devastation a pancreatic cancer diagnosis brings. Not many people survive pancreatic cancer, so it's a grim diagnosis. And my husband was 45 and we were living a normal life, and he had a few vague symptoms, and we just thought, well, he thought it was backache from working outside in the cold, so he was loath to go to the GP. And then eventually when he went to the GP, he'd also got indigestion and they thought it was an ulcer. So he was backwards and forwards. And yeah, he was not well, but it was vague. And this is, I didn't know then because I didn't know anything about pancreatic cancer, but this is typical of pancreatic cancer symptoms. So by the time he was diagnosed, his cancer was terminal, so it was palliative care only. And, you know, you just like, I hadn't dealt with nothing like that prior to this point in my life, and my life just was, I really just thought life had come to a standstill. I even felt like I probably wouldn't be able to go outside again and speak to people. It was just horrific. But it's amazing how your brain adjusts, and also because my husband very much wanted to know how long he'd got, and the medics, after a succession of appointments, told him he would have typically between 6 and 18 months. He became determined that he was going to outlive the 18 months. And when you see somebody who knows that they're dying be so strong, he very quickly got to the conclusion that he couldn't change what was going on inside of him, but he could change how he responded to it. He was going to do his best to stay alive as long as possible. He was not going to interrupt his life as far as he could. Obviously, cancer is debilitating, and there are times when you have to, but he very much kept that mentality. And so therefore, I felt like, well, I really wanted to crumble, but I thought, well, he's dying and he's not crumbling. I don't feel that I can. And we had a son, well, we have a son who was 17 at the time. So that was a bit of a crucial age. And so Kev really did carry on his life as normally as possible. He was really, really incredible with the way that he dealt with it. And to a certain extent, it almost felt like we knew he was dying, we knew it was terminal, but it was something that was in the distance, and I kept thinking maybe we'll get a miracle, maybe it won't happen to us. And when we got to 18 months, which he did outlive the prognosis, he realised his body was failing and he wanted to say goodbye to everybody. So he decided we'd have a party, and he called it Kevin's I'm Still Standing party. And really it was, he liked Elton John, so obviously the Elton John song, I'm Still Standing, but really it was to say goodbye to everybody. And we didn't obviously tell people that, but we knew that he was close to the end. And but it was a great night. He was not off the dance floor. We had you think, how can you have fun and happy times when you're dealing with something like that, but you can, and you do. And yeah, he sadly passed away 6 weeks after that party, in the care of an amazing hospice local to us. And then, although I knew he was dying all of that time, it was still a shock when it happened, because kind of, as I say, felt like something in the future, or maybe we'd get lucky and maybe it wouldn't happen to us, or maybe we'd get longer. And I'd Googled the life out of it and how can we get longer? So I felt when he died, like, what am I going to do? This is not the life I planned. Everything's changed. And I really felt like, how do I go on from here? And how do I pick up my life again? But one thing Kev used to say to us after his diagnosis was, I'm not afraid of dying, but I'm afraid of the impact it will have on you and Danny, who is our son. And I want you to embrace the life that I'm so desperate to hold on to. And so that was sort of something that really stuck with me. So when I was, and obviously you can't avoid grief. You have to go through grief. I'm not saying that I didn't have grief. I had deep, deep grief. But in my darkest moments, I would remember Kev saying that, and I would think, yeah, well, none of us know how long we've got our health, but we've got our health as far as we know now, and we've got to embrace life, kind of live it for him because he so desperately wanted to. So Kev's mum, as you mentioned at the outset, Sharon, also died of pancreatic cancer, and she died in 1969, and she was just 27. She left 3 young children behind, and Kev was the oldest, he was 8. So his diagnosis and death of pancreatic cancer came 40 years after his mum's. And what I found out after he died was that survival rates had not improved in all of that time. And this absolutely infuriated me. There'd been no money going to research, no improvements, and I couldn't get my head around how 40 years could have passed. And you think of all the changes that have happened in 40 years, and pancreatic cancer has still stood still. Nothing had changed. And, you know, anger's part of grief, isn't it? And I was furious, and I was going to do something to make change for future people. What can I do? And so I came across the government e-petitions. If you can get 100,000 people to sign them, you can get a government debate, or you can become eligible for a parliamentary debate. And so I engaged with my local MP. I set up the e-petition, and I took to social media. And 100,000 people is a lot of people to find. And I thought Twitter would be a good place to go because there was a lot of high profile people on there, and I thought you could reach them easily. And I knew that, you know, it wasn't that I was caught in celebrity, but I knew that you had to get high profile people if you were going to find 100,000 people. And so I set about doing this, and I had gone back to work by this time because I realised I needed some structure to my day because I was just vegging and not getting up and not getting dressed. And I thought, I've got to get some structure back. So I'd gone back to work, so I was working full time, and I would come home from work and put my laptop on and put food on for my son who still lived at home. And I wasn't bothered about eating really at the time, but I'd forget about the food because I'd become so obsessed with the e-petition and finding people to sign. I'd 9 times out of 10 burn the food and shout him down to come and get some burnt offerings for his dinner. But yeah, I really became obsessed with it, but it was really hard work. I'd just tweet everybody and anybody and say, look, this is what happened. 40 years ago, my husband's mum died of pancreatic cancer, and 40 years later, the medics can offer him no better chance of survival. And this can happen to anybody. So everybody should be interested in this, and everybody should want there to be improvements. And I was really passionate about it. And obviously, if you've not been affected, human nature, you tend to think you're not going to be affected. And so it was really hard work getting signatures. But then Coronation Street ran a storyline, and Hayley Cropper, the character in Coronation Street, had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. So I was delighted because I thought this is really going to help the cause, highlight pancreatic cancer, and potentially help the campaign. So I wrote to the producers and said, you know, fantastic what you're doing. It really needs as much awareness as possible. And by the way, I'm doing this campaign, and if you'd like to help out, you know, that would be fantastic. And Julie is an amazing woman, and she got in touch with me and said she wanted to help. So she really threw her all behind it. And every time she was doing a TV interview with of the storyline, she would mention it. And what would happen when she'd mention it, there'd be a surge in signatures, but then it would drop off again, and it was little old me trying to get people. And everybody was sort of saying things like, you're not going to do it, because it was really hard work, you know, and we worked out how many we needed to get a day, and we were just not getting anywhere near it. And I was living and breathing this e-petition when I was not at work. I was coming home from work, putting my laptop on, staying up till early hours in the morning, going to bed, getting a few hours sleep, going to work, doing a day's work, coming home, and it just became an obsession. Now, I'm not going to say that I heard Kev speaking to me, because I didn't, but I heard something telling me to keep going. It was going to be all right. And I can only think that was Kev somehow sending me a message saying, keep going, you're going to do it. And I was always saying we're going to do it, and everybody else was saying we're not going to do it. But I'd met loads of people that had been affected, and we'd got a great group of people who got behind it. And we had a really good community, and people were really busting a gut, but still everybody was saying we're just not going to do it. We're not getting the signatures. And with 3 weeks to go, we still needed 52,000 signatures. And I was still saying it's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to happen. I just know it's going to happen. And some really incredible things happened. Joey Barton, the footballer, somehow found out about it. And he's got 2.4 million followers on Twitter. And he was tweeting to all of his followers, you know, this would be a good thing to sign. And so long story short, with just 3 days left to go, we hit 100,000 signatures and we did it. And this meant so much because so many people had invested in this in that time who'd been affected, who'd lost loved ones. So it was a real cause for celebration and we were just ecstatic to get it. But then we had to pitch for the parliamentary debate. But fortunately, I had a great MP and he did a great job of pitching to the Backbench Business Committee. We got a debate. Julie Hessenthal came to Westminster with us because she was with us. The media were interested. We went on the Lorraine Kelly show the next day, which was all so good for awareness and helping us to raise the profile of the disease. And, you know, the point of telling you that story is I was asked to do TV, my local TV station through the course of that year. And my immediate reaction was, no, I can't do it. Fear, I don't want to do it. And then I thought, well, if I'm banging on about nothing happening and yet I'm turning down an opportunity, then I'm as bad as everybody else. So I had to push through that fear and I had to do it. And I had to go do the TV and the radio interviews. And Kev's voice was always there in my mind about, you know, embracing the life that I'm so desperate to do. And I feel like his death was a tragedy and it would not be what I chose from the way my life went. I'd have him back in a heartbeat and change everything. But I've learned so many life lessons and so many messages that we are in control of our own destiny, and fear often stops us from doing things. And if we just push through that fear, you know, at the other side of it, there is what we're trying to achieve, and we've just got to be brave enough. And to be honest, Sharon, without that life experience and going through that with Kev and seeing how brave he was, facing the most fearful of situations, I think my life, you know, I feel like I've achieved so much more. Life lessons from a dying man, basically. He taught me to push through the fear. And when you look about it now, and I always think now, when things happen, I always think, well, it's not a terminal diagnosis, is it? So we can deal with it because most things in life are sortable, and that's a real leveler. So yeah, that's my story in a nutshell. And I feel like Kev taught me leadership through the way that he handled his diagnosis.
Thank you so much, Maggie. And that is absolutely amazing that you managed to get all your signatures. But has anything been done, do you think, for it?
Yeah, I feel like definitely there's more awareness now. I still feel like there's so much more that needs to be done. It's lacked for so many years. You know, we've got 40 plus years to catch up on. So whilst it has improved in terms of funding and awareness for sure, since we just started that campaign, there's still so much more work to be done. And I would urge anybody that's listening to this to check out the symptoms of pancreatic cancer. And my website is hopeiscontagious.co.uk, and that has all of the symptoms on there because they're so vague and you really need to be caught at an early operable stage. And what happened with us and what happens with most people that have pancreatic cancer is they're vague. You think you've got indigestion, you think you've got an ulcer, which is what Kev's GP was treating him for. Thought he'd got an ulcer. He, you know, his back pain, his weight loss, they didn't marry them all up as symptoms. They were treating them independently. They were all symptoms of pancreatic cancer that went too long. And ultimately, he paid the price because if they'd have picked up on that sooner, he may have been caught at an operable stage and may still be here. So that is my campaign, Hope is Contagious, is all about making people aware of the symptoms. So that's hopeiscontagious.co.uk.
Yeah, because as you know, my husband also had cancer of the pancreas, and he had it. Most people only go, well, years good, but 2, 3, 5 years is like fantastic. He actually went 14 in
amazing
remission. But when he was first diagnosed, they put him down as an alcoholic and he didn't even drink.
Yeah. And that's common.
Very similar symptoms to an alcoholic.
It is. Yeah, absolutely.
It's just
your husband was amazing in the length of time that
yes. I mean, he literally didn't drink, but he had one drink the night before, or the day before he saw his consultant, and he said, "Oh, I had half a lager last night," and they put him down as an alcoholic. So it so needs to be there. There needs to be a lot more with it, because not many people last long. I don't know how long did your husband survive with it? Did you?
Yeah, he got to the 18 months and he died 6 weeks after that. So
I mean, 18 months is still pretty good, though, isn't it?
Very, very. And we thought several times over that period that he was gonna die. You know, he was at that point, but seemed to just be able to somehow rally. He was incredible with the way he dealt with it. And I'm not suggesting that, you know, you have that inner strength and you can survive it. You can't. Cancer's brutal, and you know, if it's going to take you, it's going to take you. I'm not in any way suggesting that, but I can only speak from my experience of my husband, and I do feel like that mental strength helped him to. He was fixated on getting to 18 months because he wanted to outlive the prognosis, and I do think that helped him to do that.
Yes, no, definitely. Can you just remind us again, or remind people listening again, what was your website called, if anyone wants to look up more information?
Yeah, it's hopeiscontagious.co.uk, and I would just urge people to just make themselves familiar with the symptoms. Chances are you'll never need to know them, but it's worth knowing them. And if you were presenting with one or more of those symptoms over a prolonged period, particularly indigestion that wasn't responding to typical indigestion type medication, seek early medical intervention and mention that you know that the symptoms of pancreatic cancer, because unfortunately there's also a lack of awareness in some GPs as well.
Yeah, it's so sad, but it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, and we can only raise the profile. And I feel like we've kept Kev's name well and truly alive, you know, as a result of sadly what he had to go through. And the work that we do in his name is something I'm proud of.
It's given you a purpose in life.
For sure, yeah, and given me an insight into how fear can just keep us held back, and you know, life's there for the taking, and that's what we need to do.
Yeah. With your son is, how old did you say your son is? He's getting married shortly, isn't he?
Yeah, he's getting married next week, and he's 32 now, and I'm super proud of him and the way that he dealt with that. You know, he was young when he lost his dad, and although I'm always grateful that he wasn't a young child, because I know your children were young, Sharon, and he had got to, you know, a young adult, so I'm always grateful that he got to that. But yeah, he's dealt with it all really, really well. And we just talk about Kev all the time, and we marked Still Standing Day 6th of November, when we had his Still Standing party. We do things we call it Still Standing Day, and we do things to mark that day and to remember him. Well, we remember him all the time, but you know, milestones like that.
Well, I just want to thank you so much, and just to say, when is the wedding? 3 weeks' time, did you say?
No, 2 weeks' time. So
2 weeks. Have an absolutely amazing time.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for inviting me, Sharon. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Introduce you to Roberta Masata, who's been through a lot of adversity in her life, and in 2017 she decided to go backpacking on her own for 3 months, and that is where she has found leadership of herself. I could tell you more, but I think Robbie or Roberta, it would be lovely for you to tell us. So over to you.
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to talk at this Self-Leadership Summit. So yes, back in 2017, I was having a very big generalized crisis on so many fronts. On the one hand, I was liking my jobs. I was an interpreter, a subtitler, and a voiceover artist. And though I liked those jobs, I felt that they were not my calling, but I wasn't able to pinpoint what I was called to do. I felt the desire to help people, but I didn't know exactly how. Then I had been single for like 3 centuries and a half, with all, with all the loneliness that entailed. Unfortunately, I had been battling for 2 years indirectly with the addiction of my best friend, whom I had discovered was an alcoholic. And that really brought our friendship to change in so many ways until eventually it just dissipated. I felt very little understood and very often misunderstood by most of my friends. I had also embarked on a fertility journey solo, which unfortunately hadn't proven successful. So basically, wherever I was looking at, there was just grayness and sadness and loneliness, lot of ness. And so I decided to just go away. So my decision was, I need to breathe, I need space. I'm going to take my backpack and my journal, and I'm going traveling on my own for 3 months to Asia. And many people have commented that this choice was brave, but funnily enough, I've never seen it as that, because courage is the capability to go against your fears. And I've never been afraid of traveling. I actually loved it. So for me, traveling in that situation has been the chance to really put some distance between all my complicated London life and just go and see again how much beautiful the world can be. Because for too long, I had been focused on what was not working. And I knew deep down that life is beautiful, that there are so many things that are worth celebrating every day. And yet I was just focused on the things that were not working. So I think that my first step in self-leadership has been removing myself physically from the environment where things were not working. Physically and of course also mentally, because when you go to the other side of the world, it then becomes easy not to think about what you left behind. And I've done a lot of thinking in those 3 months. So I traveled 1 month in Sri Lanka, 1 month in India, and 1 month in Nepal. And I had time to do a lot of thinking, and I had to basically move away from the victim mentality that I had, where I felt that everything was happening to me. Why always me? Why nobody understands me? Why am I still single? All this why. And really start thinking that I was the common denominator in all the situations. So there must have been something that I was doing or the way I was relating to life that was the issue. And I realized that my first problem was all the expectations that I've always had from life, from other people. And expectations are the number one killer of joys, right? Like we never like we would always like something else. We would like things to be different. And so I decided for those 3 months to make an experiment and not to plan a single thing, because I wanted to see how life can be when you just embrace it, when you don't have preset ideas on how things should be, and you just trust that they are showing up in the best possible way. And so this was for 3 months, I tried to fight expectations. If that was my big problem, I just wanted to see how life can be when you don't have any. And connected to expectations, there was also the reasoning, why did I have so many expectations? Because I've always felt that I was giving a lot to people. And I still believe that. But what was interesting for me was realizing why I was doing it. There was a big people-pleasing tendency in me. So I would tend to make sure that everybody was good so that I could get their love, So you always put other people's priorities first, and then, of course, you expect them to behave back in the same way. So that was, another part that was wrong in me. And so the second step in my self-leadership has been trying to fight this people-pleasing pattern, that, being the rescuer, being the savior that I had followed for all my life long. And how do you heal a pattern? You go against it. You basically do the opposite of what you've been doing all your life long. And so if all my life long I had put other people's first, now for those 3 months, I just wanted to think about myself. And so the 2 questions that became my mantra were, what do you want to do today? And how can you give it to yourself? So these are the 2 questions that can save a people pleaser like I was, because they bring the focus back on you. And so I became more aware of who I was, of what I wanted to do, of what my my wishes, my desires. And in so doing came alignment. And I love this word. Alignment is when what you say and what you think and what you do are, perfectly aligned. And I think that in this space, you fully express yourself. And when you fully express yourself, you can do so much. But this was, a byproduct of those 3 months where I was just focused on what I wanted to do. Of course, there was a lot of stretching myself out of my comfort zone, because when you're traveling, backpacking in hostel, and I'm a big budget traveler, so I'm sure that most of you don't want to stay in the hostels where I stayed. It was a constant stretching myself, and in doing that, so you test yourself, you see exactly what you like, what is something that you thought might be part of your personality, because so it was just a constant discovery. Above all, I would say that the biggest step for me in my self-leadership has been moving into the energy of trust. Because my mantra has become, for those 3 months, universe, I trust you. Not wanting to plan a thing, stretching myself constantly, I was always repeating, okay, universe, I trust you. I'm going to trust the person that you're going to put on my path. I'm going to trust my instinct. I'm just going to trust. And this energy of trust might seem, it's like even surrender. So it requires surrender because, we would like to control everything so much. So it's not an easy energy to be in. And yet it's so amazing, the doors that it opens. Because when we have expectations anyway, for example, they come from our limited human being mind. And when you trust, I talk about the universe because I think it's more a generic or encompassing term, but you can call it God, you can call it source, higher self. But the moment you really say, okay, I'm going to be your tool to play your game, do your thing, and life can be lived through me. So basically, I moved from perceiving life as happening to me as a victim before leaving to life happening through me. Not even by me, which would be when you are a creator, when you know what you want to achieve, which is still a great place to be. But I was really like, okay, let's see what has to happen if I start talking with that person, or I changed plans last minute just because I like the place. And the situations that came up from there just proved that they had to happen maybe a year later, because things happened because of that. So, my trust in the universe has really skyrocketed, because I saw how many good things happen when we don't limit the fantasy of the universe, when we don't try to force life, reality into our limited vision. And this energy of trust has also continued for me when I came back. So that trip was amazing because it gave me so much inner space. It's funny, when I flew there, I visualized myself as a cluttered garage full of boxes and spider webs. And when I was coming back, I'm like, okay, how do you see yourself inside? And I visualized myself as this big sunny field with some trees at the corner. So there was so much space. And in that space, and I had learned to trust my instinct, and really just having this unshakable belief that everything is always going to be all right for me. And so when I came back, I thought that I had a message to share, and I just wanted people to really understand how life can be when you don't plan things, or when you just embrace what's happening, because there is a gift in every single thing. Maybe you don't see it now, you're going to see it later. And so I decided to write a book. First, I published it in Italian, and it came out in English 1 month ago, and it's called Universe, I Trust You. And it's amazing the feedback that I'm receiving from readers, like really, because there is so much more. There is not, it can appear as a traveling book, but I talk about courage, resilience, making choices out of love, not out of fear, trust, acceptance, There is also my spiritual journey. So there is really a lot. And I dedicate it to all the stuck women or those who are awakening, because that's how I felt when I left. And it's incredible to hear, the chain of small or big changes that reading this book has had on the readers. Just to name one that I'm so really proud of, like one of the readers had just came back from Tanzania, and she had left her heart there. And after reading my book, she felt like, that she had to align herself with this voice that had crept in. And after having a conversation with her husband and her children, she decided now she's moved to Tanzania and she's going to live in a Maasai village because she fell in love with their culture. And she has reinvented herself as a travel designer. So this is just to show how, and I'm not saying necessarily that it's my book that, it's not my book that pushed her to do that, but I know that when you are ready for the signs, and you're ready and you're open and you just need that sentence or that example, you're going to find them on your path. And now also following that journey, I'm a life coach, because when I went in Nepal, I did a meditation retreat. And on day 8 of this retreat, which by the way was one of the most mind-blowing experiences of my life, I had a vision. I saw NLP written as a graffiti on a wall. I didn't know what NLP was. I had to wait for day 10 when they give us the mobile back, because it was a silent meditation retreat. And so I discovered that it was neuro-linguistic programming. And for me, as a linguist who's always been interested in psychology, it made perfect sense. And I'm like, I found my next profession. So when I came back to England, I got informed about neuro-linguistic programming. And then I saw that it's kind of it's a tool that you can use in life coaching. And so I started studying. And basically for the last 4 years, I've been studying, got the life coach qualification, the NLP practitioner 1. Now I'm studying as a master coach. And I'm here to help women, especially women, but in general, whoever needs to get unstuck, to get more aligned with the vision that a part of them holds about the life that they can have, if only they're able to step beyond their fears and move into trust, and especially develop the view that life happens for you, not to you. And there's always something good that we can make out of any situation, like, the stories that we've just heard have proved, if we're willing to see everything as a gift, and if we're willing to see life in that way.
Oh, thank you so much, Robbie. That was absolutely beautiful. And I loved what you said, life happens for you, not to you. No, for you, not to, yes.
Yeah,
and it was absolutely, would you say though, you people pleaser still, or is that gone since you learned to trust yourself?
Definitely much better. And I'm just coming out of 4 days where I'm so proud of myself because I managed to implement boundaries, which for me were non-existent before. And so definitely it's, there's still some slips here and there, but boundaries are the other thing, after asking yourself, what do you want? What do you need? And how can you give it to yourself? The other thing to heal a people-pleasing pattern is really to start putting boundaries, because you need to protect yourself and think of yourself. You must be your own priority, which doesn't mean loving the others less. It means that you can give from a fuller cup.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you so much for being with us here tonight. I'm sure people will get a lot from you. Have you got a website that...
Yes, so it's www.robertamussato.com. And there is also the part about my story and how to buy my book. And also there is a free video series connected to the book where I touch on topics like the 4 stages of consciousness, and trust is one of these, abundance, because that's another topic that I felt while traveling. We live in such an abundant world, and unfortunately, so many of us live in a scarcity mindset. So again, that's another thing that I learned. And then fear of judgment, because, this book is the journal that I was keeping. So I'm super honest about what happened. And it took me a lot to decide shall I share openly? How vulnerable can I be? And then, as Brené Brown says, there's no courage without vulnerability. And I thought that I was more interested in reaching people who might have found themselves in my same situation, women in my same, who shared some parts of my journey, rather than worrying about those who might not like me or who might criticize me.
Thank you. That will all be put underneath when we finish. So thank you so much, Roberta. It was lovely to
Thanks
have
to you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm Janice Jones, the Breathwork and Transformation Coach. And today we're talking about self-leadership and what that means. And for me, the journey into self-leadership was the journey towards finding my own truth and my own place in the world. Because I had grown up with huge amounts of trauma and limiting beliefs, addiction, just poor relationship choices, codependency, you name it. That's how I lived. And I got to a point in my 50s where, after my second marriage failed, and the second marriage was much, much more difficult because I was married to a narcissist. And I really was at such a low ebb. And I remember just thinking, I am the one that has to get myself out of this place, because I knew I could not do another bad, dangerous, poor, unfulfilling relationship. And that actually the person that I needed to get the relationship with was me. And that was the most important relationship that I had to work with and work on, was to find out, who am I? Who am I at my core? Who am I when I'm at my best? What is it that makes me tick? What am I interested in? Really find out about me. And the more that I did that, the more I was able to see that I had three major problems for me to be able to move out of this place of victimhood and not good enough and lost in the wilderness. There were three areas that I needed to look at. And the first was my mind. So it was the recognition that I needed to go and find out for me how to reprogram my brain. Because what I learned from positive psychology that I'd studied just for fun was that actually I'm hardwired for negativity. I have a negativity bias, and so do most people in the world. So because of that negativity bias, for every positive thought, I'm usually thinking three negative ones. And I knew that for me, carrying on with that line of thinking was just, it kept pulling me back down into these negativity loops. And so no amount of affirmations, gratitude, that they didn't really, they helped a little bit, but they didn't rewire my brain. And I knew I needed to actually rewire my brain. So I went and studied at a high level, at a master's level. I went and studied positive psychology and learned all the things about post-traumatic growth and what I need to do in order to free my mind from all that negativity bias and the negativity loops. And so it is things like gratitude, but it's also things like being in nature, savoring, so like mindfulness, self-compassion. I learned so many different amazing tools that helped me to start that process of rewiring my brain. When I finished my master's, I then knew that the thing that was holding me back the most from being able to lead myself out of where I was my trauma. And for me, my trauma was the thing that every time I tried to move forward, I have an entrepreneurial spirit. I wanted to create my own companies. You know, I've done well working for others, but I wanted to be able to truly step into my own magnificence and brilliance. And every single time I tried to do that, my trauma would literally say to me, you can't move forward. Not because you're frightened. It wasn't just fear. It was terror. That terror of, I just can't get past this point, because if I do this, I'm going to literally not be able to stay on the planet. That's how much trauma was in my body. And I knew I had tried years of talking therapies, all sorts of psychotherapy, CBT, CAT, rapid transformational. So that's where you're going into the unconscious and working with that. EMDR, which is, eye movement desensitization. I had literally tried every single thing that I knew could potentially help me to get this trauma out of my body so that I can move forward with my self-leadership, with my, who am I meant to be on this planet, with who am I meant to be serving? I'm not able to serve the people that I'm here to serve, to bring others forward out of their pain and out of their dark, or work with high-powered execs or, amazing individuals, entrepreneurs, other people that also suffer from these things. I can't do any of that if I'm hiding, if I'm locked behind my own trauma. So on different levels, I knew I had to get the trauma out of my body, because as Bessel van der Kolk says in his book, The Body Keeps the Score, all that trauma, and it doesn't matter how much talking therapy I do, it doesn't move the trauma. So I had to find something that could actually remove the trauma from my body. And I found it in breath work. So the breath work, I went and trained on it, because literally that first session that I did, I went from a state of having spent 57 years in a dissociative state, nearly all of my life, from the age of 4, to coming back into my body. And subsequent journeys, I have removed and released layer upon layer upon layer. I mean, I must have done way over 50 journeys now. And I have taken over 200 people through similar journeys myself. And I've seen incredible shifts. So it's not, for me, it's not just about releasing the trauma. It's also about stepping into that possibility. And because doing breath work the way that I was trained to do it takes you to a place of transient hypofrontality, where your conscious prefrontal cortex brain switches off enough and long enough for you to be able to imagine a much more incredible, fulfilling, uplifting future, as well as physically releasing the trauma. So that's why I love the breath work. I love the positive psychology. I love the breath work. Having done all of that, I then realized that the one thing that I still hadn't done was release my heart. And I wrote an article, as you know, Dr. Marina, recently about, really getting to that place of being able to just fully open my heart. Because from a young age, I had shut it down. And in the article, I talk about, in my 20s, I felt that the world or other people didn't love me, so I didn't love myself. And in my 30s, I thought loving my children would heal my heart. In my 40s, it was about getting married and trying to heal my heart through an other. None of that worked. My 50s was all about, having an amazing job, 2 houses, cars. None of that healed my heart. That literally made me sicker and sicker. And then getting to my 60s and realizing that heart wound, I needed to heal my heart wound, to really open it up and go, but all this time, I have been loved. I am loved by the universe, God, whatever you want to call it. And the journey for me has been towards self-love, self-compassion, that it's not out there. It has to come from in here. And until I can fully love, accept, appreciate, be with, really understand who I am and how amazing it is that I'm not going to be engulfed. I used to feel like I'm going to be engulfed by my pain. I'm not. My heart is massive. It's able to withstand all of that. It's able to stay open even when I feel the pain of the universe, of people, of people who are suffering, as people always have done in the past, and no doubt will continue to do, but hopefully less and less so as more people wake up to the fact that we're being driven by these brains that are programmed from thousands of years to try and keep us safe. Yet us, as a human being, our job is to grow. And so we need to listen less to our heads and release any trauma that's sat there stopping us from moving on, and then listen to our hearts and go into that place. You're not going to be completely engulfed by it. You can withstand it. Our hearts are massive and they are incredible. So, and it's not all about pain, or it's incredible when you get to that place of understanding who we truly are. And you're able to see from a self-leadership point of view, radical self-responsibility. I am responsible for the brain. And Gabor Mate, incredible guy that works with trauma and addiction, says, we may not be responsible for the world that created our minds, but we are responsible for the mind with which we create our worlds. And the more radical self-responsibility I take and we take to go, actually, I need to fix my brain. I need to calm it down, to keep taking it to that place of rest and digest, where I can think clearly and I can question those negative automatic thoughts, the gnats that come in that try to tell me I'm not good, I'm useless, I'm less than. We can question those and start filling ourselves full of, I can, I am able, I'm a good person, I'm capable of change and I'm here to change. I'm not here to stay in this little bubble, this tiny comfort zone with this brain that wants to keep me locked up in this comfort zone. I use my self-leadership to lead myself out of that comfort zone, to become comfortable with being uncomfortable, which is when I'm in my stretch zone. That's what I am here to do. And that's my journey of self-leadership. Out of the pain, out of the dark, out of the limitation, out of the closed heart, out of the trauma, into freedom. Freedom to feel joy, expansion, true connection to myself, others, and something greater than me. And the ability to just live and create joy and help others to walk into their own incredible journey of self-leadership. So I'm Janice Jones, transformation and breathwork coach. You can find me on my website, janicejones.com. That's with a double N. And I look forward to catching up with any of you on Instagram. It's at Janice with a double N, J Jones. Come and have a conversation. If you are ready to transform your life from your limited beliefs, from your traumatic past, from your brain that tries to keep you in anxiety and stuck and less than, and you want to fully open your heart and be who you are meant to be on this planet, which is incredible, magnificent. You are a being of love and light, and you are incredible. Thank you.